All right, bam, man. We live. We live. What's going on, YouTube family? What's up? What's up? What is up? This is your boy, Mr. McGee, and we here with another episode of Rich Rhetoric, man. We come to you. This is the weekly YouTube show where I get 10 well, I said 10. Well, I get some of my close friends and beautiful people on the panel with me, and we just run through a lot of topics. We talk about anything from empowerment to the bullshit to financial literacy, the whole nine, man. It really ain't too much that we don't talk about on this show, man. So thank y'all for tuning in. As you come in, hit that like button, like the show. Let's get these algorithms popping. Share it. Tell a friend and tell a friend that we right here on YouTube tonight. And hit that subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button and also hit that subscribe bell. You know, excuse the chicken popping in the back. But we're gonna have a great show, man. Got a great panel, got a couple good topics to jump into. First off, I want to say what's up to the panel. How's everybody doing? Hope the panel had a great weekend and the start of a great week, man. Hope everybody's doing good.
This Leo energy been raging.
You said what?
I said this Leo energy been raging.
Yeah, it has, man. It has. It has, man. Everything is going. People is going crazy, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. So, I guess I'll start off, man. What I did, last Thursday, since I ain't talked to y'all since last Tuesday. So last Thursday we did the mayoral forum in North Nashville. So I think it was eight candidates that's running for mayor. They were supposed to show up. We had 7 show up. I forgot which one didn't show up, but we got 7 to show up, man, and it was nice. The event was nice. The fucking air was broke, of course. Of course, black people always got to throw some type of shit in the game, but it was still a beautiful event, man, for the people that's into that type of stuff. You know what? I never asked you this, Keith. I don't think so, but do you vote? Huh, Kiva?
I had stepped away for a second. Oh, I mean, yeah, I used to with the D. Put a D on there. Now I will not waste my energy to do that.
I got you. I got any particular reason why?
Oh man, we already know it's an illusion. It's an illusion that it is a government. There's not a government. You have families that are running different parts of the country. You may own your car and your house and your draws, but they own states, lands, continents, riverways. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So this is who really run this shit. We get to play with the puppets. That's just it.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. But yeah, damn. My bad, y'all. I am really fucking some shit up now. Alright. But yeah, everybody came with their talking points. You know what it you know how these type of things go. It wasn't really a debate. It was just questions. People they had took questions. They've been taking questions for the past month. And so they was just basically asking these the same questions. And everybody had their talking points, of course. We know that some people hit their talking points better than others. Sharon, do me a favor. Take these up. Stack these on. Mm-hmm. They're not gonna burn it. Just stack them on there. Just take them and hold that. Stick the fork in and put them on that plate. But yeah, some people hit their talking points better than others, man. People got their favorites. I think the dopest part for me was I sat down. I got to sit down with like 5 of them afterwards and just ask them questions and kind of, put them on the spot and ask them, pretty much, what about us? What about North Nashville, where I stay at? So that was the highlight for me. So if I can, let me find this. I just want to let y'all hear some of these people's talking points. So we got this guy here. Let's see. I ain't gonna play these whole videos, but I do want to let y'all hear some of these talking points. Hold up. Let me share my screen real quick.
Hey, Ivan.
Let's go to this.
But a lot wiser. He's had some.
I really appreciate it. Brought a breath of fresh air to the candidates. You know, that guy doesn't look like he's part of the good old boys club, so that's refreshing for us to see. Introduce yourself to the people, my man.
My name is John Sewell. I'm definitely not part of the Good Old Boys Network. I might be part of the Young Boys Network, rolling through town, and we'll see where that goes. My man Nolan over here, he's only a year older than me, but a lot wiser. He's had some great stories for me also. And I think, at least for what I'm trying to do, is demonstrate that it's possible for people to get involved in ways that you did not even dream of. Because guess what happened? There was a Channel 2 Nashville Mayoral Forum on Tuesday. I was not invited to that one. We get there. Jacob, my friend Jacob and I get in. We're the last two people in. We sit down. They start rolling this teaser, the trailer for their whole forum. Turns out a building that I made, that I've invited Nolan to before, that houses art galleries, studios upstairs, a place for people that are typically outside of the conventional decision-making system, is part of their is part of their buzzing art scene in Nashville, Tennessee. And I was like, we were like looking at each other like, what?
Hold on, y'all. Let me get to it because he said something real interesting. I wanna fly.
I forgot to say it up there because it was so damn hot. But I would love to see things like extending municipal voting rights to 16 and 17-year-olds. Okay. Definitely restoring rights from those that have been incarcerated. Find people that have been typically outside the system, because guess what? You can make an argument to the business-minded class out there that you will also get economic efficiency out of that will benefit your city. You're going to things like that I'm pushing, decriminalization of drug use, decriminalization of prostitution. You're going to save money. Don't put that on the cops. The cops don't want to talk to someone about their whole life. Have someone talk to someone about drug use that they already do. Doctors.
Now, I want to ask you this, about the crowd. I heard a couple booms and ahs and hums and what when you said decriminalize prostitution. Explain a little bit of that to the people, because when people hear that, they're like, what the hell is he talking about?
It's going to throw some people off, sure. What we have, I'll start from a place that we all recognize, that it's a two-tiered system. We have, and not everyone knows them, but there's a high-profile example of a local rich guy makes like $750,000 a month. All sorts of kink. I'll just leave it there.
Gotcha.
So he's always dealing with escorts and stuff like that. No one's ever in trouble. But then we put our priority is then to bust the streetwalker. For me looking, especially, this will resonate in places of worship. Take the people that are vulnerable in society and help them out. At least in my neighborhood, and I will say, and unfortunately, it's not a joke. The prices for some of these favors are so low. To me, that indicates an economic desperation. People are trying to survive. If we can take the teeth out of the two-tier system, where we're not just going after the lady on the street or the gentleman on the street, we can do away with that, because we're not going after the high-priced escorts. I'll put it that way. Same thing with drug use. We're not, here in Nashville, we're not kicking in doors in Green Hills or Belle Meade. We're doing it in North Nashville.
7208.
Exactly.
And speaking of that, man, what is your plan for that? What does North Nashville look like in the next 4 years if we do choose yours?
For me,
we'll come back to that. I'll come back to that. I want to stick on this though, real quick. So Eugene, it sound like you got you a man. Sound like he might win some, Eugene. He talking about decriminalizing drugs and decriminalizing prostitution, man. What's your thought on his pitch? You think he got a chance?
Man, you know I was there at that event. So you know not to ask if that cat has a chance. He said he didn't have a chance. So shit, he was there. He said his purpose was just to be there to come up with new ideas while they having their discussions. He wanted to be a voice of some alternate way of thinking opposed to the same old shuck and jam we always get. But as far as him getting in the spot, I believe what he told me. I'm not gonna be the next mayor.
Nah, hell nah. He got like a trolling vibe to me, bro. I don't know if you take a white boy like that serious. Like, what is he doing, man? I think you know how white people get drunk and dare each other to do crazy shit.
Yeah, that's pretty much what that with him. That's what that seemed like too.
Yeah, it seemed like him and his homeboys was drunk and high, man, and he just
Like, man, we got enough money. I'll support your shit.
yeah, man. That shit crazy, man. That I don't know.
I'm just trying to find out who his grass man is.
So, Star, what you think about that, Star? He's saying, let's don't go get the streetwalker. Like, it's guys out here making thousands of dollars, paying thousands and thousands of dollars for these escorts, and the police locking up the streetwalkers. What you think about decriminalizing prostitution?
He trying to make sure he can get, he can still pay for pussy without, getting caught up when he become mayor. That's
Yeah,
what it sound like to me.
yeah. Just throwing that out to the women. What you think, Kiva? Is that far fetched?
That nigga just talking. He ain't gonna do shit. If they did change prostitution or whatever, fuck, so what? We got real life human trafficking going on. Talk about the real shit. All that fake.
I mean, the fact that he was talking to you about that let you know that he felt he had to get that off his chest, and he felt like you would understand,
Yeah,
Calvin.
that was his talking point. Like I don't know. They all got talking points, right? They are like
Yeah.
motherfuckers gonna get up there. The motherfuckers who want to talk about like it was weird because I know how that shit work. Everybody got their talking point. His talking point was, look, I'm gonna decriminalize some shit, so vote for me. You had motherfuckers up there talking about affordable housing, of course. Um, you had one dude up there who just was like, man, you know what? Look, man, Nashville been going the same way for the last uh 400 years. Let's throw the whole government away and come up with some new shit. You feel me? Like it was crazy. All of them had their own shit.
No, he was just talking because that is not gonna happen.
Nah.
Yeah, he thought
Yeah,
that's
I
what we
mean, the
wanted to
governor,
hear.
Yeah, I don't even think he's
the,
from here. I got an interview with him, old Jimmy Lawrence. He gave me like a up north, maybe an East Coast vibe or something. Like one
well,
of
I
them,
mean, the
one of them
the
white
governor
dudes. Go ahead.
the governor just signed in Nathan, whatever his name, Green, whatever his name
Yeah,
is, day. How the
Bedford,
fuck he get a day? You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's in the state constitution. Somebody needs to attack the state constitution. I don't see how you can't even throw nothing away in Nashville if you don't throw the whole state constitution away.
Well, he really just made it clear that they don't care nothing about us.
Mm.
They're gonna always celebrate their conquest over us, and they expect us to celebrate it with them because we celebrate every damn thing else they do,
That's
yeah.
right.
and
Right.
we follow them to the ends of the earth. So
Mm.
until we turn around, they gonna keep on doing. And just they gonna see how disrespectful they can get. I mean, next thing you know, they gonna be celebrating a certain lynch. Shit, and see if these niggas gonna follow us.
They ain't lying. I mean, it ain't too much these motherfuckers gonna follow. These motherfuckers now run around licking food items and shit. Like that, anytime they throw a bone at that motherfucker, we go get that bitch.
Hell yeah.
Man, you ain't lying about that one.
Them people was in that serious at that damn at that mayoral reform. Shit. Some of them
But
people
they
came.
even that shit, these people, man, oh man.
Nah, man, these people don't even want to hear the alternative. I'm telling you, I'm in there trying to tell people, hey man, hey, how about we sit this election out and just see what happens? Let's just sit one out and let's see. I think if we sit one out, they'll sit us down at the table and say, okay, all right, now goddamn, y'all
I just
7 million of you motherfuckers sit out of this election. All right, why? What's going on? What y'all really want? Okay, let's try to negotiate. But we can't get black people to do that because Big Mama done told us we was Democrats.
Well, because it's just like, look here, that how they moved the house nigga. The house nigga just changed. The house nigga turned into your boule, into your political positions, into your CEOs, into your top government officials to be the guardsmen. You know what I'm saying? To keep the niggas right where they are. And they just changed the look of the house, like they changed the look of slavery to servitude to work, and they turned the house nigga to boule to gangs to secret organizations, keeping a code, keeping the silence, and keeping niggas where they are. They gave us everything that we love and celebrate and hold on to.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact, man. That's a fact. So, Star, have you been doing any kind of research on the mayoral, on the mayoral candidates?
No, because I don't care.
Are
Bradley
you
gonna beat all of them, so
who?
it don't matter. Bradley,
Bradley? Yeah, I think
yeah.
so too. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. He Bradley came in looking the part. Bradley came in on some ego shit. He came in like, I got this. He came in with his own
He already
security.
know he got it.
He had security the whole nine.
Yeah, he was watching to see what they had to say because remember, I'm gonna be the mayor, so watch what you say while you up here. That's how he was
Yeah,
looking at him.
yeah. And you had a couple of them just throwing shots. Bradley ain't even responding to them shots they throwing. He like, yeah, I won this shit. And everybody get mad when I say, yeah, he won, bro. Come on, man. Look at that man last name, man. His family run deep in
Right,
Nashville.
and roads after the road wrap around the whole
Come
city.
on, man. You can't do nothing with him. You can't do nothing with a
They,
man like that.
hey, did they talk about legalizing marijuana in Nashville?
They did, Mike. Damn. They did, Mike. I don't remember. I gotta go back. You know what I'm gonna do, Mike? I'm probably gonna upload the damn video on YouTube so I can send it to you. I just send you the camera footage is rough, but I send you the whole forum.
Yeah, do
Cause
that,
I know
man.
I put it on Facebook, but I know you ain't got no Facebook, so I upload it to YouTube, and then I can just send you the YouTube link. That's how I do that for you. Cause I forgot what they said, bro. I was in and out, man. I was listening to that
Well, I
shit.
got a question for you, bro. What do you think
Oh,
about what is his name? Nolan Starnes?
I mean, he's a black man. To be
I
honest with
know
you,
Roland.
yeah,
I
no,
know
yeah,
him.
we know Nolan. He's been Parkwood and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about as far as his presentation. I mean, I don't
He
know him
got
personally. I mean, I can only go off of what I seen him in that moment.
wasn't
Yeah, he
ready.
well, he challenged me into a fight. He challenged to fight me one day.
Uh, 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 so does that mean he
Recently,
gonna be mayor or not?
Hey, I told
recently
that
on
nigga,
the schoolyard.
I told that nigga, I said, hey man, it's too many people trying to hold you back, bruh. Make a move. That nigga didn't move. I think he was bluffing.
Yeah, we know how that go.
But hey, I will come out of my voting and I'll vote for him just because he challenged me.
I do like what Nolan is trying to do, but we just playing that game. You feel me? It's hard for him to win in that game. He ain't really articulating his words. He sound like I'm talking right now. It's a little country, a little slang, a little.
So you think he has to sound like them to win?
I think so. It's their game. It's their game, Eugene. That's why I tell you I don't participate in it because it's not. This is not our game.
Right.
Okay.
Politics ain't
Now,
our game, bro.
I mean, I don't disagree with you. I'm with you, but I don't believe that it'll ever matter if we get in a position if we sound like them. Shit.
Yeah.
What's the difference
That
between
don't
the
matter.
motherfucker with the whip if he white or black? He's still whooping your ass.
Yeah, now if this was our game, yeah. And don't get me wrong, shit. I start hearing the little buzz, and motherfuckers say, "Hey man, we rallying up the troops to go vote for him." And I like what he talking about, then I go vote for him. Cause I do like what he talking about. I mean, of course he's saying all the good black shit. Like, yeah, man, if I become mayor, I'm gonna focus on North Nashville and the ghettos, and then I'm gonna worry about Bellevue and all that shit. But them white folks ain't finna let that shit fly, man.
Right, and we know
Hey,
that.
and Nolan is for real. He will do that.
Yeah, and I believe him. I believe him. But they ain't gonna let him win.
Yeah.
He kind of stumbled and bumbled a little bit, man. He didn't have a real talking point either. Like I supposed to know what his talking point. Well, I do know his talking point is. I'm gonna take care of the forgotten community.
Man,
Yeah, that
what
sounds
Nolan
good.
need Nolan needs somebody to groom his ass.
Yeah, he should have been a little bit more. He need a team. He should have been more prepared because it was the hey, so what you think about this? And he like, well, man, and well, and I'm like, Nolan,
I don't see him beating no millionaire Briley anyway.
nah, hell nah, man. Them other dudes is fucking business owners, man. You heard that white dude talking about his art building, and he ain't got, you feel me? Nolan was
Did the
probably the
black lady
closest.
show up?
The black lady was that not the popular one though.
Hey, how you doing?
Swain wasn't there. Swain wasn't there. It's another lady. It's another lady. She about education. Her talking point was education.
Johnson.
Yeah, Julia Johnson. She came out.
Put this on there first.
She talking about she done sent both of her kids to Ivy League schools, and we need better schools. And she came with that. That was her thing.
She just
Thank you.
talking because they not finna do
All
none
right,
with these
thank
schools.
you.
What you say? What you say, Kim?
I said she just talking because they not finna do none with these schools.
Nah, hell nah, man.
That's why we need our own school.
Teachers are
That's a
teachers
fact.
are running up out of teaching.
That's all it is. And then the only thing they can say about Bradley is selling the city away. They trying to scare you away from Bradley. That's funny. That's funny.
Man, did you hear about Willie D and Scarface is running for office in Houston for
Yeah.
the council?
I saw that.
What's your take on that one?
I mean, I guess that's good if I got a chance. I don't know I don't know the dynamics of Houston, so I don't know if he really got a chance, but I know he throwing his hat in the ring, you feel me?
I mean, what if we had a cat like that down here running who had that type of pull? Everybody in the world know the Ghetto Boys.
What they gonna get in there and do? They not gonna get in there.
Well, now I do believe that a lot of the not everything might not change, but I do believe that they can turn something around.
I mean, but we keep on crumbs. They might fix your road, and we might get a couple more books in the school. We might get a little library or something, get the Y fixed up or some shit like that. But come on.
Well, I
They
mean, now
ain't trying to
the
fix
change
this shit.
that me and you looking for is gonna have to come from us going against our own people because we're not gonna get it from
I
no
don't think it's gonna
outside
be
source.
the other way because our people are too programmed. So like it's like they didn't become the opposition. Not it. You know what I'm saying? Most people like I'm just hey, it is what it is, whatever. So yeah, I believe it's gonna come down to that. Like I'm just talking
Yeah,
about.
I mean,
Mm,
every revolution we always had to get the coons out the way first.
That's a
Got
fact.
clean. I got clean house first. Got clean house first. I'm down with that because you won't want nobody around you. That's faulty. Don't nobody want no faulty. You got to get it clean. And so everybody, no matter what, if you know you don't die no way, you shouldn't be mad about it. Hell, get ready, get on about it, and get another chance. Shit.
Y'all know what the problem is though with these politicians? They law abiding Negroes. We need niggas that's gonna break the law.
They
Like
not gonna let them in there.
I'll be a good
There's a
politician.
lot of ones that break the law. They
Yeah,
just
yeah.
have.
Wait, what?
I mean, they
Almost.
Breaking the
always getting
wrong
caught.
law.
They
Nah,
always getting caught.
they breaking the wrong laws. They doing the greedy shit for themselves. If you
Right.
if you if you do some crooked shit for your community like every other motherfucking politician get, you're gonna be protected.
No, you're going to jail.
Now,
No,
Fuck
you
you
gotta
going to
understand
jail.
what I'm saying. You gotta
you're gonna go
understand
to
what I'm
jail.
saying. You
Yeah,
got
you
like,
go. You're going to jail.
say for instance, if I was the mayor, if I was the mayor, I would be giving all these. I would tell people that I know, start your construction company because the contract's going to you. I'm giving it to all the black-owned people,
Oh my God, you're going to jail.
They
You're
and
going
not
to
I'm letting
jail.
having that. They are
and
not having that in the
them
construction
know
business
they can't stop
here.
the mayor. They can't stop me while I'm doing it. They gonna figure it out when it's done.
You ain't even
And
finna
I'm
get up
gonna
They
there
tell you
quick.
what,
got
dog.
they
only
got
thing,
Megan Barry for
yeah.
fucking
That's
and
what I'm gonna say is,
so on the
Mike.
clock.
Mike, only thing
Yeah,
I'm
it was
gonna,
over
oh,
with.
listen, only thing I'm gonna say about that, Mike, and I know you, bro. The way you gonna run yourself hot is when you get in there. The same old contractors that been getting all these city contracts for the last 30, 40 years. The first thing you gonna do is get in there and run them out. And
Oh, of
start
course.
putting your people in there, and that's gonna piss them white folks off. And
You seen what happened to
that's when
the
you going to
board
jail.
director?
That's
The,
when you going to jail, Mike.
And
Man, I'm talking about
Calvin,
all
they'll
kind of.
come and kill his ass.
Yeah,
I
you
got,
ain't gonna die. Yep,
hey,
you gonna commit. They gonna say, oh, they gonna hit you with that old suicide.
All right, you had a heart attack.
hey,
Yeah,
now
get
y'all
past my
see what they
personal
did to the
officer.
school board director.
yeah,
Oh,
man.
that black
Hey,
lady.
hey, when you the mayor,
No,
you got to
Oh,
have some police officers
the
that can
black
protect
man.
you, bro.
what they do to
Y'all
him?
seen they got rid of him
Yeah,
because
they
he was
got him,
giving them
and he wasn't
uh
doing nothing.
kickbacks and all.
Yeah, he was doing what the white folks been doing, bro. Like we saying to Mike, they just don't like when we do it.
No,
Like,
they not
Nah,
finna
man, he
have
was
that.
bullshitting, man. What
man,
the
he
No,
fuck
but
wasn't.
he did
no,
with Brian?
that's not exactly
Come on.
what happened with him though.
But what
He
happened?
what it was is he was giving kickbacks to people and giving contracts and stuff to people that he wanted to give it to. So
Mm,
one of the ladies that he was giving it to, he decided he didn't want to give it to her no more. So she exposed him with all his dirt. That's
she
what she
like, huh?
did. And then when she exposed all his dirt, then it came out that he was letting people get sexually harassed in the school system.
Mm,
So
I mean, that's
so
a.
like y'all seen all them lawsuits that are going on with the school
Mm,
board and all of that. So they got him up out of there. Briley tried to protect him. Briley
Man,
tried to keep him from being put
that
out.
that nigga is a law-abiding Negro. He ain't no criminal.
He wasn't no
Only
law
criminals
abiding.
say,
No, he was having the bus driver chauffeur him around on the school dime.
man, have that nigga ever sold crack? Have you ever shot anybody? Have you ever robbed
Who
anybody?
knows?
He's not a criminal. You got to have a criminal
No, but
mind to
he
make it in politics.
and then
yeah,
he
but he
owned.
was doing what you was saying, doing. He
Yeah,
was giving them contracts and stuff to who he wanted to give them to and
Mike,
them
you,
kickbacks and
Nah,
stuff.
he wouldn't do what I'd be doing. Motherfuckers would be scared to turn me in.
yeah,
You got
nah,
to do
Mike,
both of them.
No, they
you that
knock you
nigga,
off.
you Kwame, you try to go out like Kwame Kilpatrick, man.
Nah, I was
They
talking
gonna
about
knock
that.
you off.
What's that old show, man? That was this old show I was watching with Kelsey Grammer in it. He was a corrupt mayor of Chicago. They took it off quick.
Took it
That was
Yeah, they don't play that. Then them politicians, you can't go against some politicians in Chicago. You get fucked up.
I think
Mm-hmm.
the name of the show was Boss. I want to say it was
Yeah,
Boss, and that was a
boss.
hard little
Yeah,
show, man. And he was running shit. That's how you supposed to
you
be
gonna make
mayor.
me go watch the reruns. You gonna make me
Yeah,
go watch the reruns. But
Mm-hmm.
that's
no,
how you run shit.
no, that's what they were saying. No, they sued. People sued because they said that they were scared of him and they couldn't tell on him because he intimidated them so much that like whenever somebody try to file anything, he'll tell them, "No, you gonna make this go away or else."
Man, only
So
thing you got
yeah,
to do is take care of the police. Get them raises every motherfucking time they supposed to get a raise. They're gonna protect you. I make a phone call and be like, pull his ass over. They gonna get his ass. Get the police department. They already crooked. Get them working for me. I got the city. I might be governor one day.
Shit, them boys with them little bitty hats on their head is not having.
okay. How, how did Howard
That's why we
Gentry
got to
get
get
in
a white
office? How did he
politician
get in
in. We got to
office?
get up some white.
Look,
We got to
look
get
at
up some
his
white politicians.
name.
No, I'm. How did Howard Gentry get into office?
Look at his
Shit,
name.
the name Gentry. I guess. Shit, I don't
Man,
know.
they deep. They got a hole. They connected to
Well, I mean, maybe we need to look at how he got in office and get somebody 10 times on that level, and then you know start there.
There ain't gonna be no
But
Uh,
criminal.
right now, Bradley is. I mean, they gonna vote for him. So I mean,
Yeah, yeah, they gonna go. I mean, he got everything working for him. He's a Democrat, and I black people love to vote Democrat, and we already know him, and he's comfortable.
and he all about gay rights.
Yeah, and I don't really see after watching that forum. I don't
He's
really
all
see.
about gay rights.
It's the Cooper guy though, man. Like a lot of people like that Cooper guy. I sit down and talk to, but he don't really. He said we need to
Wait a
give. He said
minute.
we need to give.
Are you talking about the Cooper that?
No, I think his name is John Cooper,
Are you talking
John
about the?
Cooper, one of them. His name get.
he from
You talking about Cooper, the one that
Go ahead, Star.
is he a councilman?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I wasn't even fucking paying attention.
Well,
is he from team to Jim
one of
Cooper?
them, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I know. Really, the only thing I heard he said is he said grassroots organization like Gideon's Army, and he named a couple more. He said they need to be financed by the state for the great work that they do. So that was like his talk. He made sure he said that a couple times to the black people. You feel me? He made sure he name dropped Gideon's Army 3 or 4 times just to try to get black people like, oh, okay, I see what he on.
Man,
Which
you
makes
ran
me
by you funded by the state. You ran by the state.
so that was gonna bring me to my next point, Mike. I was gonna ask you. You know how we started our group, brother Eugene. You know we belong to a grassroots organization. Would y'all take funding from the state? Would you accept
Yeah,
it? Accept
I
funding?
take their money. Yeah, I take their money.
But you know what? I hear organizations now. I done heard like Gideon's Army get money and stuff like that, but there's other organizations who are pro-black who can't get no money, can't get no funding because they messages.
Right. When
Yeah,
you all the way pro-black, they're not going to give you a
Yeah,
dime.
I see
thank
what you're saying.
yeah.
When you come out showing that red, black, and green, you already let it be known that you done drew the line in the sand. You see what I'm saying? So they're
Hmm.
not gonna fuck with you. I wouldn't even think about them giving me anything. You see what I'm saying? If they do, they dumb as fuck. Because
Yeah,
I'm gonna take it and put every dime off of it into the community and broadcast it and show everybody what I
that.
did.
Hmm. But they ain't gonna do it. I done heard too many real like the people who not gonna be with that bullshit, who not gonna fold. They ain't getting no money out here.
Mm. So then I come to you, brother Eugene. Would you be willing to accept financial assistance?
Well, bro, if you notice, we ain't asked nobody for nothing. Cause I don't want to give them no opportunity to try to tell me what I can and can't do, what I can and can't say. And I do have the red, black, and green flag that I promote constantly. So they know what I'm about. I don't expect them to do nothing for me. That's why I don't ask. But if they want to give it to me with no strings attached, I mean, shit, I'll take your donation. But other than that, nah, I'm good.
Mm. Got you. Got you. Got you. Hold on. My bad, y'all. Mm. My bad, y'all. What about you, Keith? I know you got your non-profit and your organization going. Would you accept money from them?
Look here, man. I'm tell y'all, I'm so far in the back on that it ain't even funny.
Yeah.
I'm so far back in that it's stuff being done now that I don't even have too much clues about.
I think that's me fucking it up.
You know how I really just feel about it anyway.
I got you. All right, got you, man. That's enough politics for right now. Kiva, let's break down what's going on with your boy Jeff Epstein, man. What he done did. One of the ladies break that down to me, man. What the hell Jeff Epstein done did?
Man, Star might know a little bit more about it. I just know he just got caught up in the porn shit like all the motherfuckers is. But the thing about him is he's supposed to be so connected to so many people, prominent people, that is they say it's sickening. If it come out, that's gonna be the head turner.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
that's pretty much what I
big.
heard too. And
Yeah.
he's a billionaire, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
he connect say he's connected with a lot of motherfuckers and these people who've been doing it for a long time. Like this runs deep. This why it's so big. Which is gonna come out anyway. It's revelation time. He saying we in Leo. Fire sign.
Yeah.
I'll be revealed. Some names
I
gonna be
know I
dropped.
se- I know I sent you a link star. Do you know anything about this Epstein guy?
Um, hold on. I
Cause I
think
know I vaguely go ahead.
no, I don't.
I got you. All right, so I guess my question I don't know. I guess my question is this: like, we already know this type of shit happens: sex trafficking, pedophilia rings, and all that. But you know, it's crazy. Like they always call them pedophilia rings and stuff like that. But you only hear about one person getting caught. Like, Kiva, you think this the one might bust it open and he gonna start snitching on a bunch of his rich friends?
Yeah, this gonna be one of them. Like it's been coming out. Like at what Cappy? What was his name? Cappy Isaac Cappy. He, the one who mysteriously like hung himself, drowned himself, or some shit. I don't remember, but
Yeah.
he told on a lot of people. He did some videos before he went out. He told on a lot of people in his videos, and a couple of weeks later he was gone. But this dude right here, they like he connected like all the way up to Trump on down and around. He finna drop, and it's just finna come out. It's time. It's disclosure time. Everything they telling it. It's been told for a reason. People just gotta accept the reality. They think that shit happening in other countries. No, this been going on here all along. They will take your organs. They will snatch your baby. They will snatch you. They got dungeons. They got secret rooms in their houses. They got them in Vatican. They got them in. They doing in Congress rooms. They eating blood. They drinking blood. You want to keep going? They doing all that.
My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. Why does this keep doing this? I know why. I didn't got this mic muted. My bad. All right, cool. That's what stops that. Yeah, man. Yeah, they said he used to live. He was like next door neighbors with Donald Trump and shit hanging out, connected with Robert Kraft,
Mm-hmm.
the football team owner who just got caught in a damn ring, or a human trafficking ring. His damn self.
Mm-hmm. I want to say cause I looked it up. It might not be Kraft. I think it's Heinz that Trump family is connected with. But all of them are immigrants. They kill me talking about these immigrants that they.
Heinz, like Heinz ketchup.
Yeah, it might not.
Okay.
Yeah, he connected with them. Why he made the family? You know, it ain't Trump. They last name, real name. Well, they changed it when they migrated over here. It's Drumph.
Yeah, I heard that too. Damn, I heard that
Mhm.
too.
But yeah, they connected to like Heinz and another major. It's like several of them got big major companies, families that's connected.
Yeah, because I know the link I sent. Star said that Epstein said he got like $100 million to get himself out of jail.
Yeah, everything is a cost. That's in the UCC. I know I got a screenshot it somewhere in my phone, but yeah, every say all crimes are commercial. That's what people gotta understand. That's why sometimes people like, how they get out of all crimes are commercial. Mean there's all crimes got a price on it.
Yeah, man. I just thought that was crazy. Hopefully we out here a little bit more, do a little bit more research, and we can really talk about it. I asked you, brother Eugene. So, brother Eugene, just kind of hearing what we going over. Do you think that billionaire guy, just got caught up with a sex trafficking ring, and he said that it's well, they're saying that it's a lot of powerful people gonna come out when the shit hit the fan. You think the shit will ever hit the fan enough to where they're gonna start exposing a lot of these powerful people at one time, Eugene?
Now, to be honest, I really don't know about the story. And because a lot of times when you're dealing with people like that, shit, who gonna say what to them?
You said what?
I mean, who gonna say what to them? I mean,
Yeah.
when you got shit a certain type of power, I mean, I'm not sure who they are and what they got going on, but if they represent them, I mean, I just don't know. I ain't gonna sit here. I don't know, bro.
See what it is, they infighting. They always inbreeding and infighting. You go back and look into history of any dynasty, and they always inbreeding and it be the families fighting. That's what's going on now. In bloodlines. So they gonna bring each other down.
Well, when Bernie was trying to run for president, it came out that he was hanging out with a sex trafficker, a pedophile, and all of that. And you're not saying he was doing it, but they said he was hanging out with him and stuff like that, and associated with him. So we're gonna see more of this come out now that election time is coming up. So this is just another thing that has come out right before election. That's to make sure that they get Trump up out of there. That's all it is.
It's bigger than that, honey. It's trying to let us know what's been going on around our neighborhoods, and we ain't even known. We
No,
didn't.
but we have been knowing. I mean,
Nah,
this
we
stuff
ain't
been
been
going
knowing
on.
that we know it's been going on, but there's no way that our moms, our aunties, if your cousins and people know that people are snatching people off the street, they're running sex rings. Like, no, we didn't grow
I
up knowing
mean,
that.
no, we no, that stuff been going on. I
We
mean,
no 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 no. I understand.
I
That's not
mean,
what I'm
no,
saying.
they knew, they knew,
No, I ain't. No,
they knew. I mean,
we have
our
been in a
aunties and mamas
slumber.
and
We
everybody
been
knew.
asleep. No, I
That's
don't
why
know.
R. Kelly was able to do what he was able to do for so long because when we was coming up, they didn't hold men accountable for stuff like this. You know what I'm saying?
But no,
Not
I'm
in not in
talking
the black
about
community.
sex rings, actual sex
I
rings,
mean, yeah.
trafficking.
No,
No,
trafficking, we've been knowing about. I mean, that's not nothing new. I'm telling
nobody's
you.
saying
I,
that it's new, but it is not being a conscious conversation in our communities. Who's finna anybody on this panel say this? They grew up and we knew this, and we knew our parents told us watch out for them sex rings for real.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they. I
Mm,
mean,
I
girls been
never,
getting
I that
snatched.
that never crossed my mind about a
uh,
damn sex trafficking
uh,
ring.
So y'all never knew about a girl being pimped
We
out or
we're not
girls being
ignorant,
pimped
Star.
out.
We
I'm
understand
saying
that, but we didn't
that's the
think.
same thing.
No, we didn't
That's
think
what
that
that
it was like
is.
an organization going around with led by billionaires snatching up kids and shit. You know what I mean? That
no,
shit you see in the movies.
right.
Yeah. Yeah. But that type of
I
shit
don't
is
know.
happening. That
Yeah,
type
if
of shit
that,
is happening for real.
I
For
Like
mean,
if
I
but
you
we
just
real.
know
know that
now.
this
girl
stuff going on,
for
so
real.
I don't
We
know.
know
Like
now. Shit.
like Kiva said, like I thought I never really started hearing about organ harvesting to probably the last 8 9 years. And then when I first heard it, I'm like, man, that's just fucking black people being spooked about anything. But then when you start seeing the evidence and motherfuckers really coming up missing, you like, oh wait, this type of shit really happened. And it's the same thing with sex traffickers, man. Like
And they find it.
motherfuckers is really snatching kids up and putting them in the back of vans out here, man.
I mean, I like I said, I've been knowing about it. I don't see how anybody didn't know about it, or I mean, I just don't get how you don't know about it because these are conversations that have been had throughout the media, throughout time. I don't see how
We
people.
ain't
I
having
think
them
that our people
conversations
in our
anymore.
No,
community.
they've been
No, I just feel
hiding
like people
this.
in our community try to turn a blind eye. No, they haven't. It's been out
No,
I
since
just
I've been
don't
knowing
think
about it. I mean, I'm not.
I just don't think we knew the extent of it.
we did not. We didn't know the
You
truth.
see
Like
what
we
I'm
don't know
I
the
think
truth
saying?
that
about
no,
everything
I think that
else.
people turn a blind eye. I think people turn a blind eye to things that don't affect them directly. I
People
think that
do
that's
that,
what
but there
I
is
think that's
no
maybe.
way.
Yeah.
I know no black family ever that we grew up telling each other, watch out about the sex rings. Like, I don't know any. I don't care what
Whether
kind
you
of
use
money.
sex ring or people, that's why people teach you. That's why your parents and your aunties and everybody tell you don't talk to strangers. That was
No,
the
not
whole
because no
point. It's the
sex rings
same.
that billionaires are
Yeah,
running and
because
keeping.
they gonna snatch you,
Oh,
because they'll
no,
snatch you and
no.
they're gonna rape you, they're gonna
That
murder
is
you,
not
they're
the
gonna
same
prostitute you.
thing. You're
That's the whole
mixing it.
point.
You're mixing it. You're mixing it.
No, I'm not. I mean, I don't see how anybody. But see, that's if you didn't know, then I can't say that you did know. I mean, if you saying you didn't know, you didn't know. I just don't understand how people didn't know, because I mean, this is common knowledge. Kids be
It
getting
is
snatched,
not
and we've
no
been
common
knowing that
knowledge.
this stuff was
This
going
is
on
stuff
out
that
here.
is just being revealed to the world. It's not. It's common knowledge. It's being common. We're
No,
not
it's
talking
not.
about
I mean,
pimping and
I mean,
picking up.
it's
Like
just
it's
like
with the foreigners that's coming into this country. I think all that stuff new and they bringing it here.
no, it
I
ain't
mean,
no
it's just
just
like
no foreigners. It's,
cannibalism, though.
I mean, white people
Go
been
ahead.
doing
Go,
this. White people been
let
snatching kids.
I mean,
let Eugene
it's just
go.
like
Go.
cannibalism. It happens. We don't talk about that. I don't never tell my son, "Hey, don't talk to strangers because they eat people out there." People
Right.
do that type of shit. I mean,
No,
we know it happens, but
sexual
some
abuse, sex
conversations don't
trafficking,
go
all
to
that stuff is
those extents
common.
all the
That's
time. Is all I'm saying.
And we don't know. We
no,
didn't
that's
know to
like
that
sexual
extent
abuse,
it
sex
was
trafficking.
happening.
That's common. I mean,
All our
this is a
parents
conversation
said,
that probably should be had. Huh?
all our parents said was stay in this yard before you get snatched.
That's
Yeah,
hey,
that's it.
hey,
And you know
sex
what?
trafficking.
But
For
I mean,
real,
they're telling you
that's
that
good
because
you
they
said
know
that.
about what happens when
But
you
but
get
nah, but you
snatched.
nah, but we
I
didn't.
mean,
Our
But
come
we
on
parents
now.
didn't.
still don't know. Most of our parents
Hell
still don't
nah.
know.
So
I
what they think happened to you when you get snatched?
I
They
ain't gonna
telling you
lie.
that
Sex
they trying
ring?
to protect you from being snatched.
Are you talking?
What they
We're
think
talking
gonna happen to
about.
you?
Listen, we're talking about the Pizzagate. The Pizzagate
Lynch.
scandal was talking about Clinton Foundation actually going over to Africa countries, taking 200 and 300 loads of kids,
Yeah.
spreading them out to millionaires across the world. This is what we're talking about.
Like,
Right.
so even if we do go to that, like even if we do go
There,
to
wait a minute. There's no
hold on,
evidence of that
start.
happening.
Oh
So
yes,
that's
I
no.
need
There's no
you to go
evidence that the
dig
Clinton
into that
Start.
administration
Pizzagate.
did
That's
So
that.
crazy.
all that's gonna come to a head because they
No.
just locked the one guy up, the Epstein guy.
That
So
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton whole operation finna come to a head, baby.
Yeah.
that ain't no. That's not no the evidence.
Well,
They
until
been.
that
They got
does,
emails.
there's no evidence that that happened. But
Oh
that,
no, ma'am. You gotta no. Come on, no.
but
No.
I'm just saying I can't say what y'all knew about or whatever. But I cannot say that. But there's a reason why we were told not to talk to strangers. There's a reason why girls have to be watched because our parents and stuff did know that these things happen. They may not talk about it, but they knew that this stuff was happening.
I
So
think our
it's common
parents.
knowledge. There's so many organizations out there. There's so many organizations out there right now who have been fighting for years and years and years to stop sex trafficking. So I'm trying to figure out how people didn't know about it. Sex
Stop.
trafficking has
It's
been
just like
a
it,
thing, a serious issue.
All of them girls that came up missing out of DC and Chicago, black girls wouldn't be missing if we knew about this shit. We did
Right.
not know.
Come on, man. They ain't the first black girls that came up missing.
Show you
What
right.
about the girls down in Atlanta? What about the girls in Chicago? What about the girls down in LA? What about everywhere?
But
This
that,
stuff
for
been
one
going
thing,
on so long.
they never keep a tally on it. You can get a number of the so-called white missing, but never of the black. But once again, I don't care what
Well,
nobody
that's true
says.
that
Let
black
me finish
girls,
though.
that's
I don't
true
Let
care
her
that
what
black
finish.
girls
Let
are
her
missing.
finish.
nobody says.
Start. Let her land. Start.
It
There you
was
go.
not no, and I was raised around all kinds. I have never heard people tell their children
Oh, she muted.
older
She
person
muted.
now from their conditioning that can talk about the sex ring.
You going in and out. You going in
I
and out, Kiva.
she
It was not normal. We know people were getting snatched. We would know not somebody was snatching, steal you, but we never knew that people were funneling children like laundry. No.
Things
No, I
wasn't
understand if you
explained
saying
to
that you
us.
didn't know. I understand that if you didn't know. I think where my passion comes from is that I feel like, and I have been saying this since we first started getting on this panel, is that our community turns a blind eye to these things that are important because these conversations have been had all over the world globally. Sex trafficking has been that's been a major situation globally that organizations are fighting constantly. And for us to say as a community that we didn't know about it, that means that we need to do a better job at being in touch at the things that are going on in the world because I've been knowing about it.
Well,
And
it's
I
a
know
it wouldn't be an
there's
awakening.
young girls
It's a
right now,
lot of
like
stuff.
a lot of times when you see these young girls out here doing stuff that they ain't got no business doing, a lot of them were runaways or whatever that have been exploited. But you know, if you talk to them, you might think she a fast tail little girl, or she hot, or she put herself out there. But I guarantee you, there are some adults behind her that put her out there like that. So sex
Okay, but
trafficking
you
has
know,
been a common thing. Y'all dudes that are from the streets, y'all know about the girls going up in the hotel rooms, fucking and doing all that for money. Y'all been
that's
knowing about all that stuff. That's sex trafficking. All of that.
no, that's not. Most of them put themselves out
Huh?
there and whatnot. But here's the thing: before sex trafficking became popular, it was organ harvesting, and it's still a big problem with organ harvesting. Some people come up missing and get snatched, and their organs get took. So it's not just so much of them being
Yeah.
for sex; it's organs and all that above.
But
So I
And
guess
yeah.
it's our fault
But
that
sex
we
trafficking is
got
not a
our
it's
organs
not
because of
just
the
harvested too.
internet,
it
a
didn't just
lot of this
become
stuff is coming to
popular.
the
That's what I'm
light.
saying.
So we should have known about the organ harvesting too. We should have known these people wanted our
I mean,
organs too.
conversation
Well, the
conversations
internet
have
has
been
brought all
had.
this to the forefront because we are able to put things out rapidly and like you
Right. That's
know,
now, but you go back 20 years ago, like the condition, the frequent, we wasn't even the mindset wasn't even like we talking like we been on this level all this time. Like it's I don't know.
No, I mean, I'm like I said, I'm not knocking nobody, but I feel like you got to speak for yourself because I personally and all of these organizations that out here that have been working hard to try to fight sex trafficking and stuff like that. It's kind of slap in the face to hear when people say, "Oh, we didn't know about this," because it's a
A
serious
slap in
issue.
the face to
It's
who? The
it's
white
been a
people
serious issue
slapping
for
you
a
in the
long.
face
Yeah,
every second.
no, it's a
A
slap in the
slap in the
face.
face
that's
to
not
It's a
who?
slap in the
a smack in
face
the
to the
face to
victims.
not
It's a
know
slap in
about
the face
sex
to the cause.
trafficking. That's not a
No,
smack in
it's
the
a
face
yes,
because
it is. Yes, it is. It's
one
definitely a
that
slap in the
one
face.
they
And
To
have
that's
who?
experienced
that's
certain
why
things that
That's
they
why
that
so many
Yo,
black
yo, yo,
girls
let's
and
go
black
one at a
women
time.
have
One
been
at a time.
exploited.
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Let
That's
the
why so many black girls. That's why so many black girls and black women have been exploited years and years and years and years because our community always talking about they didn't know about something or they didn't know about this, they didn't know about that. No, the shit being right there, the information being right there all this time,
I
and
think it
people are
depends on where
always
you
saying we
grew
didn't
up.
know about this.
I think it depends on where you
True.
grew up. Like
I
everybody doesn't know
believe
the same
that
thing.
it
Everybody
hold
is
on, hold
doesn't
on.
have
Now let Camille finish. Go ahead, sister.
everybody doesn't have access to the same information. Everybody didn't grow up the same. So what you feel or what you hear in the hood
Actually,
may be
okay, go
different than if
ahead.
you grew up in the suburbs. So you can't say that it's a slap in the face because some people honestly, but I grew up in
Yeah, I can
Hendersonville.
say that.
That was where
I
I
can
spent
say
most of my
that. I
life.
can say
So a
that.
lot of the things that are privy to the hood, I don't have any idea about because my parents took me out of that at an early age. Not to say that
I
I'm
can.
not with the shit, but you can't be mad at people that
Well,
don't know what's
let me
going on
respond real
because they
quick
weren't
with one
exposed to
thing.
that.
I'm not mad at anybody. I'm not mad.
I have a question, Camille.
I'm not
Since
mad, but
you
I'm
know at a
saying what I'm
young
saying because I mean what I'm saying. Because at the end of the day,
hey Camille,
hello.
Yes.
did you know at a young age, like 14, 15, maybe younger, that it was sex rings going on?
No, I grew up in Hendersonville, so I was not aware of any of the shit that I know now. Like I will be the first to say I lived a very sheltered life. My parents didn't let me have sleepovers with, and they may have had their reasons. They may have known what was going on, but my parents didn't give me that information. I can
Right.
count on
From the
and
hood, and I
times
didn't
I've
know
seen my
anything
parents
about
argue.
it.
I mean,
Well,
and
You know, it's
that's y'all's
same
prerogative.
for everybody.
But the bottom line is that we have a social responsibility to know what's going on in the world with our people. And
You're
a
right.
lot of
We're
times
trying to
people
educate ourselves, but you can't. I mean, like people are behind. It's not something that everybody is known to. My parents sheltered me for a reason. I can count on how many times I've seen my parents have
they
an
shelter you
argument.
to
They're
protect
divorced
you.
now, so there's certain
But
things
they
that your
protected you
parents
though,
shield
still,
you from
Camille.
in order to keep you safe. But you get exposed to things
That's
at
because they
a late
knew.
age.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point. They knew to protect you because
I
they
can't
had the
honestly say that
information.
my
They may not
parents
have shared
knew.
it with you.
I know my parents made the try to
They
make the
did.
best
They knew that
decision.
something could happen to you if you did this and you did
But
that.
they
When I
didn't
asked
I
know
mean,
my
it
our
was
parents
parents
no
why they
tell us.
moved
sex
us out to
trafficking.
Hendersonville, their reason was because we had a yard. You had a area to play. They weren't concerned about the white folks and how it would be a culture shock to me because I grew up in a black neighborhood. So when we moved out to Hendersonville and it was nothing but white folks, they weren't prepared for the reaction that we were going to get because all they were thinking about, well, it's a better place, it's a better opportunity. You know, we've got a bigger house, we've got a yard, y'all can play it, y'all got your own rooms. They weren't necessarily thinking about, oh, sex trafficking or drug. They weren't thinking about any of that. They were just trying to make a better life for us. So I can't give you that in all consciousness and say that everybody knows about everything. My parents were just trying to make a better
I'm not
life.
saying everybody because I'm not. I mean, I'm not uneducated, so I know not to say everybody. What I'm saying as a whole, the information is out there if you pay attention to it. And we consciously do not pay attention to things that don't directly affect us. And so
You're
we have
right.
to take a social responsibility to know what's going on out there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, at the end of the day, when you become a parent, what do you tell your kids? You actually protect your kids automatically from these type of things, so you know that these things go on. So to say that these we don't know that these things are going on, no, you're
I
protecting
don't think
your
this is
children from
necessarily
those
knowing that
things
these things
going
are
on.
going on. It's an innate responsibility to shield your kids from anything that you think would harm them. It's not, oh, yeah, I know there's sex trafficking going on. I know it's going on down the street or around the block. It's not necessarily knowing that. It's just trying to make your kids have a better life than what you experience, trying to put them in a different situation than what you've experienced. So it's not always knowing that, hey, this is something going on. I'm sure. I mean, obviously I know that sex trafficking is going on. I don't know that I think would ever happen to me and my kids. My goal is to make sure that they have a better
Right.
life than what generational wealth. That's what I'm focusing on. But then you bring in all of this extra shit. It's other things to think about. Like I've got boys. My parents they had 3 girls, so I'm sure they had different concepts, different ideas of what
Now
would
you
could
gotta watch
happen.
your boys more so now too, because they
You're
doing it to
absolutely
them too.
right.
They are really targeting the boys for real,
You are absolutely
like they
right.
are the
But
girls
because
now.
exactly. And because I know more, because I stepped out of my comfort zone, then I'm able to protect my kids from any innate danger that I feel. But my parents, we grew up in I graduated high school 2005. Things were, I don't know, for me, things were a whole lot different than what they are now. Like the
I mean,
internet
but
is,
we all have heard of the Uncle Chester. Have we not heard of Uncle Chester?
I
Uncle
haven't heard of
Chester,
Uncle
the child
Chester.
molester. Y'all ain't heard
Yeah,
Uncle Chester, the
yeah,
child
yeah.
molester.
That
We
wasn't
have.
something I experienced. Like I said, my parents shielded me from a whole lot of shit. We didn't have sleepovers. We do none of that shit. My parents shielded me from a whole lot of shit that I got exposed to later
I
on
would
in
not
life.
allow my daughter to even spend a night over people's house. I wouldn't let
Absolutely
her go.
right.
She could.
But
She'll
Like
what
get
we
about
mad
had
at me.
things that are
She'll get mad at
explained
me.
my
different?
parents had to meet you. They had to have dinner with you. They had to have meet you a couple of times before I was even allowed to go spend the time over your house. So I don't know if maybe that was their innate thing, but I think my parents were trying to keep us safe. They were trying to keep us from being exposed to things too early, not necessarily sex trafficking, but they wanted to know what kind of parents you were. What were you going to
I'm
do to my
sure that
So
daughter?
your
what about
parents.
how
I'm
things
sure
are
that your parents
explained
did.
different?
It no, it hasn't happened though.
No, I mean
I'm
seriously,
upfront and
What you
raw with
say?
my
because
kids.
we
I
all
have
we
my
all had sayings that we grew up on that really wasn't explained. A lot of people don't even know why they say, "Are you still
No,
wet behind the
I
ear?"
agree.
You know what I'm saying? Some people,
I agree with you about the sayings and stuff like
yeah,
that.
but I'm
I
just
agree
really
with
all I'm
that.
saying is I understand your passion, but the thing is, when you're coming up with a conversation like, watch out for strangers, maybe your parents went into detail what that meant. and some of the parents, was not as deep, or some just said the saying and kept it moving. So
I know,
it's
but
really,
once we get older, though,
right
we
to this
kind of
point.
know what's going on, right?
But what if you grew up in that life? You can't easily take yourself out of that life if that's what you grew up in. I can easily remove myself from me growing up in Hendersonville because I don't really associate myself with white people. That's
I'm
not really
sure
a thing that I
there's
And
a
do.
lot of
that's
people
where
in
the sex
Henderson
trafficking
Remove
would be
still
happening.
didn't
It
know
wouldn't
about
be
sex
happening in the
trafficking.
hood.
Well, no, sex trafficking happens in the hood every day. Now,
Mm-mm,
like I
nah,
just
that's
explained,
not really
on
a
the
black
hood
thing.
level, on the hood, no,
Can
Start.
I
yes it
say
is,
one
yes it
thing?
is,
I'm sorry.
yes
This
it
purple
is.
lipstick you got on this picture is everything,
Niggas
sir.
take females, niggas take females and pimp them out every day. That's sex trafficking. That is sex trafficking. Y'all do know that, right? And that's hood. So
No, I
yeah,
think I don't know. I say trafficking is. I don't know. I look at trafficking. Number
that is
one
sex
is
trafficking.
moving them to like a foreign place though. Now, if I meet a girl, if
No,
I
they
meet
ain't
a
gotta be a
girl
foreign place.
out
That's not
east,
sex
listen,
trafficking.
let me land. Star, let me land, and then you can go. Please, just let me finish. Then you can go. I
Okay,
look
go
at
ahead.
sex trafficking. It's not if you take somebody, pick a girl up out east, and now you're pimping her out north. No, you pick a girl up from out east, and then you take her to California to sell. Then now, okay, now I'm looking like okay, that may be sex trafficking, but I
That's
don't
just
just
a
see that.
federal charge right there. It's still all sex trafficking. When you take them over state lines, it becomes federal.
That
But when
that's
you're doing it in the local place or in the same state, it's still sex trafficking. It's local sex trafficking. It's
That's
all sex
right, but
trafficking.
the conversation is kind of getting twisted because what we were
Yeah,
talking about the mega big sex trafficking of going from country to
I'm
country
talking about that too.
with the
I'm talking about
mega
that too.
that
But to
you know
answer about what
start.
we know
Let's
about in
hey,
the hood,
we gotta let people finish. Let people finish. We keep jumping in over everybody. Like when somebody's talking, even if you disagree, let them finish. Remember what you want to say back to them, and then say it. Cause like the YouTube family can't hear us talking over each other. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, finish up, Kiva, and then start. You come behind, please.
yeah, I just feel like it's kind of getting twisted from where we were. We were talking about the big fish who were caught up in these sex rings where they are actually using organization as fronts. Yes, we know the lower level, our parents told us to watch out for creepy Joe, uncle, whatever, whatever. But we did not know on a large scale that it was going on to this magnitude specifically because it is supposed to be hitting. So even though there are organizations out there, that it was not also just pushed the way that they're doing it in our face, like they hide money, they hide the racism, they hide these things. So it's not so much that we wanted to ignore it. Who in the hell knew that they were transporting 200 and 300, 400 people in a walk to have them traffic? And this is what these organizations do. Like, no. And I don't feel like that's a slap in the face because our minds have been intentionally held back from information, from knowledge on all levels, that right there is a smack in the face.
now can I respond? I listen. Nothing's getting twisted. I'm talking about that too. We ended up talking about lower level on the hood because a couple people said that we didn't know about it in our face in the hood or whatever, and this is a white thing. Now, it may be a white thing as far as the big fish level because they the ones with the billions of dollars and things like that, but it's still not a white thing because the cartel has been moving hundreds of people, sex trafficking them globally for a long time, and that's the cartel. So that's not white. And then other countries that with people of color have been moving hundreds of people globally and trafficking them that are they're not white either. Sex really don't even sex trafficking don't even have a color. You got pedophiles, you got people who want to exploit people, and they exploit more people of color. Yes, they do because it's a global thing, and Africans get exploited, Indians in particular. In India, they get moved around globally and get exploited. Asians get exploited quite a bit. Hispanics get exploited quite a bit, and then people in America get exploited quite a bit.
But they've been
It's,
left to
this is
right
a
with those
global
Haitians.
thing, huh?
They've been busting them left and right with those Haitians.
Yeah.
Sex trafficking those Haitians. But hey, Star, what black cartel you know that's sex trafficking women?
I'm not I ain't talking about no black cartel. I'm talking about
Yeah, where is the black
cartel.
cartel?
The cartel. That's what I'm talking about, which are
Yeah, but
Hispanic.
they're
They're
not black.
Mexican.
Right. They're not black.
No, the black people are pimping on the hood level. That's what I was talking about. Because black people are doing it too. They're snatching
I
girls
think that's
and
different.
they're taking young girls and put them on the street. Yeah, it's not just a white thing. It's a sex thing and it's a money thing. All these
Okay, can we
so-called
look at the
pimps out
definition?
here, what you think they doing? They sex trafficking. That's sex trafficking. They selling women. Who's calling on this thing? So black gangs, they sell women too. So I mean, it's a global thing. But as far as if you're talking about the big politicians and
Can
billions
we
of
look at the
dollars and stuff like
definition
that, of what?
of sex trafficking?
Yeah, we can do that. Hold on, I'm finna look it up.
Oh, I got you.
I got it right here, y'all. Let me do
You
it.
got it?
Action or practice of illegally transporting people from one country or an area to another for the purpose of sexual exploitation.
Well, that ain't happening in the motherfucking hood.
And that's what I thought. And that's what I thought it was. It's like when you pick somebody up and you really take them
Hold on,
like
I
to
got
this
here.
far.
It's
It should be against their will also.
sex trafficking is human trafficking for the purpose of sexual exploitation, including sexual slavery. A victim is forced in one of a variety of ways into a situation of dependency on their trafficker and then used by said trafficker to give sexual services to customers. Now, I work with
Them hoes in the
organizations.
hood, they ain't
I
for
fight
it.
domestic violence. Wait a minute. I work with organizations that fight sex trafficking and sexual abuse because that's one of my passions, which is why I'm talking about this. And sex trafficking includes all levels of sexual exploitation, whether it's prostitution, pedophilia, global, local, all of that. All of that is included into the definition of sex trafficking.
But they not forced. That definition said forced that you just read.
Sex trafficking is human trafficking for the purpose of sexual exploitation, including sexual slavery. A victim is forced in one of a variety of ways into a situation of dependency on their trafficker. Now, I'm talking about if they have a trafficker. Now, if this is somebody, if you sit in your house right now on Craigslist posting yourself to go sell some pussy and you ain't giving your money to nobody and you just putting that money in your own pocket, that's not what I'm talking about. But if somebody is pimping you out, trafficking you, then that's sex trafficking. And you're being exploited. I don't care if you 50 years old
But most
and
times
you
if they
with
have
it.
a pimp, they're not being exploited because
That is exploitation.
they have an addiction and they was like, oh, the money's slow here in Nashville. Let's go down here to Memphis and make some more money.
It's
So,
still considered by law. That's still considered sex trafficking.
and
It's still considered that whether now we're not going to look at all of them as victims. Of course, I'm not. That's not what I'm.
they're gonna be charged for prostitution, not sex trafficking.
No, the person who's trafficking them the pimp is charged with sex trafficking. That's what I'm talking about. That's sex trafficking. If I take you right now, well, anybody right now, and go sell them, then I'm gonna be charged with sex trafficking.
What if it's the prostitute's idea and she take the dude down there and be like, I need you to protect me because we going to Memphis and let's
He's
go.
still gonna
And
be
she gets
charged for
busted.
sex trafficking.
How? That's her choice.
He's
She the
still
sex
gonna be charged.
trafficker.
No, she's
Do
prostituting.
do you think that
She's
all
prostituting.
prostitutes are enslaved by their pimps?
Because I'm
It
talking about the
depends.
slave ones.
I mean, I'm not gonna say all.
Right.
I mean,
And
if
because
they're giving their
I
money to a
understand
pimp,
that
there's
there are
something going on there.
situations to where what we consider a woman that's a prostitute, that we consider her being pimped, sometimes her giving her money to the man is voluntary. Sometimes it's not a situation where he has to force her.
I know, but in the world where you're trying to fight these type of things, they're still considered being exploited by the pimp. So at the end of the thing, at the okay, if I'm in Russia, let's say I'm Russian, and I want to get to America, I don't have enough money to get to America, and they tell me I'm pretty, and they say, well, we got a modeling job for you in LA, and then we'll get you over there, but this is what you got to do. And I'm 18 years old, or I'm 17, or however age I am, and then you move me over here to LA or wherever, and then you tell me I gotta have sex and I gotta do this, and that's sex trafficking. If you take me down to Memphis and we in Nashville, and you sell me to somebody down there, you just sex trafficking me. That's sex trafficking. It don't matter if it's down the street or across the globe. That's
Even
sex
even
trafficking.
even if I'm not trafficking, I'm just you asked me to take you to Memphis and you gonna pay me. That's sex trafficking.
Do you know
It's
that
your
you're taking
idea.
do you know that you're taking me to go sell some
I'm
pussy?
I'm not your pimp. You're
But do
pimping
you
me.
know that you're no, I'm paying you. I'm not pimping you. If I'm
Right.
paying you,
If I catch a sex trafficking charge, I'm the one getting pimped.
what yeah, but your ass, if you know you taking me to sell some ass, you just sex trafficking me if I gave
And
you some money to do that.
the bottom line is if they underage children, I understand. But if they grown ass 21 and up, motherfucking grown ass ladies, they doing what they want to do.
Well, how you know that they
Because
haven't been getting exploited since they was children? How you
they
know?
got they got like, when they in the room with that nigga by themselves, they got time to get the hell up out of there. They can call
But they might
911.
be
They
mentally,
can
you
do a
don't
lot
know
of
what
shit.
they done been through. They may be so mentally fucked up because of all of that. You don't know what they been through. Like some of them, they go through hell. You don't know what they put them through, especially if they grab them when they young. They work
I
them
did
until their
that.
bodies give up. They work them until their bodies don't work no more. So they,
I did that. But a
you know what I'm
person
saying?
of sound mind is gonna get away. Your instinct to survive is gonna kick in.
Yeah. But then a
So
lot of those girls get killed. A lot of those girls, they scared because they done probably witnessed somebody getting killed. You don't know what they done, and then if you've been selling your body since a certain time for a certain amount of time, you may not have no self worth within you. You may think that's all you supposed to do. That's where the exploitation comes in, because the mind is very, like, people don't understand. People think that everybody's supposed to be so strong, but the mind is weak and it's fragile. And if you get somebody, especially at a young age, and you tell them that that's all they worth, and you make them do that over and over and over and over again, or you put them in that situation where they don't know no better, and then even when they come up and they get older, they think that that's all they know. The mind is very weak and fragile. It's not as strong as everybody's. So that's
but you
where
catch that
that's
first
where the word
charge,
exploitation.
you catch that first charge and you go to jail, you got the police telling you all the way to the station, what the fuck is you doing with this guy? He's a piece of shit.
Right,
They're telling
right,
them everything. He's not good for you. You get downtown, the lady booking you, she tell you the real. Your little fake lawyer tell you the real, and then you get out and go right back to that nigga and do the same thing.
right. Same reason
That's
why
a
women
choice,
stay in
dog.
bad relationships.
And
Same
that's a
reason why
choice.
women stay in bad relationships. It is a
It's
choice,
a
but at
bad
the
choice.
same time, you don't know what that person. You don't know who that person really is, what they've been
Stop.
through.
It's a
You don't know
choice.
the
Listen,
influence.
stop. If
It
you can
is
get
to a certain extent.
outside, if you can get outside away from the physical custody of that person, you can get away. If you decide to go back, that's a choice.
I think in that scenario, 3 out of 5 they can walk away, get away from it, and be okay. The other two, they probably witnessed some things that may make them fear that person, may think that they gon' something's gonna happen to them if they try to run away or whatever. They use fear to keep those women in check.
Man, look, they
And
done
some of
learned
them,
some type of
it's not
game.
just
Listen,
women, it's guys too.
you gotta have a certain amount of game about you to even be a prostitute. First of all, because you gaming the nigga out of his money. So second of all, you can game this client out of money, and then you turn around and give it to the next nigga. You sex trafficking in all these different states. You can find a way out in a way. Man, some of these women, that's their lifestyle. That's what they like to do. They get done with that shit. They go hit Vegas somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
You
And
know what?
then
I'm not saying that that's not the case because I know that's the case. But when you're trying to end stuff like this, you have to look at them as being exploited because they dumb enough to be in that situation if they continue to be in that
what I'm trying
situation.
to say to you, every case when it's dealing with prostitution and pimps or whatever, and it's across state lines, every case is not a sex trafficking case. They need to look at all of these cases
It is a
individually,
sex
like
if they're
no,
being sex
like
trafficked.
they
It
are.
is sex trafficking.
Listen. These are individual, separate cases. There's a story to everything. You just can't categorize that because this lady asked this man for a ride, take her across there. He knew she was gonna sell some pussy,
Why
but
are
he
you
ain't her pimp.
protecting the pimp, Mike?
He ain't her
Why are we
pimp.
protecting the pimp?
Listen, I ain't protecting the pimp. I'm just saying it's common goddamn sense.
If a
Use that
woman want to
shit.
sell her body, what she need a pimp for?
Exactly. So why the fuck is he going to jail? That's the whole point I'm trying to explain to
No,
you. It's a fucking
no,
choice.
he needs to go to jail because it's people.
Have you
To me,
stop? Have
I'm
you
gonna
ever
say
heard
this.
the saying
I'm gonna.
stop? Stop. Have you ever heard the saying, nigga, your bitch chose me. These hoes is
Yes.
choosing out here, stop.
Yes.
They choosing.
Listen, listen. I get that. I know all about it. I'm not green to none of that stuff. What I'm saying is that I've been trying to look at it from a different point of view because people have to care enough about these lost souls out here. These women are lost souls that they will follow behind men. There are some women out there that they pimp too. It's not just men.
Yeah, listen.
There's
The
some
men,
women who
women
pimp
are
too.
listen. The women are lost souls. They are. No lie about that. But what I'm trying to explain to you is these women, they harder than what you think. They're playing their crime victim. These hoes are slice a nigga throat in that goddamn room and get the fuck up out of there. If you can do all
Right.
of that,
But if you
you can
sat
get
down
away
there
from
and
this
talked to
nigga.
them, if you sat down and talked to each one of those women, you would probably find out there is some deeper stuff going on with them. The
Man, I done
problem
seen
is
it
that
all.
society doesn't care about those people. They throw them away. Because if you sit down and talk to each one of those women, unless they're a psychopath, because there are some sociopaths and psychopaths out there that nothing ever bad happened to them and they just ended up being fucked up like that. But if you sit down and you actually get to know those women and talk to those women, you'll find out that majority of them were molested when they were children. Some were physically abused. Some were like horrible things. Some of them, when they got older, stuff started happening to them. They was raped or they was like, if you start listening to some of those women, and there's men too, because there's men that are being prostituted out, they gay or whatever is going on with them. So there's men too, and they usually have issues going on with them too. But in particular, women, if you sit down and you actually, but see, society says throw them away because of the arguments. Like you have valid arguments, Mike, and of course society gonna be like they want to do it, they want to do this and that, they doing this and they doing that. Like, but even these Instagram models, so-called models, the ones that got the airplanes in their bio, you know they selling pussy. They selling pussy. They got the cash app in the bio and all of that. They ready. But if you talk to them, you'll find out that there's something wrong and something going on with them. But society throws them away and say no, they want to do it. So, but it's usually something going on with them.
But they still want to do it, stop.
I mean, the drug dealer want to sell dope until he's shown something different, until he's shown that he's better than that. You know what
But
I'm
he
saying?
still
Until he's
want to
shown.
do it. That's his choice. He know what's gonna happen to him. You talk to any dope dealer, he gonna tell you, I'm going to the penitentiary. He know this. If he don't go, he thanking God that he ain't win.
A lot of times people don't realize consequences to things until they actually in the middle of it. I mean, they know it happens, but they don't really get it. Some people just don't get it until they actually dealing with the situation. We all done did stuff that we ain't supposed to be doing, and then we like, damn, I knew I shouldn't have done
It's
Hey, Star,
always
Well,
gonna
they
be
need to
an
get
ass for
back in
every
their
seat.
family.
Star, you gotta let a hoe be a hoe.
that.
It's always gonna be an ass for every seat.
Okay, I'm
Right.
sick of
Go back to that. Go listen to those ghetto boys songs.
it. Yes.
You gotta let a hoe be a hoe.
No, I mean, if we look at it like that, then we're not gonna help the actual victims. That's why I mean, a hoe needs to
You
be a
know who
hoe
the
if that's what
victims
they want
are?
to be.
You know
Huh?
who the victims are? The niggas that's paying. They the victims. They don't. If you reach them and give them some type of counseling, the hoes gonna go out of business.
No. No, listen. Whether you paying when you get married, or you paying when you take them out to dinner and the movies and stuff, or you paying, a bill here and there, or you paying, everybody pay.
Man, listen, you gotta help them poor Johns. They the ones that's going out here
Everybody
riding up
pay.
and
They
down the
just going
street.
straight for it. Listen, everybody pay. When you marry a woman, put that ring on the finger, and you pay for everything for y'all marriage, you paid.
Man,
When you
that's
take a woman out on a date and y'all have sex afterwards, you pay for it. When you pay a
listen,
bill here and there and give them $40 for gas, you paid for it. I'm just
that's
saying,
different, dog. That's different. I'm talking
they
about a
just going
nigga
straight for
in
it.
his car, 3 o'clock in the morning, riding down Skid Row, looking. See this bitch walking down the street. Hey, get in. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit. He don't know if it's a
Yeah, but he don't
transvestite.
have no.
He
All
don't know
right.
if it's a robber. He don't know He don't know if she got AIDS. He don't know what's going on. You see what I'm saying? He need help. For him to be in his mind, to be out there risking his life like that, he need help.
They do
Get
have.
him.
They got
I'm
like
telling you how to solve your little
organizations
sex
that help
trafficking.
John.
Stop. I'm trying to tell you how to solve your sex trafficking. You need to listen to me. Get to the nigga that's paying for the pussy.
You
Get
can't.
him
Most of
something new.
them, we know it happened in the black neighborhood. Most of them white, and it's in their nature. They hypersexual. Goddamn it, they ain't gonna fuck a tree, a dead animal, something. So goddamn it, you ain't finna stop it.
So when you go out of town with a man and he giving you
Hmm.
money, is he trafficking you?
No.
No, if he sell you to somebody for money. If you go out of town, if you paying, okay, I think you getting it mixed up. So you saying that he tricking off on you? That's tricking.
Okay, what about this? Like you go out of town, you see the millionaire, and the millionaire tell
Hmm.
your old man, look, I got $1 million for her tonight. He wrote out, hey, this nigga got $1 million. Go on, give him a good time. So is he sex trafficking you? Y'all just on vacation.
Yeah, yeah. He just sex trafficking you, and
We
you
didn't
just
go out of town with
prostituted.
this. I didn't go out of town with this
But you
and
agreed.
sex trafficking you.
Yeah, it's still sex trafficking. It still fits into, if that millionaire, like if the
Even
police
with
was,
you agreeing.
if the police officer, if a police was listening, they would arrest all three of y'all. Yeah. The John gets arrested, the sex trafficker, which is the one that he talked to get it going, and then the prostitute gets arrested.
Do you
If
Star?
there's an
Do
exchange
you
of money.
Do you hear how absurd that is? You're arresting three people because they got some type of same sexual attraction that they finna do. They say business. They're three grown ups. I don't give a damn
Agreeing
what
to.
y'all doing. I don't care if that man is screwing your wife. That's y'all business.
That
Why would I
ain't.
take you
I
to
mean,
jail
that I
for
didn't
that?
make the law. I didn't make the law. There's a law against
That's what I'm saying. This
prostitution
Me Too
and
shit
sex
is out of
trafficking.
control.
That people don't
No,
realize,
that's
not
been on the books
not you
before Me Too.
specifically, Star, but people don't realize that's how much we have let government get in our business. Because it makes no sense if a person wants to sell their ass, and if a man want to let their wife or a wife want to let their man sell it, it's no reason a third party government should step in to say a motherfucking thing. We're not. That's not sex trafficking. We ain't talking about a motherfucker with hell beyond without they will or made or forced. We talking about motherfuckers agreeing, making an agreement.
It's still sex trafficking. If you sell somebody to somebody else
I
for sex, it's
understand that,
sex
I
trafficking.
got that comprehension. I'm
But
just
I
saying
get
I
it. I
think
mean,
it's
I
bull
know about
crap.
that. I mean, if a guy give me money and I decide to have sex with him, who gonna tell?
But by
I'm
law,
just saying.
what we're saying is by law, then that is still the same thing. I feel like that's the law overstepping its boundary. We know that it's law. I mean, I understood that from the, I always knew that. I'm just saying, to me, that's how government is one little reason how they're over boundaries.
But what if that man was like kind of strong arming her? What if my
We ain't talking
husband is
about that. We
strong
talking about
arming
people
me?
that want to sell themselves and they cool. Everybody agreed on that shit.
Okay, but I'm just saying though, who is to say what is what? That's
No,
why they have
we
the
were
law. That's what
particularly
I'm saying.
y'all. No, y'all dropped the scenario, and he made the scenario. You said that still would be sex trafficking if they
Right. Ain't
agreed.
nobody gonna tell in that. Wouldn't nobody be telling in that situation?
I
So
was
there
just
will be a
making the
reason why the
statement
police will get
that to
involved.
me,
I mean, I
that's
don't know.
how to me that's where I believe government oversteps its boundaries. That's what I was just saying.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is the reason why government does that is because they don't know if that woman really got strong armed into it or
Yeah,
if she was a willing participant.
that would be in a yes, it's some of them they do know. We done seen it on cops. They set up the stings. What you mean? They weren't strong on. They set
I
up the
mean
stings.
that now if they setting up the stings, that's something totally different. But like, let's say if we're like three consenting adults, who gonna tell? Nobody. How is the cops even gonna get involved in that? If the cops got involved in it, this must be like something frequent that is happening, or they done caught wind of some prostitution going down, stuff like that. So even in that scenario, the cops wouldn't even know about it, but it's still technically under definition sex trafficking. That's all I was saying.
Right, and that I understood. I was just saying that's how to me in them situations like that's government overstepping their boundaries when people are agreeing to some shit that they want to do.
But just like if a dude be like, I got $50, or I ain't saying 50, like $500. Hey, you want me to pay the rent for you, baby? Can I eat that pussy? You know what they be saying. But anyway, stuff like that. That's not sex trafficking because that's not sex trafficking. You might be prostituting yourself to the trick because he a trick, but you're not being sex trafficking.
How is that prostitution though? So you're not
Right,
really
it shouldn't even be
selling
Because
yourself.
prostitution.
if it's an exchange of money for sex, then that's definition of prostitution.
That's pandering.
It's prostitution too.
I
So
call it I scratch your back, you scratch mine.
if you got an itch, scratch it. I don't have nothing to do with it. Women been surviving like that for a long time. I am not against no woman who do that. If she nasty though, I am against that because of diseases and stuff like that. But whatever a woman's business between a dude with some money, that's her business. But the minute somebody else or organization comes into the situation and they are making money off of selling that woman or that guy, then that's sex trafficking. Or if they moving them around, driving them around, anything like that, that's sex trafficking. That's all I'm saying.
We
That's
agree
what
with
it
you
is.
too.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why the man got to be charged because there's women out here that's pimping
Mike,
so-called
I can't
pimps.
say that. I was about to say something stupid. Never mind. I forgot you married. I was about to say, Mike, nobody is for to interfere with you going out and doing what you want to do.
I
But
don't
I was trying to be
participate in
funny.
those
Never
activities.
mind.
I don't participate in those activities. I can't afford that shit.
What you mean? Hold on, Mike. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Now we on to something. God damn it. So what you saying, Mike? You ain't never paid for sex?
Man, hey, like I told y'all, when I was 16, 17, I walk in the strip club, they call me Young Blood.
Where was you at the Mirage?
Bro,
What you
bro, at the
top dog?
Mirage, nigga, I was 16 years old in Miko's. What is you
Ooh,
talking about? Do you remember that?
ooh, that's throwback.
Police officers used to be in there, bro. No bullshit. That was the spot. Now they might been doing some trafficking, but it was all type of women in there.
Yeah, no, I was in Top Dogs, and they wasn't trafficking. They wasn't
Yes,
trafficking.
they were.
Yeah, they wasn't trafficking.
Yes,
Man, Top man,
they
come on, man.
were. Yes, they were.
Them
No,
girls had
Top Dog
gunshots,
wasn't.
and
Top
them
Dog
girls
wasn't
had
doing it.
gunshots and
Them.
cigarette burns all on them, man.
Them girls was willing
Yeah,
participants.
them girls came
No,
straight from
y'all
Andrew
know that.
Jackson. They walked from Andrew Jackson to
No,
Top Dog. What you talking about?
No, Calvin, you know that some of them dudes was coming in from out of town with them young girls. Come on now,
I
at
don't
Top
know.
Dog and
I don't know
Mirage
if it was that.
and
If
702
I don't know if they was
or
doing all that
701.
at Mirage and Top
Let me
Dog.
tell you, they
Yeah,
still
they
do
was.
this. They still do this now. This I just had this conversation with a dude last week. Like it's females that want these dudes to go to be their protection. Like I'm not understanding why who want to interfere with this shit.
Man,
I
I'm
mean,
telling
it
you,
should be
man. I
Like
interfered
look.
with. I
they
mean,
actually looking for the dude for the protection. Like, nah, it ain't the dude pimping her. No, I need you to go on for the pay you to be my security.
I done been to protection before. That's
All
why I'm mad
right.
about that shit.
that's why
I
you
done
mad.
been to protection. Hell yeah. Rob called me like, "Hey man, I got
Mike,
500
I'm
for
not
you.
trying to get you locked up.
Drive me around." I drove her around. Didn't never have to beat up nobody or nothing. I'm not a willing participant in this shit. I'm just the Uber. The first before they started Uber, I was Uber.
Oh my god, man! All I'm saying is that we gotta open our eyes up and care about the people that want the society wants to throw away. It's so many people. I mean, think about all of us. If somebody threw us away, where would we be?
Well, what should we do
Well,
about
we know
making people value each other?
And I think like what we doing now, educating and talking and having conversations, that's one of the things that we're I think that's a positive thing. I think if we start maybe talking to the undesirables, the people that we look at, like we see the junkies all the time, you know what I'm saying? Like, and we laugh at some of the shit they do. And but
Yeah, but
if we
I mean,
start to
how
know
can we help instill value in them when they rely on the education that we go and get?
I mean, we gotta stick around. Like one thing that I like about Gideon's army, when you compared it, I'm just using this as an example. Hopefully this will help answer what I'm trying to say to you. What one thing that I noticed about Gideon's army, which they may not be perfect, but out of all of these pop up organizations out here that are supposed to be helping kids and doing all this stuff, they're the only ones I really see. I'm not saying that they are the only ones. I'm saying they're the only ones that I actually see really going into the communities, meeting the parents, talking to them, really being out in the trenches. And
No,
that's
it's
what
a
we
lot
have to
of
do.
organizations doing that. I wouldn't say it's a lot of
I
organizations.
mean,
I mean, it's
I
just
don't.
like the music industry. I mean, you have the mainstream and then you have the underground. They both
Mhm.
doing work. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They in music, but one is seen more on the mainstream compared to the ones who are underground. That's all that
I
is.
mean, I see people going out
I see
handing
a
out backpacks and giving out lunches and talking to people and stuff like that back to school. All of that. That's not what I'm referring to. I'm talking about actually going and to these people's family house and really seeing what the problem is and addressing it. Actually getting involved in those kids' lives and actually, that's what we need to do to show people value with each other, not just children, but adults too. Like if we go talk to these prostitutes and find out why they prostitute, and kind of maybe not try to say, hey, you're a bad person because you prostituting, or you shouldn't be doing this because you prostituting, but maybe getting involved in their lives, checking up on them, having lunch with them, being involved. What are your needs? What is it that got you out here doing this? Can I show you this right here? That's how you instill value in people, is actually being involved with them and caring about them.
Well, I agree with you 1,000%. And one thing I can say about that is the hardest part about doing that is finding people who understand the value in that. Like a lot of the times, you see
Hmm.
a lot of organizations pop up, and they just want to they want to pop up, and they have their own personal agenda. Which, if you create an organization, the agenda should be always for the community that you establish from, or the problem that you're looking to solve. So a lot of the times, you got a lot of organizations who are just formed. They just established. They don't have no direction.
Hmm.
They don't have no concept. They just want to. They just formed. So then you got a bunch of like he said, a bunch of underground groups who are doing the work, but they're not affecting the community as well as somebody else. And he made a valid point. A lot of the times, if I had a camera, with me, you would probably see me on covers of magazines and a whole bunch of shit, because a great deal of the places that you see Gideon's Army at, I'm there. I get invited to every Black Panther event they have. I'm everywhere doing everything. I pass out food, but I don't take pictures. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't do interviews. That's not something I do. So I'm an underground person. I just want to do the work. I don't want to be
Well,
interviewed.
Nina, I'm not saying that they do everything that they should be doing. I'm saying that I was using them just as an example, just
Yeah,
because I have seen that they are getting very involved in the people, which
yeah.
other organizations, they really just go and do something, put it on the gram, and that's about it.
And
No
I
follow
agree,
through, no follow up.
and I'm agreeing with you, and I'm saying that those people that you're talking about doing that, who's going out doing something and putting it on the gram, they don't see the value in creating and building the relationship with the
Mhm.
community. They don't see the value in that. Like it's so many different organizations that I talk to, and I try to instill that concept in, and they just don't get it. It's like they have another agenda, or they have another idea or concept that they think is going to work, and it's like it's not going to work like that, because they don't know you. You see what I'm saying? They don't value you.
Mhm.
You can't go to a community and then clean up, and then 8 minutes later be back passing out political flyers. When you passing
Mhm.
out political flyers, everything you just did is now voided, because now you're not out here to help me. You're out here to push a political candidate. But it's hard to get certain individuals to see that. See what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
how you know that because you work with people on a regular basis. A lot of other people don't think like that. And you got a lot of organizations who have that same mentality that don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with you 1,001% is what I'm saying.
And I think that we do overlook, as blacks who are out here trying to affect change, we do overlook the undesirables. And I'm one of them. I've been guilty of that. You know what I'm saying? Because some people, I don't want to be bothered with them. But like, and it's so easy to target children, because children are our future. It's so easy to say, "Oh, I want to help children. I want to influence them like this." They're the easiest demographic to form an organization and let that be your target
And,
market. You know
and
what I'm
see
saying?
and
But
see the
the undesirables, they don't want to deal with that. Like,
and
and
see,
then you got white organizations that are dealing with our undesirables.
and, and the biggest problem with the organizations who mainly target children, and this kind of one up to what you said about Gideon's Army, about them knocking on the door and meeting the parents. But a lot of organizations who solely base around kids, what they fail to realize is once the kids come to you and you like I said this before in the podcast. I don't know if y'all remember. I mean, on one of the shows, if y'all remember, that a dude gave me a piece of paper and he balled that John up and he balled it all the way up. And he told me he gave it back to me and told me to straighten it out. Then he balled it up. Then he straightened it out. He balled it up and he straightened it out. He said, "This is essentially what you're doing." He said, "You get the kids, they balled up. You straighten them out inside your organization, but then you send them back home to the parents who gonna ball them right back up." So a lot of the times, a lot of these organizations solely base around the kids, and they don't think about what the kids going home to. When I was younger, my mom got 5 kids. I'm the middle child. I was an adult at 13, 11. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Mhm.
cooking bologna and eggs, and I'm stealing clothes off people lying on North Second and Lane Guard. I'm grown. I'm a grown adult. I'm going to school to eat and to take a nap. I'm not going to school to learn that. So when I go home, you know what I'm saying? Like when I go to Charles Davis Camp or when I go to Red Shield Center, they straighten me out. But as soon as I go back home, I'm a man again. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of these mentorship programs you see, they don't focus on the parents. Like you got to coach the parents too. Because if you tell me I'm a king and I go home and my mama tell me I ain't shit, I'm not gonna believe you. Oh, my mama. My mama said
So,
I ain't shit.
so what about when they say, Nino, that I guess the saying is like you can't teach a old dog new tricks? Cause like, and when I say that, I was saying I was just talking to some people that was just like, you know what? At some point, we got to say, fuck these adults and try to empower and teach the kids.
Yeah, but see, because it ain't
I
about
believe you can teach the old
I do
dog new
too.
tricks.
I agree,
yeah.
Eugene. I think you can, bro, because I learned a bunch of shit in my adult life. You feel me? If y'all want to
Right.
go with the woke and sleep comparison, shit, I was sleep till I was in my 30s. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Y'all would have said that Hillary Clinton was trafficking kids and the Clintons was trafficking kids to told me that at 25, and I would have said, man, y'all got President Bill fucked up. But at
I still
35,
think that
I'm
I still
at
think that
Hey,
they got him
at
fucked up.
hey,
But
35, I'm
anyway,
like, now Mike, no, Mike saw it. Mike watched
hey,
me.
we had a whole lot of arguments late night in his backyard. They used to gang up on me,
Yeah,
but I always stood my ground though, because I knew I was right.
yeah. I ain't gonna lie, y'all would have tripped. If y'all would have met me then, I would
Yeah.
what you call a coon. I'm like,
Yeah.
man, Mike, you are tripping, boy. You
I wouldn't say no coon.
yeah, I mean I knew some shit, but I'm still feeding you the bullshit.
Yeah, and
It,
see, and that goes all the way back to what I've always pushed the whole time. Like since I got on this thing, man, it's all about us, like stepping outside the box, unlearning and relearning. Because even when you look at the people that are so-called leaders in our community, or the so-called organization leaders that we have, they don't have the proper mentality. They don't have they don't have the selflessness that's necessary to actually not only run an organization but to lead it in a positive way. You know what I'm saying? So it's constant restraints put on some groups. It's certain groups can be way more effective than others, but they're not able to do that because some of the leaders aren't allowing that to blossom into what it needs to be. And it's because of that way of thinking. Because just like how you was in the backyard arguing with Mike, it took you now from what you learned back then to now, nigga, you got a whole cast of audience members and everything talking about new shit that you learned. But the problem is a lot of us get stuck on that boat and we are scared to venture off and try to do something new. So we end up falling into the same pits of doing the same thing everybody else is doing and failing. Miserable.
so what I was saying is, Nino, what is your strategy to talking to these parents, right? So if I take little Billy and bring him to my organization and tell him he's a king, and he going back to LaQuisha, his mama, and LaQuisha telling little Billy, you ain't shit.
It
What is the first
it
step to talking to
to
LaQuisha?
to me, I think the drug dealers in our neighborhood taught us the most important key factor to teaching anybody anything is leading by example. We didn't want to be a drug dealer until we seen what kind of cars they drive and what kind of women was in their passenger seat. It's the same rule apply. I bump my head constantly trying to teach old men new tricks, and they don't listen. But what happens is you break away, you do your own thing, you show them exactly what you were talking about, and then they're gonna inquire for information, and you're gonna lead them in the right direction, just like with parents. When I was younger, I went to Cameron Middle School and I got kicked out of Cameron Middle School 2 times. I never seen the 8th grade. I never seen the 9th grade at Cameron Middle. I mean, 8th grade or 7th grade at Cameron Middle School. I got kicked out to the point where they just skipped my ass, bumped my ass up a grade. I mean, they bumped my ass up to Antioch, right? So the whole time, nobody could tell my mom how gifted and how smart I was. It's just I couldn't stay in school. She wouldn't hear it. In her mind, I was slow. You know what I'm saying? They're like, nah, this boy brilliant. So what they did was they had me take a test. And the test I took is now it's called like the gifted test. I took the test and I took the test and I passed. And then she started seeing all the opportunities that was given to me. Now my punishment is I gotta read a book. You see, it changed. My punishment used to be I'm gonna whoop your ass or go to bed early or run around the house until you tired. Now the punishment changed. You want me to read a book. Now you want me to write a paper. Now you want she can't even read that good, but she want me to write a paper. You see what I'm saying? They they taught that old dog new tricks by showing her that the possibility of me being something way better was prevalent. And that's what we have to do, even with these organizations. Like a lot of the organizations, I'm telling you, I talk to organizations on a regular basis. They invite me places. When you first approach them and you tell them a solution that you see, it's an argument, it's a fight, just like you and Mike in the backyard. 2 years later, they're like, "Hey man, you was right, man. Yeah, nigga, but if you were listening to me 5 years ago, we wouldn't be fighting the same goddamn fight." But that's the nature of the beast. You just got to lead by example, just like the grassroots. when they knocking on these doors and they introducing themselves to these parents and they getting the respect for the parents. When a parent call and be like, he bad as hell, and they go to the house and they're like, no, he not bad, he's mad. And what he told me about him being mad is because you call him stupid. It really hurt his feelings. You shouldn't talk to him like that. You see that? A lot of parents don't think that deep. I had a girl one time, her son was at the library. She took her son to the library to do a project. And she said something to the extent of him being dumb. And for 2 days in school, that motherfucker cut up. And it was all because she hurt his feelings. Because he can't express to his mama, you hurt my feelings. See what I'm saying? I had to convey that. So it's all about, it's leading by example, in my opinion.
But see, that's the thing too about we should be able to talk to each other about, like, instead of minding our own business all the time.
Right.
Like if you know that sister so and so just calls her son or daughter stupid all the time, then you as a woman, you should be like addressing her. Like a group of women should be talking to her and seeing what's going on. How can we help you to support you and show you that that's not how you teach your, treat your children or whatever. But if she was to do that, then people say you need to mind your own business. That's her child. Blah blah blah. So, and the same thing, if a dude is doing something he ain't got no business doing, like there's been dudes that done smacked their woman or did something like that, and the other dudes be like, that ain't our business. We ain't gonna
Right.
get in there. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? But those dudes should have addressed that man and said, hey man,
I love
you
you.
don't do that.
I love you said that, Start, because look, man, it's a quick story time with Mr. McGee. So I was riding. I was after I cleaned my building yesterday. I was coming home, and I seen an older black couple. Oh, they looked older, but I don't know. I guess they was about my age, 30s, mid 30s, somewhere in there. And like the man had the girl like in a little chokehold, and then he kind of pushed her off of him, and she turned around and ran back up to him. And I fucking stopped my car and was pulling over my car. And when I pulled over, I seen they was laughing and smiling, and I was like, "Dang, bro! Like 8, 9 years ago, you just would have mind your business." But I was ready to get out and intervene in that. Didn't know what was going on. I just seen two black people, and it looked like a black man was finna attack a black woman, and I just jumped out and I was finna help, man. And then that let me know, like, dang, bro, you came a long way.
For,
You
for,
feel
I
me?
think,
for,
yeah, that's good. I think guns interfere with a lot of that because shit, that man, if he was beating her and you try to help, interfere in that, he might have would have tried to shoot you. You know what I'm saying?
That's
And
a
that's a
fact.
problem.
That's a fact.
anybody who listening that decides that they want to be a person who step up to the plate and stand on morals, stand on principles, stand on something they believe in, and speak on it no matter what the backlash is, just know you're gonna get backlash. People gonna look at you like you a
Mhm.
problem. They're gonna look at you like you an argument waiting to happen. They're gonna look at you like anytime you call out some shit that ain't supposed to be, or something that is that needs to be addressed, or something that needs to be fixed. If nobody else has that same intention, if nobody has that same morale, you're gonna look like a problem. I'm just throwing that out there, just letting y'all know that now. It's
I'll
been
give you yeah, I'm sorry, Nino. I didn't mean to
no, no,
interrupt.
you good. Go ahead.
I'll give y'all a good example. The cucumber. No, what's the cucumber or banana? The cucumber challenge. Isn't it cucumber?
Yeah,
Have y'all seen that?
yeah.
Y'all seen the cucumber
I
challenge?
love, I
Okay.
love it.
Okay,
I
I bet you
I
do.
did the cucumber challenge, but go ahead.
No, wait a minute. What?
No, nah, man.
No.
Be
No.
quiet, Cap. Don't
Everybody
say
say,
that.
wait, what?
No.
What
No.
is
Look
the
now,
cucumber challenge? I
I'm
never
gonna
heard of
ride
it. What
this.
is
I'm gonna ride this horse on the old town road. What?
Nah,
Wait,
bro.
what?
Stop,
Please.
Cap. Cap, you coming out right now, bro.
No.
Live on
Let me
what's
let me
the
YouTube.
what's the cucumber
no.
challenge?
The
Oh, don't
cucumber
worry, Mike.
challenge
No.
Now y'all
it's a
keep y'all
song.
just
No.
don't hey Nino, don't explain it. Y'all keep talking. I'm gonna show. I can show. We can show them better than we can tell them. So
No,
y'all keep talking.
you're not gonna show him anything. I hope.
Hey,
Oh
wait, whoa,
my
hold the fuck
God.
up.
You said you
Hey,
did it though. You said you
I did
did it,
say
boy.
that.
yeah, I should
All
have
right,
said
That
that.
man.
I
Keep it
said my.
going then, man. I don't even want to know.
Bro,
I'll do it.
I ain't gonna show you
Keep
me
it
doing
going.
it. I'm gonna show you somebody else do it. I
that
set
night.
myself up for that though. But go ahead. Y'all go ahead. I'm finna pull it up, Mike.
Okay, so wait a minute. I want to say this. Okay, so the cucumber challenge. it sparked a whole lot of bullshit because
Mm.
a lot of women got into it about that because certain people posted themselves doing a cucumber challenge and it was like they were real nasty with it, spitting everything, you know. And some other women addressed it and said, you know, we all suck dick and everything, but that's not how a woman's supposed to portray herself on the internet. There's got to be some lines drawn. You know what I'm saying? At what point do we not portray ourselves like that? And then so the women who did the cucumber challenge, their response was, "Y'all some hoes, so how y'all gonna call us out for being some hoes?" But
Yeah.
and then the hoes responded and said, "Well, yeah, but we ain't portraying ourselves in that manner. That's just crossing
Well,
the line." But my whole point is that that's how things are supposed to be. Like they caught a lot of backlash for calling them out for that. But
well,
that's how it's supposed to be. Women are supposed to address other women, and men are supposed to address other men.
well, I think that's to me, in my opinion, Star, and you might disagree, but I feel like that's different. And the reason why I feel like that's
How?
different is because certain people put sex in a higher level than other people. Like you might think sex is one of those things you do behind closed doors with just your husband. With me, I go to Menage's every Friday. And I fuck in an open room full of a bunch of people. I don't value it like you value it. So that's different. But if
No,
my okay, hold on, let me
but that the
hold on.
issue is the
Star,
internet.
let me give you my example. Let me finish real quick. Like for instance, if Mike got 3 kids, right? But he ain't seen his 3 kids in 3 years. But he got a girlfriend that got 2 kids, and he the best dad in the world to him. And she posts on Facebook, "Happy Father's Day to my king." And I reach out to Mike and be like, "Bro, tell her stop doing that. You not no king, nigga. You got 3 goddamn kids that yours you ain't seen in 3 years." That's a difference. That's me calling you on your shit. But me looking at you saying, "Oh, you believe in Christianity? Oh, you just a dumbass nigga. You just we need to fix that about yourself." That's not the same
No, I'm
thing
not talking
because
about something like that. I'm talking about
yeah,
the reason why it was a controversy specifically is because it's on social media, and women are starting to say, "Hey, you know what? Maybe we should not be portraying ourselves like this on social media, where young girls are able to look at us doing this. Yeah, we may do our thing, we may, do this and that, but at some extent, we should not be teaching younger people who are easily influenced by social media to slob all over cucumbers and choke on them and do all of that."
Star. Let's show our
What? You
good
don't want
brother.
me to tell?
Let's show our good brother Mike, because Mike ain't. You know what I'm saying? We talking about being informed earlier, so let's make sure Mike is informed. Make sure our brother is informed. You with us, brother Mike? This here, my
Yeah.
brother, is the cucumber challenge.
Let's go. Daddy Glock.
he got the best one too.
Come on your block, they were renegade. I don't really care what you say. I don't give a big about their days. Got a tip.
This this is hey, hey, they ain't shit for this video.
Sit up, swallowed that motherfucker whole.
Hey, they ain't shit. They ain't shit for that video. I didn't know that was going in like that.
Funny as
What
hell.
the fuck?
But see, like Nino, I'm not talking about like somebody personally and they ain't spending time with their kids. I get what you're saying, but I'm saying overall as influencers, because these were celebrities that were getting into it about this, right? They are influencers of large masses of people, and the women address the cucumber women, the known influencers who show their bodies and probably sell pussy and stuff like that address the other influencers who do whatever and did the cucumber challenge. They're saying, "Hey, we all suck dick here. We all do. But we have young girls looking at us. We have, whatever going on. We have all these women looking at us. And even men, should not even see us as women spitting on and choking on cucumbers, because it's a lot of people actually doing this. You know what I'm saying? Now they out here licking popsicles and ice cream for some reason. I don't know what's going on out here, but it's
When
crazy.
I get what you're saying, and me and your sentiments are the same. That we just need to learn how to be able to openly call each other on our shit. But you know, I mean, I'm just gonna leave it at that. I
But it was
agree.
a lot of backlash. That's what I was saying. Because you were
Yeah,
saying if you do call people out, it's gonna be backlash. And in that
yeah.
case, it turned into a whole situation it should have never turned into. It should have just been a conversation that the women had, but it turned into some all kind of beef and all kind of man, they went to war with each other for days, back and forth. They talk about each other kids. They talking about all kind of stuff going on,
Well,
just because those women said, "Hey, y'all, let's not do
yeah,
that as
and
women."
see, and that's why I kind of put a title, and not really a title, but I put a genre to the type of shit we should call each other out on. Because if I call somebody out, or if I say, look, y'all need to stop smoking weed, that shit's not bad, that shit not good for you. That's why I don't smoke weed. That's an opinion. That's not like a fact. Like
Yeah,
you,
that's an opinion.
yeah, you not being in your child life. That's not an opinion, nigga.
That's a
That's a
personal
goddamn
attack.
fact. You know what I'm saying? That's a motherfucking fact. So
But that's
when
still a personal attack if you put that on social media, though.
okay, but this is what I'm saying. I'm saying specifically that we need to call each other out on shit that's going better ourselves and better the people around us. I'm sorry, but I don't accept no kids on my Instagram. So if
Yeah,
I
me
want to
either.
do if I want to do a peach eat challenge and your child seen it,
A what?
if I want to do a peach eating challenge, nigga, that's you know, your child ain't got no business following me. You should have better control over who the fuck your child is following. That ain't got
But
nothing
what
to
if
do.
Eugene and Calvin and Mike and Antonio and some other men say, "Hey man, we think as men you shouldn't be representing us like this, eating them peaches."
I don't think they should be too concerned with what the fuck I'm doing with my mouth and my Kroger Plus points. I don't think it got nothing to do. Now, if they see me beating, smacking the shit out of my girl on the street, and they walk up to me and approach me and tell me, "Bro, you know, you need to handle it a better way," you know, you know, again,
But le-
the
but let's
biggest,
change this. You're an influencer. Let's say you're an influencer with hundreds of thousands of followers or a million followers, and so you at
it
that point you don't control if kids follow you because they're gonna follow you because you're an influencer.
okay, but
So let's
again,
say you are
that
that. That's
that
different.
goes back to the role that I decided to step into. If I stepped into the role of as an influencer, and I don't know who you're referring to, but the girl that you just saw, she's a porn star. She's not an influencer. She sucked dick for a
Well,
living, nigga.
that
That's
wasn't the
not an
girl that.
influencer.
That's not one of the girls. She started that. I
Yeah,
think she's
but
the one that started. But I'm talking
every
about
girl,
the celebrities that responded. They're the ones that got into it
yeah.
about it, not
Okay,
her.
okay. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. It's about the role that you stepped into. The girl that we just saw is a porn star. All the other girls after her were porn stars or just internet thoughts. If they're influencers, they're influence of that culture, right? If Megan Good is on there talking, bitch, we not expecting you to suck no dick with a cucumber. That's not your role. That's not the lane you're supposed to be in. You
So now some of them was from Love and Hip Hop. Some
and
of
they all.
them was from,
I
huh?
guess what I'm trying to say is the
Love
woman
and hip
who has
hop.
the
That's
Yeah.
they
exactly.
lane. That's
That's
love
their
and hip hop
lane.
lane.
That's their lane.
Yeah, but no. So that I mean, but some of them are no. The ones from Love and Hip Hop, one of them did was sucking on it and spitting on it, and the other one from Love and Hip Hop called her out on it. So they got into a beef about
Star,
it because she was.
you gotta let a hoe be a hoe, Star.
Yeah, you gotta let a hoe be a host star. That's what I'm saying. Like they got a lane that now. If I seen Michelle
You
Obama
gotta
do the cucumber challenge, I'm judging. I'm like, okay, look, goddamn, like this is not your lane. Like you shouldn't even be over here. Like you know what I mean? You
Okay,
know,
the people that follow Michelle Obama probably would not be easily influenced to go suck on cucumbers like that. But the people who follow Love and Hip Hop stars are our young girls who would be easily influenced like that. And let's not just talk about the young girls. Let's talk about the young men who also are
okay.
going to be influenced by that because they're going to look at females as objects to suck
My,
on their
well,
cucumbers.
well, can I ask a question to the panel if I can? Hey,
Go ahead, bro.
the people who got kids, I know Mike got kids, I know Cap. Are y'all kids that easily influenced? Do y'all do, do
Hell no.
I don't know no goddamn kid in my house, in my life, that is that goddamn influenced that see a
You
motherfucking
don't know
cucumber
what
challenge.
they influence to. I
You a
mean,
mother
you don't know what they doing when you ain't looking. You
Okay,
Because
don't know what they talking about, what
if
they
I'm honest,
saying.
okay, let me say this. Let me
go
say
ahead.
this. Let me say this real quick. You right. I don't know, but I can show signs. My child is not gonna go from playing and watching Roblox on TV. I mean on YouTube and watching other kids play with other toys on YouTube to sucking a cucumber and me not see the signs in between that. Somewhere in between that, I
First of
knew the
all,
next step
what
was
you
she gonna
just
suck a
described
cucumber.
was a child that's not even on those platforms watching the cucumber challenge. Now, if your child happens to be on those platforms watching the cucumber challenge, if
Yeah,
it's
but
your son, he gonna be wanting to get his cucumber sucked
yeah,
on. If it's your
you
girl,
you
she
not
might think that that's appropriate.
you not getting my example. What you're doing is you're going specific by the age that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that. The sentiments I'm trying to show you is, but between whether it's going to work at Popeyes every day, wanting to go get her nails and hair done, move from that. I'm gonna see some kind of sign in between that to say her next step is sucking cucumber on Instagram. It's no
Yeah, and
way.
I believe you. I believe you, but that's not everybody. Everybody doesn't have that parent in their life or that,
Okay,
you know,
so
person that watch over them.
how is it
So
the person how is it the person who is okay with sucking a cucumber on Instagram? How is it they fault that you allow your child to skip past roadblocks to sucking fucking cucumbers on Instagram? Make
And I
that
listen,
want
make
to
it
know, and so
it's
I
not
want to know how does this negatively affect little boys? They don't
yeah.
affect little boys in a negative way at all.
because
That's what
you got to
all little boys
understand
want
that
that. What are you talking about?
not
That's what the
the
little
way
boys
that it
want.
affects. Yes, exactly. That's the point. But it gives them a false idea that that's what females are about. That's what I'm saying
They
with a
already
negative
think that.
impression.
They
Well,
already
they
think
really
that.
thinking if they see you doing shit like that on the internet, they really gonna think. My thing is, I'm not blaming those women for sucking on the cucumbers because they probably, will hear us talking about this. I'm not blaming y'all for sucking on cucumbers or thinking that was fun to show off your throat skills on the internet. I am not blaming you for that at all. That is something. See, what y'all don't realize is that a lot of women actually sit around and talk about this shit amongst ourselves. And if we're good friends with somebody, we might talk about stupid shit like that. But that wasn't for the internet. So at the end of the day, it's like if you are an influencer of so many kids or so many people in general, you take on a responsibility. It's not saying that you have to care. You don't have to care about that, but you can't get mad because other women say, "Hey, let's not do this." Because the women that actually said something to those women, they didn't say it in a negative way. They was just trying to say, "Hey, let's not do this. We don't need to do this. This, it's fun and all or whatever, but let's not do this." The people who did the cucumber challenge are the ones that responded in a negative way and got real hostile, and then it turned into a whole situation.
Yeah,
You know
but
what I'm saying? And I'm just using that as an
yeah,
example of how we need to be open to that criticism from each other.
I'm just saying the thing that's confusing to me about the cucumber challenge is when I ask who is it hurting, and then you say people that it influence. Well, I know somebody who
Yeah.
hosts. I know somebody who hosts naked yoga classes on a regular basis where everybody in that bitch butt ass naked doing naked yoga. And I also know somebody who's a stripper. I know somebody who does porn. Are you saying
Okay,
that
what does
they
that have to do with what that? If they do it in their private life, that's their business.
Okay, but what I'm saying is they take pictures, they post it on Facebook. I can post some in a group for you. At the end of the day, are you saying this is just negative? They just passed a law.
Listen,
Hold on, listen, hold on. They just passed a law in Florida to where it's okay to be naked at the motherfucking beach. Women walking around nowadays with their nipples out in all shirts. I'm talking about see-through and fishnet with their nipple and their
we're not
titties
talking
out
about images though. We're talking about actually slobbing and sucking and spitting. You
on a
know what?
cucumber, not a real dick, a cucumber.
Yeah, but you're representing the dick,
Well,
and
you
and I'm saying like you're on TV. We all see you on TV. You are a celebrity. We see you on the
Oh,
blogs. We see all of that. As a
Star, Star, I'm
woman,
gonna cut you off,
hey,
Star.
what's
Do
up?
you understand that these little boys are
huh?
Googling this shit, and this shit is real shit is popping up on Google. It ain't no cucumber bullshit. It's the real deal. Do you understand that? Little girls are seeing this shit too.
You can get
I
online,
understand
star
that, but
star
that's
when
not
you
the
get a
same thing.
hey, star when you get a chance, go on YouTube and look at what is it? ASMR. Look up ASMR. That's letters. Look it up. It's whole videos, thousands of videos of people just eating food, and the shit is with a microphone in their mouth, so you can hear them crunching on everything. I feel like that's just foul. That's like symbolizing eating coon, but it's a whole thing. It's like millions of videos of people just chewing crunchy stuff.
I
That's
mean, I'm
disgusting.
sorry, but
It
I mean,
resembles.
I get it. There's a point to be made on both sides, and I get it. Like I said, if you want to do that on your page, you can do that shit on your page, but don't get upset when women say, you know what? Let's not do that for the young people. Let's have a better. Let's not do that. That's just taking it too far.
Calvin, can
You
you
can't
pull
get mad at people for feeling that way.
Calvin, can you pull that up? ASMR.
Oh my god.
Please pull it up. I want
I
y'all to
got you. I got you.
I want you to see how similar this looks to a man pleasing a woman. But it's supposed to be soothing. A psychologist say that the study proves that this is soothing to people, like people watching
It's
the
a
pimple,
fetish.
like people.
Hey, you know what's crazy, bro? When I just typed it in my YouTube search, somebody been using my computer to already look at this shit, bro.
I tried to say.
And it's probably one of my
No.
fucking kids, bro. I hope this shit ain't. I hope this ain't nothing to do with sexual, Nino, because it
No,
got to be my
it
kids,
ain't,
bro.
man. It ain't. It's just
And to
somebody
tell you finna
literally.
get somebody a whooping tonight.
It's somebody
No,
literally.
no, Calvin, let me take up for your kids real quick. You do know that popular searches will populate even if it didn't come from your computer.
Nah, but I know
Okay.
the colors are different when someone searched it and clicked on it. You feel me? I can look for real, bro. Like if I show you my screen, like the rest of the shit is blue, but I can tell you exactly what it say. Hold on.
I'm
It's
trying to.
ASMR
Oh.
eating and ASMR eating honeycomb. It's purple.
Uh,
Man, go and pull it up, man. I'm trying to tell you. So, in my opinion, all they doing is the only thing they're not
Ah,
doing
this
is
probably my daughter. This look like some shit my
yes,
daughter
that's what they
watch.
be watching, and they watch the pimple popping videos too. The lady who just be popping people pimples. I don't know what they get out of it.
Yeah, that's weird.
yeah. Well, now they're watching cucumber challenges.
Now what? Now what, Star?
Now they're watching cucumber
Hey
challenges.
man, my daughter said not. You go get
Putting what
y'all determined
you
to
can't
get
put in.
somebody a whooping tonight. I see what y'all are. Somebody finna give one of them good old
No,
whoopings where you
I,
wake them up out they sleep and give them an ass whooping.
the bottom line is that we all have been influenced by music, media, all of that. We all have had some influence from these things, and because social media is so big now and has such a huge impact over us, some of the influencers are saying, "Hey, let's start drawing the line somewhere." That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I get your point because a lot of us on the phone was influenced by street niggas. So I get what you're saying. But when
Hmm.
it comes to the area of you know, and I'm not gonna mention it because I don't want to keep going back and forth. But hey, this look at it, Calvin. Though, look how stupid this is. I don't understand how people find this satisfying, man. And
It's a fetish.
all they doing is it's not a damn fetish. It's actually it's supposed to be soothing, man. Fast
That's
forward
what
that
makes it
shit.
a fetish.
Nah, fetish is nah. Head is a fetish. That feel good.
That's just like some people get turned on when you plug something into a wall. Like some that gives an orgasm to some people with fetishes.
Look at that, man. And all she gonna do is eat it, and it's like a microphone in her mouth, and it like I don't know. It projects the sound of her chewing. I came in the house one day. and Z and her daughter was watching. I was like, what the fuck is this? Me and Camille was like, what the fuck is this shit?
I seen this on Facebook.
See, look at that. Look at that, man. What that resemble?
Yeah, that's wild. This is a wild video, man.
Man, this shit nasty as hell, man.
What the fuck, man?
We not talking about you, I promise. I'm just trying to figure out.
It really look nasty because her face all pale and shit. She got the red lipstick on. That shit.
Hey, man, that shit that is crazy.
Hey, she said it's a black girl to be eating crab legs all the time, Mike. That might be more your lane.
I'm good.
Yeah. Hey, Kiva, you still with us, Kiva? Yeah, Kiva ain't with us. Kiva must have stepped away. Tony, you with? Eugene?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I still got the brothers with me. Well, look, man, let me tell you this, Eugene, man. It's a new drink right now, man. I got my ticket, man, for September 20th. Me and 500,000 of my closest friends, we going to Area 51, man.
Oh my God.
We kicking that bitch in. You hear me?
Y'all finna die.
We going to Area 51, Eugene. We running in there. We trying to see what's going on with these aliens, bro.
With the aliens, bro.
Yeah, they hiding something from us, bro. They ain't finna keep us out of that desert in Vegas like that, man. Y'all doing some bullshit out there. So it's a petition going around, bro. I want y'all to sign it. Get y'all tickets.
No.
We bum rushing that bitch.
No.
What you think, Star? How you think it's gonna work out for us?
Well, first of all, usually in the movies, when people go looking for something, they find it. And then your ass goes, ain't no telling what's going to happen. Second of all, I'm not finna, sign no petitions. It's a reason why they keep us up out of Area 51. And so I'm just going to trust that they got a reason. Well, I don't want to see no alien.
Yep.
I like this, though. So now I got to ask the panel, what are they keeping from us?
I think they got some kind of, alien stuff there going on. Something.
So you believe in extraterrestrials?
There's too much. I can't really say I believe it, but there's too much circumstantial evidence that leads to believe that maybe they may exist. It's not enough for me to say I believe it.
Mike, I know you know, brother Mike. Mike, what they hiding from us out there, bro?
Man, they hiding the top-notch weapons that they got, bro. That's where they test them all at. You take your ass in there, you're going to be turned into dust.
No, but listen, bro, you always talk about revolution. And revolution, bro, we 500,000 and counting finna mob up in there, bro. This might be the start of the revolution, bro.
How many white folks is it?
I'm pretty sure. 500. What I say? 500,000. 500,000. I'm gonna say 490,000 of them.
They're gonna need us. We'll sit and watch this one, bro. We'll watch on the sideline.
Hey, Mike. Hey, he gonna and realize it's gonna be all niggas there. All the white boys ain't gonna come. They just sit the back sitting for y'all food to run there. Some motherfuckers ain't gonna be there.
Nah, niggas gonna get to the meetup. Niggas gonna get to the meetup spot and say, "Where the white people at?" Shit, I'm going back home. I ain't going in there. I ain't going there fucking with these people.
We will go get some hand.
I believe it's a bunker out there, though. I do believe there's a bunker out there.
Explain that. Explain a bunker.
Like only certain people will be allowed to go into if there's ever like war or a nuclear disaster or something like that. That I believe is a underground bunker where they can live and run the country from there while everybody else die.
I like it. Kiva, you with us, sister?
I'm here.
I want to hit it. I know you say it's a distraction, but what are they hiding from us in Area 51?
I mean, we really don't know, so we can't do nothing but speculate. But we know it's definitely a distraction, but it's also a revelation because it's a lot of testing that they didn't reveal to these projects that have went on in that area that
So
has been released. Even it's a lot of testing, a lot of nuclear testing. So it's a lot of documents that you can read. I pulled up one of them because I was looking. It was called like the Dust Buster or some shit, where they were doing nuclear bomb above ground and underground, and they were talking about all the effects, cancerous effects, and a lot of effects that the people in that area have been having for years, and it's just what it is. So, I mean, we know it's a lot of shit there. Hell yes, underground cities all across the United States, all across the world. It's underground cities, period. Like, they've been doing this shit. We ain't
so
even talking about inner earth. Like, we just talking about underground cities.
yeah, so sis, I want to tell you this, man. Look, man, I got 500,000 of my closest friends, and on September the 20th, we running in that bitch. Sis, you running in there with us, or you gonna sit back
Hey,
and?
I'm motherfucking nah. I wish the fuck I would. Them motherfuckers, they ain't gotta do nothing but push that button and send that frequency, and all them motherfuckers are falling one time. They don't get. They not finna play with them motherfuckers. That shit is a distraction. They be dumb as fuck to run. They look better going running in the White House.
Ooh, you might be on to something.
Shit, hey, you not finna go out there fucking around because whatever they had, they not playing like they ain't playing in Antarctica. They not playing, so you do better jump in that motherfucking fence at the White House.
Yeah, nah, I'm really bullshitting, but because
No, I know, but I'm just
them
saying
damn
like that
army, I
distraction.
think was it the Air Force? The Air Force came out today and said, "Man, listen, man, y'all come out here playing, you'll be a fool. You'll be a fool to come out here playing
Oh,
with us." They
shit.
just they got to because they really saying it's a hoax. But the Air
Yeah.
Force said, "Listen, man, hoax, smokes, whatever you want to call it. Y'all come out here with that bullshit. We're gonna set y'all ass on fire." So
They're
I'm
like,
really on Mike. I really hope it ain't a hoax. And I'm like, Mike, I want to see if the white folks can really run in that motherfucker.
I want to see them do it. They
Me
they the
too.
type of do that shit. They with that dumb ass shit. So
Yeah, exactly.
more power to them motherfuckers. I sign just so they need one more name. I sign just to get them hoes to go do it.
Hey, I'm telling y'all, man. Look, let me show y'all the first. Let me show y'all the first motherfucker who gonna run in there. Look, my guy gonna run straight in there. Hold on. Hold on. Look, y'all can't tell me he ain't running in there with him.
Hey man,
Hey,
look,
and
I heard they
this
kill you before you even can get to Area 51. So even before you can even get there, they gonna light you up.
I'm not finna
all right,
play.
I got a question then. How does America get out of killing 40, 50,000 people at one time?
Dude, you not understanding, man. They ain't gotta do
What you
nothing but
mean get
send
out
out
of
a
it?
I mean,
frequency.
how do you explain that? How do you explain that to your citizens and to the world?
They don't give a
Now
fuck.
they tell you to your face that we're gonna kill you
Guess what? That's when
if you
we'll
come
know
over
what's
here.
really up. We'll know it ain't no day for us type of shit.
Now they tell you to your face, like they tell you. I got a question for y'all. Maybe y'all can answer this question, cause it might be a similar situation. So like I dropped somebody off at the y'all know what a Nissan plant is out in Smyrna.
Yeah, yeah.
I dropped somebody off at work there. I couldn't read the whole sign, but on the sign it said once you cross beyond beyond this gate, you're not in U.S. territory no more. And I was like, and the way that it said it had it, and I saw the sign all around the gate, like in different places around each gate, in at each entrance. It's letting you know when you
hmm
step inside of this gate, you're not in U.S. territory no more.
And them are the people who are operating as private, not citizen, but private individuals. They are not citizens.
No,
I'm gonna ask you,
The
Star.
Smyrna
Star, I want
plant,
to ask what did you yeah
Nissan plant.
what did you take from that though, Star?
That's still private property.
What did you
But
take from
okay,
that, Star?
so what I took from that is that like what you were saying, how would they explain it to the people? They tell you before you can get to Area 51, they got signs. that tell you you come beyond here, this is what's gonna happen. That's the same thing I took from that sign. It said when you're not in U.S. territory, so in other words, you don't have the rights of a U.S. citizen when you step beyond this gate. So if you do some bullshit behind this gate, we're gonna handle you like we in Japan or wherever the fuck Nissan from, right?
I hear you. I hear you.
Is that? I mean, is that a?
Yeah, that, I mean, yeah. Now
I would have to do some additional research, but
a sign
I
like
didn't.
that.
I didn't.
Go ahead,
Go
sir.
ahead.
No, I was saying a sign
I
like that would make my antennas go up. Like, oh shit, why y'all telling
and
me
I'm
that?
and you know what? People probably don't realize they probably sign their rights away when they take the job.
Man, my thing is about that shit is go over there, let the motherfuckers do anything. Don't underestimate the goddamn Southern cracker. They gonna go in there, man.
They
You got
with
them.
that shit. They definitely with that shit.
Well,
It
I
ain't
mean,
happening.
anybody that go up there and they get killed, I'm not gonna feel sorry for them.
Nah, we don't
Like,
feel
I mean, I
sorry.
kind of want to see. No, I kind of want to see that happen. Just to see that. I mean, I don't know. Is that
Man,
bad for me to
Smyrna
say?
police will
Just to
go in there
see.
and shoot that motherfucker up if one of them white folks get killed in
Oh,
there.
you talking? Oh, you talking about Nissan? I was talking about Area 51 when I said that.
Ah,
But no,
well,
I
they
think
dead.
I think I think that the sign is Nissan from Japan or China.
Yeah, they so Asian. I know it's one of those Asian countries.
Oh, I think they from Japan. I think what they trying to say, if you steal or you do anything behind this gate, then you're subjected to Japan's laws, not the United States.
That mean they
Now,
own that land, literally. Not like nobody own their house. They having a allodial title to that land. Period. Meaning, yeah, you can come on there, they can kill your ass. Ain't nothing them folks gonna do.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I
You
and
chop
I
chop
wonder
your
if
damn hand off. You take something up out of there.
Like
Damn
I
right.
said, on paper, that
yeah.
sound good. Kill one of them white people down in Smyrna. Watch how quick the white Smyrna police department be in that motherfucker.
Not
Mm.
Well,
if
you
you
know
want
that.
it. That's like people who isn't. That's no different than reservations. That land, that sign she talking about is no different than a motherfucker on a private reservation. Take your ass on there and do something. Them Indian, well, whoever the fuck on that motherfucker can light your ass up, and ain't nothing nobody can say to you but oh it farewell.
Yeah, because what I
Motherfucker.
gotta say, because when you dealing with like Asian countries, though, they already may have a treaty with America, Mike. I'm pretty sure they got a treaty with America. What the Smyrna police gonna get a call and say, "Hey, stand down,
Hell yeah.
stand down." Like he was bullshit. Your man was in there bullshitting. We
Man,
already
them
got
state
something.
troopers gonna already be in there. This gonna already go down. The state troopers. You talking about a goddamn state where they just now honored what's his face? The KKK dude.
Bedford,
What's his name?
Bedford,
Yeah.
Forrest Bedford or something.
Listen, man, these rebel flag motherfuckers. This is Tennessee, bruh.
Mhm.
Understand where the fuck you at? Don't nobody run nothing but the cracker, and they gonna let it be known. They don't give a fuck about no goddamn sign saying you off of U.S. motherfucking for
Oh
property. They
yeah,
gonna
they
go in
do.
that motherfucker.
Yeah, they do care about that. And
They don't
guess
give a
what?
fuck.
Let me tell you something. It's so many people operating like it. Man, it is literally private roads. It's
Let one of them
private.
chinks
That's a
Hold
kill
fact.
on.
one of them
I'm
white
telling you,
folks.
some
Let
shit
listen.
fucked us up.
Let one of them white folks do something in there, and one of them Chinese people deal with them or kill them. I goddamn guarantee you,
Ain't
they
shit
will be in
finna
there before
happen
the
to 'em.
FBI will.
No, you gotta understand. No, no, no.
It's bigger than this local
No,
I
Tennessee
know
shit,
what
They
Mike.
y'all.
probably
I
no.
can't
know what
even get
y'all
in
talking
there.
about. I
The
understand
police
what
probably
y'all
can't
saying.
even get
The
in there.
I
police can't get
understand.
in there, sister. The police ain't got no goddamn jurisdiction. They gonna stand the
I
fuck
understand
down.
everything y'all saying. I totally get what y'all saying. But the law don't apply to when something happened to a cracker. Now, when us get shot up in there, then okay, they're gonna stand down. Let
Them
one of them
Chinese
white
don't
folks
give
get
a
shot
fuck
up in
about
there.
them crackers. Them Chinese don't
No,
give a
they
fuck
don't.
about them
They
crackers.
don't care
Them
about no
niggas
white
I
either.
people.
know. The crackers don't give a fuck about the Chinese either. Let them Chinese kill a cracker in that wherever they're supposed to be they land that's still in
They
Tennessee.
done bought
I
up
guarantee you.
California. You see how much land they done bought up in China? They doing business. This is what I mean. What you mean they
Well, I
family?
mean, do the Asians really run the plant though? Are they really at the plant, or is it just American people running that plant
Man,
though?
Probably American people really running it, but I just think that shit is above the local Smyrna police.
Hey,
Yeah, you
okay,
right,
then
Mike.
let me tell
Bro,
you this.
go
Let
ahead,
me tell
bro.
you this right here. Let me tell you this right here. The U.S. Embassy in Benghazi. Do your research on that, and then you'll see them signs don't mean a motherfucking thing when the people got blood in their fucking eyes. That shit means nothing.
But you know what? Them people, they wouldn't even have the heart though. Like them people don't have heart like that. Americans don't have heart like that
You
for real.
Yeah.
goddamn lie. You got them fucked up. They the inventors of heart. What are you
You know
talking
what?
about?
I'm gonna have to fight you on that one. And like these some nasty, dirty motherfuckers, but they ain't fucking with them other foreigners in the heart they got. I'm sorry, dude.
Well, you know that, yeah. The
Listen,
National Guard.
listen.
Let me tell
Let
you
a
something. The
white
National
person
Guard
get
is out
killed.
there. The National Guard is stationed out there by the Nissan plant. They probably have orders to defend that plant if something
He
happens.
gonna run up in that motherfucker.
Who?
The National Guard gonna run up in that bitch. This is about
No, you
freedom.
not. You not. No, I'm saying the National Guard probably has
Listen,
orders
man.
to defend the Nissan
They're
plant.
gonna disregard all the orders if a white person get killed.
Shit.
I don't believe that, Mike. I don't. I
Let
don't
one
think
of
a
us
single.
get
I don't
killed
think
in
a
there.
single life. I don't think a
You
single life
got
is worth
them
that, bro.
fucked
They
up.
don't give a fuck about that single fucking point.
Yeah, man. Come on, Mike. Them people, you run up in there. The National Guard run up in there. Next thing you know, the head of the National Guard done had a heart attack, a mysterious heart attack, bro. Man, come
Goddamn
on.
right.
And you know who the head of
Like,
the National Guard is? It's the governor, bruh.
but
The
the
fucking governor.
man, listen, bro. The superior is gonna tell that governor stand down or else
I
Hell
do what I want to do. I got states' rights.
you gonna die.
yeah.
You'll have a
Whatever.
heart attack. We'll see.
They ain't finna,
We'll
they're
read
not
about
finna
you.
send no
Hey, that's
federal
why.
troops.
Look here,
They
Korea.
not finna send no federal troops down here to protect no motherfucking Nissan plant. They gonna be like, Governor, can you please get your troops and block it down? Knowing Trump, he gonna be like, fuck them Chinese people. They done killed a white person. Man, y'all better
Look
realize what the
here,
fuck going on.
Korea is protesting, fighting in the street to this day because they government was trying to sell out where they could be punished by China. They took to the street by millions because China's so goddamn ruthless. Man, they not playing. I'm trying to tell you, our people, and we got some crazy, them white folks crazy. They not on that fucking level of them fucking foreigner motherfuckers, man. They do not want to. We not on that level. You see them motherfuckers marching and shit. Have you ever pulled up them motherfuckers marching? You see all that
Man,
weak
look,
at?
the reason why these motherfuckers foreigners are like that is because of the United States. The
I
United
agree.
States does fuck everybody up. So that's the whole reason why they right there. The U.S. is more covert in what they do. They'll get somebody else to do their dirty work before they get their hands dirty for real.
Well, actually, we are the physical out of the union. We come in and fight every battle. We the warheads.
Now, what I say, they've been going for 200 years strong, man. They ain't stopped yet.
Yeah, we had this damn Kiva. You missed it. Me and Mike had this conversation though. So y'all don't think China is on the come up though?
Hell yeah, I ain't saying it like that. I'm
Like
just saying
China,
in the deal, U.S. That's why it was always, it's like why U.S. always meddling in their deals. U.S. is the fighting force. You understand? You see what I'm saying? For all these, their allies.
Man, look, China know that history of what happened to their neighbors, Japan, a few years ago will be repeated on their ass. They don't want that smoke, man. Get the fuck out of here. They don't want no parts of that. They gonna talk
China
shit and
and
stuff
bought a
and
land
try to
over
buy
here
up
though.
everything.
They laying in bed together. They don't hate each other.
Nah, China just trying to buy up everything and push their wealth around. That's what they trying to do. That's another means of power. But if you can't stop that military machine, it don't mean nothing.
And we ain't stopping it because they operating together. We think they apart. They together. They all together. Russia,
yeah, you talking about. I'm telling you, man,
they
Kiva,
all
you should have
together.
been there. We already had this show
Oh,
before this conversation, and I'm on your side, Kiva. Like Mike is playing China hot dog, but China got allies that America don't like.
yeah.
Period.
Man,
We went
listen,
through.
America don't
We
like
put up.
nobody.
We
That's
put up
the thing
all
y'all
that. No,
gotta
no. America
understand.
got their people. UK. What we say? UK, France.
You think they not spying on the
Motherfuckers,
UK and
European
France?
countries, they
You think
all
they're not
family
spying on
though.
them?
That's the whole thing about it. They all family. They all
Thank you.
mixed mutts.
These are all European. Man, listen, like I told y'all, man, my UK, the people I talked to in the UK told me Americans are the niggas of Europe. They told Americans, the niggas of Europe, go over here to this new land. Like, y'all just go take this new land. Like, we don't really want y'all over here no more. So go here. Y'all go over there and take over that land. Like, y'all, y'all too rowdy and too wild. Like, y'all the neglected niggas of Europe. So y'all
Yeah,
go over
they
there.
the Khazars, the I don't remember all them names, but it's the same man. It's the same little fucked up bloodline.
A nation built off criminality.
Hey, yo, Bone Rich, what's good, partner?
What it do? What it do? What it do, buddy? What you doing?
Yo, boy, you know who this is, right?
Yeah, what up, bullet?
What's good, fam? Yo, you gotta come over to my live, man. You know I'm live right now, man. I'm about to be
You out
live
right
in
now?
minutes, man. Yo, you gotta come over there, boy. I need you on my panel, dog.
I'm gonna come fuck with you, bro. When you know what I'm saying, when I wrap the show up, I'll come over and fuck.
Yeah. How you doing, Star? How you doing, Queen? How are you tonight? What's up? What's up, family? What's up, revolutionary? What's up? What's up, man?
What up? What up, man? What up with you?
What up? How you doing, Kay? How you doing, Queen?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good, Queen. I'm definitely good. You know, like I want to know you still trying to get your sovereignty, huh, Queen?
I'm waiting on these motherfuckers to go to war. Fuck that sovereign shit. When we going to war? When the lights gonna go out, this motherfucker?
Hey, Bullet. Hey, Bullet. We got a question,
Yeah, it was
bro.
good.
If the
It was
United
good.
States and China went head to head in a war, who gonna win?
Oh, that's easy. China.
I told you,
How you
Mike. I
figure that?
told you.
How do you
Tell him,
figure that?
bullet. Tell him why. Tell him why, bullet. Break it down.
Oh, China, they train every day. You know what I mean? And different with America. America know how to, bomb up. China know how to shoot you down, man. They ready for combat. They about combat like North Korea, man. They not about the bombing. You know what I mean? See, America could do the bombing, but they can't do the combat. That's why America don't win a lot of combat wars. You know what I mean? That's how they lost in Vietnam. They lost in the combat, but they won with the bombing. You know what I mean? That's how they won Vietnam War.
Do you understand what what they decide what win and losing is? They say whoever lost the many lives is the losers of the war. That's how the United States based.
Yeah, that's how they win their wars. You know, they bomb up. They
didn't
bomb up
lose
countries.
nothing. Did anything over here get attacked or anything like that? They didn't
No.
lose that war, man. They fucked that country up.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what
what
I'm
all America do. They just bomb up countries. They don't lose no.
And it's gonna be playing, and all them countries gonna be playing when they come. It ain't gonna be that somebody just hit us. That shit was a planned along with America ass
and I'm
plan.
gonna tell you why China gonna lose the war. China gonna lose the war because the war is gonna be fought in China, not in the United States.
Yeah. America don't have
Mike,
no
guess
wars.
what? That war coming
They
here.
can't come over there, Mike. Mike, we just went through the weapons, bro. We just said China is playing defense.
China got one
China is playing
submarine,
defense, bro.
China got one submarine. The one bomb is gonna kill all of them.
Man, we finna go through it. I'm trying to tell you.
You got 700 bombs coming at one time. China ain't even got no goddamn space station.
Man, they got the shit on the sea and they got the planes that's gonna intercept that shit, nigga.
What I'm still trying to say at the end of the day, guys, does it really matter if they in bed together? They gonna make the shit go down however they want to go down. They're not against each other at the top.
Let me ask you this though. Kiva, is it in the black? Okay, because they say China is coming over, fucking with Africa, fucking with black people. Is it in black people's best interest to ally with China over America?
No.
It's in your best interest to quit breaking our marriages. Shit.
No, hell no. That's no different than the shit happening over here. You know what they finna do over there? They finna do them worse than the white people did there. Them motherfuckers dirty. They finna go through.
Man,
Oh,
if I had to pick a lesser of the two evils,
Yeah.
I'm picking the big evil because the United States been waging war for the past 200 some years and it's nonstop. I'm fucking with the people
Oh
that been
shit,
fighting.
Mike.
They're gonna win because that's what they do. They're fighting
it's
people, man. They
coming
love to
here,
fight.
Mike.
It ain't gonna. If they come here, we got all these white militia groups that's gonna go
That's
out on
why
the
they
front
trying to
line.
get the guns, Mike. It's coming here. They already know it. It's in the plan. It's in the plan.
It's just too many guns here for people that got. It's just too many guns in America for this country to go down by some foreign invaders.
It's
I don't
not
see it.
that we got to stop looking at it as it's foreign. These are united. They're united. We the only one think they divided. They not foreign to each other.
I don't see it happening, man.
You're not. Listen to me. They are together, so they're gonna make it play out however they need to make it play out. So if it needs to make it look like the bombs go off in China, okay. If it go off in here, fine. At the top, they united. They're not divided. China up top ain't fighting. We on the ground is fighting.
And I
Now, what I'm saying
go
is,
ahead, go ahead.
I don't see powers like you say they united. I don't see them doing anything over here on this continent.
But that's what they
Anything
are.
to
It's
really
that
try to.
time. Is our time.
I don't think so.
I think me and Mike had this conversation before, man. It's like China. We know China and America, like even at the top, sis. I think they're allies, but they're probably on shaky grounds, right? It's
Yeah,
like
it's inner
you got your
fighting going on.
homeboys, like sis. You know how you got your homeboys, right? Like I got 5 homeboys, but if this one homeboy start picking on my homeboy, then we might straighten the homeboy. You see what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
think
it's some inbreeding and some infighting going on, but it is more orchestrated than what we believe. More than China just finna send some shit. If they sending some or whichever direction, you best believe the round table sit together and made that motherfucking decision.
Listen,
War chaos equals money. It is a
listen,
financial crisis, so some shit finna go down anyway.
listen.
They,
White supremacy runs the world, right? If you look back in history, all through history, the only time that white people got killed on mass amounts is when white people killed each other when they went to war with each other. Now,
right.
if you look at what everybody else been getting killed, it's been the white folks that's been killing everybody else in mass amounts. You know what I'm saying?
Correct,
These
correct.
people are made for war. They breathe war. They put it in their video games. They are a
Right,
war nation. They are a war people. White people are
right.
destructive people. So what I'm telling you is, man, China ain't got a motherfucking chance if the round tables make a decision and they split. China's gonna
That
lose.
might be true, but we still need to know it ain't even no versus. That's just the shit that we playing with.
I do think it's some mafias that's going on in the world that's
It
competing against
is
each other.
some, but for them to they don't call this shit no new world order for no reason, man. They been united. That's how they didn't kept the hold all across this world all this long. They got a war going because they got a war going on don't necessarily mean that country was trying to hold a stronghold. Nigga, the motherfuckers at the top is beefing. They gotta keep. I mean, like it is more togetherness. Yeah, they interbreeding, but it's more togetherness than we think it is. It's more we more divided on this ground than they are at the top. But yeah, it's interbreeding and fighting going on. But man, they more connected than we think. So for me to be like China fuck us up, like I don't give no fuck. They fuck with each other. The fuck?
Yeah, but
and I believe that. I believe that. But like we was talking about infighting earlier though, Kiva, like that one little wrong move had them against each other. And I guess that's what me and Mike saying. Like if they even at the top, if that one wrong move happened and they say fuck China, then it's gonna be time to go head up.
But see, you gotta
Look,
think that's right. But like, if they letting them buy up land over here, like, how much really are they at war? Like, come on.
Absolutely. And I was telling Mike that too. It's like it's gonna be hard for America to go to war with China because they know China got some shit that we want.
They got and
And it's a business.
they gotta feed us
Now
some
it's a
bread.
business. And now they
China, listen, all the land that China is buying over here, anything happen, y'all just got wooed. Fuck y'all. Y'all ain't getting shit. That's what the United States gonna tell them because that's what they do. You think they're gonna they're wooing these motherfuckers. You actually think they're gonna let them buy up land that they stole and took? Get the fuck out of
Shit,
here, man.
who is they? They don't own shit. We ain't got no gold. We ain't got
Well, who they
shit.
buying it
Nigga,
from then?
we look here. They ain't got nothing but our ass as collateral right now.
Who they
They
buying
ain't
the
got.
land?
They don't have nothing but our ass and land. They ain't got as far as all the gold. We ain't holding all the goddamn gold. We broke in a motherfucker. This
Listen,
shit is
this
on.
is about every robber know I can be broke any time of the day. Long as I got a gun and I'm gonna pop that bitch and I done proved that I'm gonna pop that bitch over 200 years, nigga, I'm a nigga on the block and can't nobody knock me off. That's the
Yeah, but see,
America
you
is the
when you
top
taking
mafia.
orders, these same people, you realize they taking orders. They just taking orders. We don't even see the people who really delegate. We ain't even never heard their name. They name in a book. Nick, it's some out. The dude was talking about a book that was breaking down Hebrews, how Hebrews and Greek was connected. I got to looking at that shit. That shit crazy. But anyway, man, the motherfucking book is $5,000, y'all. You know it's information like that in this motherfucker. What I'm trying to tell y'all, man, these people, man, they more linked than we think.
I believe what you're saying, but what I'm telling you is it's somebody in that group that controls the guns. It's
Correct.
always generals in an army. If you look
Correct.
at all these nations when they overthrow, this about a general that control the army. What I'm trying to explain to y'all is you got to look at these different fractions, and this is a mafia conglomerate that's put together.
Right.
These criminals are never happy with each other. Look,
Right.
the underbosses that's running China and Russia and Iran are talking together. You got the underboss in the United States that do little rogue shit because he know at the end of the day what they want is white power, and he
Right.
flexing his nuts. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
it is possible for these two underbosses to get at it and fight. You see what I'm saying? Because you
Right.
can't stop
And that's possible.
terrorism.
But my thing of it is, at the end of the day, even if they get it in fight, they really not giving a fuck where them bombs drop. I hate to tell you, they don't give no fuck. They don't give no fuck. That's what we
Listen,
gotta see. Like if the bombs decide to, like, it ain't gonna be like, okay, yeah, they riffraff and they beefing, but like it is not the divisional shit still on the way we think. Like,
they not gonna give a fuck because they not going the people that you talking about they're not going to have any control over the fighting because they don't have guns. They got money and prestige and power, but they don't got guns. So when these underbosses go rogue with the guns and fight each other, then they're not bombs are not gonna drop over here because this is the country that's making all the weapons that's supporting this motherfucker that control all the
but
weapons.
see, it
So you
is
gotta
gonna
keep your
drop
own ass
because
safe.
the
It ain't gonna
economy.
make it.
Look, this fake
It's too many
ass
military bases
economy.
around the world
Listen,
for
it's
this to
too
happen.
many. You got to look at what happens when a society goes to collapse. We at all them points. We at all them points. The society is collapsing. The economy is collapsing. It's well due. This fiat that ran longer than any fiat that's been created. It's been well overdue. So at that point, what do people do? They gotta create a situation and create some money, much cash flow. That's why they talking about the Bitcoin. They talking about the quantum. There is something getting ready to go down. So yeah, these motherfuckers up here fighting. My whole thing of it is, it ain't no us against them. We gotta realize this. God damn it, like not us against them like that. Like really, it's for real us against them. Them bitches are together. Like they're
Listen,
finna do something. All the economies, Venezuela economy's gone. You got London economy fucked up. All these economies are fucked up. Who was funking with these bankers? They finna pull some shit.
listen. When you got these gorilla motherfucking ass mobsters running around, when they finna get ready to blow some heads off and let it be known we don't give a fuck about nothing, they start letting their true feelings out. What
Yeah.
this Mitch McConnell motherfucker say? I'm just like Obama. My family owns slaves and I'm against reparations. He was proud to say that shit.
Right.
Nigga, I got a gun. Fuck you talking about? They out there protesting in front of his house. He drive through with 8 motherfucking uh, SUVs with Secret Service out there for these black folks. You feel me?
Right.
They're flexing their muscles. This motherfucker just now let it be known that it's Nathan Bedford Forrest Day. You know what I'm saying? He pushed that
Mm-hmm.
out. The governor. It's in the Constitution for
Yeah.
him to do it. You see what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
These white folks is letting it be known. We got
Mm-hmm.
guns. White supremacy is making a comeback, and y'all niggas better get in y'all lane.
You
Prove
right, but let
y'all
me tell you, guess how they
who the
tricked
fuck
them, Mike?
ever.
Guess how they tricked them? Them guns and white supremacy don't mean shit. They fool them with the white supremacist shit, with the racist shit, with them goddamn guns, because they gonna get their guns in every society before they get ready to bust they move. They take their guns. This shit ain't coming up in conversations, in debates, and coming up in Congress and shit for no reason. They're gonna get to a point, and we can go about how they gonna do it and all that. Man, there is a shift happening. There is something happening. So the thing of it is, yeah, them white folks, they gonna ride, do all that. The U.S. is the number one and all this shit. But these motherfuckers is together, and some shit is finna go down. You got too many economies across the world who is failing. So therefore, anytime an economy is failing, they gotta start a war. Somewhere it's finna start. My thing of it is,
So
No capitalist country has failed though. That only works in like socialist and communist countries.
right, and who's
It
gonna
doesn't
because the
happen in
capitalist
capitalist societies.
what,
societies keep the big guns and they know what time it is. That's just the bottom line. It's all about
what
who
doesn't
got the
happen?
guns.
What doesn't happen?
You don't see capitalist countries being overthrown. You see
I'm not
socialist
talking
and
about no
communist countries.
overthrowing as in the fact that they, if we overthrow, we not even gonna they not even gonna do it in the fact the way we see it in the movie. Like we don't even know we being overthrown. Like it ain't gonna be in a way that a motherfucker gonna know. However, I hate to say it, that I believe America is gonna see some days that they have seen on movies. That's just, I mean, but I ain't
So
saying
what countries have been overthrown?
like China finna come in and take over. I don't even know how we got on this shit. I'm just saying that
What what country
it.
done collapse?
What do you mean? It's a lot of countries' money.
Like
Their
what? Which one?
dollars have collapsed.
Which one?
I mean, Venezuela's money didn't collapse. What do you mean? It's a lot of countries. You can pull up. I don't. What you mean?
The Venezuelan dollar is still down.
Man, that shit is they shit. Them motherfuckers barely is got a fucking orange to eat a day. What are you talking about? It's fucked up than a motherfucker over there. Have you been looking that shit up?
They still got it. The country is still down. You have
I
inflation.
know the country. What you think is gone? I know it ain't gone, Tonyo. But look, I ain't finna sit here and argue about some shit that them people. You can go and look at. It's fucked up over there.
You
Yeah,
It's
making a
fucked
point,
up.
but
Like
not
it's
you
fucked
can't
up.
you
They've
you're
been
not
fucked up since
explaining the point
since
though.
Hugo
no.
Chavez
My
died.
point is, it's fucked up. I don't know what point you want me to explain. If you want me to say something different, say it. But no, it's fucked up over there. They dollar don't really mean shit. The motherfuckers, if they have a dollar, some of them don't. It is when you get to where your society, where motherfuckers got a split of orange, your society is falling. Where your
That's
ticket
a
was
communist
costing
country. That's a communist
that
country. It's a
that
socialist country. That's not a capitalistic society.
so we can't do we ain't never did deflation, inflation. I'm not understanding what you're saying. We ain't talking about no overthrowing. Who even talk about overthrowing? That we got to talk about. We went from her talking about the no trespassing sign. This ain't government property. We was talking about China owning some property. Then somebody got talking about bombs. I don't even know. Like I ain't say nobody's gonna overthrow us. What?
What they saying is you can't be sovereign in somebody else's country. That's what Mike is telling you. Mike is telling you that you can't go in somebody else's countries and dictate your own rules in somebody else's country. The United States government or
No,
the
we're
militias
talking
won't,
about if
won't
you
allow that.
own a piece of land and you are if you are sovereign, you own that land and you have the old allodial title. The United States policies do not apply to you.
The FBI can go
Besides
wherever they want to
consulates,
go.
you cannot be sovereign in the United States. Besides a consulate, you cannot be sovereign in somebody else's country.
I look here. I'm gonna tell you like this. I don't know what we going back and forth about. What we was talking about and how we didn't got into the Sovereign Act. We went from her saying she seen the sign that said this was not the United States property, letting your ass know don't go past that sign. So then we were talking about China buying up land, and then the conversation talked about bombs and this and this and this and that. So I'm not even knowing where you coming with the conversation with, or really how I got twisted. I was just saying, and I'm not. you know, that at the level that these governments are together. I'm not saying nobody finna come and take over America. Like, no.
So one thing, like when I'm listening to y'all, one thing that I noticed that we don't ever talk about is the Vatican City. They are the most powerful country, city, state, or whatever in the entire world, and they're the richest, but they're the smallest in the entire world. They only have 100
America,
acres. Their whole country is a hundred acres.
very
Do they got
powerful.
a standing army? Do they got guns?
No, listen,
They
they
ain't
do.
shit.
They do, because guess what? They're the most. They're the richest, and guess what? They give money away to countries.
To
Man, they can
do
get
it.
robbed out of them countries, man.
No, they don't.
They
The
can.
Vatican Bank is the most powerful bank in the entire world, and they're the richest. And their city state is the smallest country in the entire world. They only have 100 acres. So the Pope is really the one behind all this shit.
He's the one who's the calls the tip top, and then the motherfucker we don't see but above that motherfucker. But America don't even own shit. This shit
If
owned
the
by London, and a lot of this shit done been sold off. Like, I don't even know why we talking about America like it's this a piece of paper.
if the Pope is so powerful, why couldn't he get Mussolini knocked off in World War II? Why it take the Italian mafia to get him?
Well, you do know that the Italians actually are bankrolled by the Pope, and so he really did get them.
No, they got guns. That's why, and they teamed up with the United States. That's why they made a deal with the
But
United States.
but they are
That's how they got
bankrolled
it.
by the Pope.
The Pope. They listen, Star. The Pope and them ain't got nothing going on. It's just symbolic brainwashing shit that they got going on. Yeah, they got bread, but they ain't got no motherfucking army. So if a motherfucker come
They
over
don't
there and
need
want
an
to take
army.
over,
They fund
listen,
countries' armies.
listen. I don't listen. I can't trust my security guard with my life all the time. He ain't got no gun, and I ain't got no guns. I gotta have something to protect me against this
No,
motherfucker.
you don't. If you got the money, that's what them bankers do. They hire them to do the. They hire them to do. They hire the armies.
It's only
Look,
a
money don't
thousand
If
people
they
in
mean
fund,
Vatican City. It's only a
listen. Money
thousand
don't
people.
mean nothing. Money
Six.
don't mean nothing when you got somebody that's influencing everybody else with the gun.
No, man. The bankers been causing the wars. The bank, this shit, it's been by the bankers. This shit been funded. Like,
if I'm the Pope and I run Vatican City, and Vatican Bank is the richest bank in the entire world, and it funds other countries, it funds it funds your allies, and it funds your enemies too.
that's how it's been working. Period. Like,
This ain't medieval times no more, man. The Pope and them ain't running shit.
They but
Just like the
they
Queen of
got all the
England ain't
money.
running shit.
They got all the money.
At the end
That
of the
means
day,
they
who
got
runs
all the
shit,
armies.
who got empires, is who got all the guns. And this more motherfucking uh empire. United States got more motherfucking flags and military posts around the world than anybody do. I look
and
at the world
and we ain't
like
got
a
no
planet.
money. But if you taking money from
You don't
Vatican
need no
City
money
and
when
from
you got
Vatican,
guns. I look at it like gangs. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember back in the day in the hood, I didn't need no motherfucking money. All I had was crack. If you had crack, you can get whatever the fuck you wanted in a gun. So I understand how the world works. You got all these different flags running around here. These are the different gangs, and they're imposing their influence around the world. And everybody know the big bully on the block is the United States of America. That's just the bottom
right?
line.
And if the United States was to turn on Vatican City would turn the rest of the world on the United States.
The
The United
Vatican City
That's how they.
is a tax hiding place, like the Swiss Army Bank.
some people just gonna have to see it before they believe it, man.
Man, only thing the United States gonna do is strong arm the Vatican, man. They
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 only got a
probably
Ain't
already
thousand
nobody
people.
started.
been able to strong
Listen,
arm him.
listen, they already
It ain't
strong
about the
armed.
number of people they
Listen,
own. They fund other countries. They fund their armies.
What
It's
country?
listen,
power. It's
listen,
about
What
power.
listen,
country?
listen,
All of
listen to
them.
how they
All
listen
of
to how they
them.
strong arm in the Vatican right now. You got all of these priests that go back to the Vatican as to when they was covering up these sex scandals with these little kids in the United States. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I was reading an article where they was talking about bringing federal charges to indict motherfuckers all the way over in the Vatican. It disappeared. I wonder how much they paid them to go away. How much they put toward this campaign for them to go away. You see what I'm saying? It's all bully tactics, man. These people ain't controlling the world like you think they are. They just trying
Well,
to
who
play
doing
safe.
it then? Who doing it then?
Man, it's whoever got the gun. That's who
Okay,
controlling the
So
world.
who
listen,
doing
you
it?
We
just
don't
said
know.
that it
We don't know
disappeared.
who it
The
is.
the
We don't know
Vatican
who
made their charges disappear. You just
we
said it. They
don't
Yeah, you
made their
just
charges.
said it.
because it was a bully. Listen, if the Vatican was ever controlling anything, they would have never even said anything about putting charges on them. That's a message that they sent out to them. We need some bread. Somebody kick
But
something down
you
here.
don't know. You don't know about the
They're
new
just
pope.
controlling shit.
The new pope is a different pope. He's a Martin pope, and he's taking Martin views on issues. And so the new pope is trying to show politically that he is not the same type of pope as his predecessors. So
By
that's
doing what?
why.
Accepting gays,
Yeah, that
he's playing
and
ball.
also
Yeah, he
He's playing
definitely paying by.
ball. He's
he might
playing
be gay
ball. That'll
himself.
let
How you
you
know he
know.
ain't gay
Listen,
himself?
that'll let you know the weakness in the Catholic Church when they go all the way left like that and support gays. Come
Well,
on,
that
man.
was your Obama. That was y'all good old Obama too. So I mean,
Well, yeah, but see, you don't know. He might be gay
right.
on the low.
Man,
Not
look, the
Obama. I'm not
scam is
talking about
up.
Obama. I'm talking about the Pope.
All right,
Oh,
yeah.
we all
All
know
on
Obama.
their ass. I don't trust none of them motherfuckers.
Obama can't hide his gay ass.
You ain't start talking about Obama.
Had that nigga puff his cigarette like a woman.
He
And
a
Michelle,
real
little
man.
peace keep hanging, man. I ain't never seen nobody with no keep having peace problems.
Man, you know what? Obama, he a real man.
Obama is a straight sucker. He don't
I
even
see your
support
home.
reparations.
I see
Why he
your
don't
boy got
support
off the
reparations,
line
Ty?
when we started talking about
He
Ty, how he
because
gave
don't?
we
them
can't
Indians
afford it.
reparations, though. You know that. He gave them Indians a bunch of money. He got
Because we
approved.
can't afford to pay black people reparations.
What's the name went on and approved it, but Obama started it, and they thought it was for the indigenous people. They gave it to the motherfucking Indians. It was a bunch of money. He
Ty's
had
just
some
one of them
people
people
Well, I mean,
that Obama can sing Al Green. That's why she like him.
when he
I
took that trip to Morocco.
mhm.
That nigga
Now,
flipped that shit and gave that money to them Indians.
I'm not against reparations. It's just that when I looked into, because I wanted to get on the bandwagon of reparations years ago, and when I did the studying, and I read the books, and I did all of that, we don't have the money to do
Nah, we
reparations
don't.
because guess what?
Man, come
No,
on.
wait a minute, because guess what? If we're paying that money out to, it's so many of us now at this point. Where do we draw the line? We will have to draw the line probably at our grandparents or our parents' age in order to afford that.
It's impractical to even identify who or who isn't black. How you gonna judge it by phenotype?
Right, and then on top of that, like you got to understand who gonna pay for it. We're gonna all collectively pay for reparations because that's where the money gonna come from, the
It's
people.
impractical to even think that that's even feasible for the United States government to give every person who calls himself black some money.
They don't even have the money to do.
But if we were to give reparations, should we just draw the line? Is it fair? That's a question. Is it fair to give it to our parents' generation, or should they give it to our generation? Is
Man,
it fair to
them
give it to my
motherfuckers are
like?
Man,
everybody.
give it to who all alive. That's what's fucked.
Everybody. Shit.
It's
Even
what
the
you say.
We
It's
dead.
can't
40 million
afford
of
that.
us.
I
It's
think
You
40
already
million
said
black
we
people.
broke, Miss Diva.
no, they can't afford it, sister. I ain't
Man,
they
they better go
playing.
rob
They
somebody.
all of that shit is a joke and a hoax. They ain't got no
Hey,
We
money. They
broke.
just the Department of Treasury or somebody just came out and already said the motherfucking
We
dollars in
ain't
jail.
got it. We
They
they
ain't
better
got
put
don't
it.
that
have
ski
it.
mask on. They better go rob somebody.
They
We
just, I
already
promise,
robbed
I
everybody
posted
we
that.
could.
That was at the White House. They announced that the dollar is in jeopardy. They don't have no fucking money, so they playing games by even having that conversation.
Listen, we done robbed every country we can rob. It's over.
Countries are not using our dollar to purchase oil anymore. A lot of countries are backing the fuck out of that shit right there. Like, man, they don't have no money to pay our ass.
Something gonna happen to them.
Hey, we
And
already know
they
that. The sun
and
teared
then
their ass
they
up.
go. You know how you said that down at the child support, Mike? You said down at the child support office, the women call and be like, "Why they take this money out?" And you tell them they gonna take their welfare out. Well, they gonna do that to our reparations too. Everybody that got them food stamps and them checks and the 10 care and everything else, Section 8 and everything, they
No,
gonna say, "Well,
they
let's
can't do
subtract
that.
that from
They
your
can't do that.
reparations."
They can't do that because like that was a program for everybody, not for black people. A white
It
person.
was really for them, to be honest.
Right. You got to go. You got to go and show me something that they did generally for black people.
They ain't never did
I
anything, not
mean, there
nothing.
were some people who did get their 10 acres and a mule, but it was only a handful of people back then.
Yeah, it
And
was only
then even yeah, and then even a lot of them lost theirs. It
yeah.
got stolen from them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What
So
about after the Civil War was over with? They gave the slave master $300 per slave that they lost.
They
yeah,
do
that
that
was an
now.
insurance
Yeah, they
policy.
still do that now. Well, that's the
I
same
think
thing when
Aetna
a
was
company
one of them.
they
Wasn't it?
do it now.
Wasn't Aetna one of the insurance companies that paid for lost property?
Yeah, man, yeah, they paid them for lost property. Then
They
they do
gave
it
they
now.
gave like 12,000 black people land over in Africa. So many black people protested it. They stopped it. Like even when they give us
Well,
something, we complain about it.
How they gonna be
well, I
giving us
mean,
something somewhere
What
else
we
that ain't
supposed to be
theirs?
happy? They ain't supposed to give us nothing.
well,
Who the
first
fuck
of
is that?
all, they destroyed. They went over there to that other land, and you seen what happened. They destroyed each other in that land, so that didn't work out anyway.
What you talking about?
The land that they gave them over in Africa, was it Libya
Sierra,
or whatever what do you call it?
Sierra,
Liberia.
Was it
Liberia. Yeah,
They didn't
Liberia.
destroy it. They founded a whole country based off that.
Right.
no, that's not the country I'm talking about. It's
Yeah, Liberia is
Libya
where that
or
came from. That
somewhere
it came
like
from
that.
ex-slaves.
What's the
That's
name
where
of it?
Liberia came
No,
from.
Liberia. Like right, and yeah, they have been fighting amongst each other. They have
They
enslaved
were
each
fighting
other all over
before. They were
again over
fighting
there.
before that though.
Um,
Now, what fucked it
but the
up
bottom
was
line
the
is
them
they went
freed
over there
slaves
and it didn't work out.
them free slaves and the black African Americans came over there and they was acting the leaders toward the native people and trying to turn their ass into slaves. That's all that was. They was
Yeah, that's
bullshit.
yeah. I mean that was. I mean they it's in human nature to enslave each other. Apparently,
Man, they just following up behind these white folks, man.
Yes, that's
I
what
mean
it
they
is.
was already,
And that
but
ass
they was
gonna pay.
enslaving
Our black ass
before.
gonna pay for following these hooches. I ain't gonna lie. We gonna pay because we been some fools. For us to be as smart as we are, to create a damn near everything that's in existence, and we falling behind these fools, waiting on them to give us permission to do every motherfucking thing and be happy when they give us permission. We gonna get our ass whooped for being some fucking fools.
Yeah, I mean the bottom line is I feel like there's a way to do some reparations. It just won't be in the way that we want it, like land and a mule. You know, we probably don't want no mule now. We probably want a Ferrari or whatever. Now I'm just saying, but um, I'm just saying like I don't know how they could. I mean, we should all just have free education, which most people can get that now. We should have free health care for a lifetime. We should have free retirement checks, you know, just free everything as far as going forward in life. Like
Do
if you
y'all
go to
know
some
before
socialist countries, go ahead.
1933 there wasn't any mortgages?
Right.
You know
So like
what they
we
should
think
do?
that shit is so normal now. We gotta you don't even own a house. You ain't doing shit. 1930 before 1933 there were no mortgages.
Well, they did. have a way that you had to pay though for your
No,
land.
you owned
It
your
may not
land
have
and you
called
built
mortgages.
your house. No, before 1933, there were not any mortgages.
I know, but you had to still pay for it, and a lot of people don't have the money to pay.
I'm still, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just saying, before 1933, though, there were no mortgages. Therefore, people found land. They built their home on their land. They blah, blah, however they did. They split their land. Like, no government was coming in and collecting your taxes and all that shit. No, it was not. They rolled these systems in as they came in and conquered our land.
Well,
You
I
had
mean,
you had
the
a
home
mortgage crisis
you
in the 1930s. That's when
Well,
the
yeah,
Great
the price.
Depression,
Yeah,
the
that's what I
Great
was gonna say.
1934, because of a mortgage crisis. You had mortgages.
Well, she said
you
33 though.
Thank you. I don't know why you be show. Look here, let me tell you something, Tonio. I ain't no book. I'm not no book. I don't sit there and try to remember that shit verbatim. But
But
there
you
was a
stated it
point.
though. You
I sure
stated it
did.
though.
And stand the fuck by it. Got it wrote
You
down in
stated. Well, you wrong.
and
You
got it
wrong
wrote
though.
down in a notebook in my keep notebooks because my mind can't contain it. I've said that before. So when I'm stating to you, I ain't just saying it out of my asshole. No, I read the shit and it was true shit. Like, no, there was a point where there was not mortgages paid on this land. So let me go and get the date and come back to you because you
That
but
like
would
to
make more
debate
sense.
about dates. Books,
That
you
would
got to
make more
understand
sense.
the oppressors, right? Purchase the books too. Some information comes from within. Everything ain't nobody just a book nerd. Some shit, them white folks woke that shit too.
You get agitated when you
Now I get
question
agitated because I can tell when a person is antagonizing and trying to pick and poke. I'm gonna tell you, I didn't.
by asking you a question about what you
No,
talking about.
no. Look here, come on. Don't nope. I ain't that one. What I'm saying to you is, I even seen you do it to other people. Well, name that country or name this. Look, everybody don't sit here. They may study shit. They can't retain that shit. They doing daily shit. But see, I keep notes. I can go and find it. What I'm trying to tell you, yes, it was a time when there was no mortgages here.
So we can't ask you questions about what you talking
That
about.
ain't what I'm saying to you. You want to keep saying that? How? What sense does that make? Since when is that being the case? But when you coming kind of sideways, you want to keep. Well, what's this date? What's that date? Like, come on, man.
so
I'm
Miss
not coming sideways.
Miss
I'm just
Kiva,
asking a question.
so
Nah, you
I think
playing.
maybe what you probably was remembering because there were mortgages before
I'm gonna
1933,
go back and get the date because, like
but
I said, it was a
they
point where there
did,
were no mortgages. We didn't
but
have
they did
mortgages.
do they did do something
Well, what was the
around that
something that
time.
they did?
They did something around that time in response to the depression. They kind of like stopped the mortgages or did something like that. But there were mortgages because at the time when people were settling the land back in the 1800s, 1700s, they still were making purchases. They were purchasing their lands.
You
So they
were
were still
purchasing a
purchasing,
land and you did not have a mortgage. You
but
purchased the land.
you purchased the land. But if you didn't have all of your money, some people were still borrowing money because there were bankers back then. They just didn't have a banking system the same way that we know it today.
So that is the
But
same. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, it ain't. I'm not understanding. It's exactly still the way I'm saying. It's not this mega system that is that controlling. It was there was an era when it was not like that. No, you just purchased your land, and that was your land. And there was a time when you weren't even purchasing with money. You might have purchased that shit with chocolate.
right, they did right. And then when they started setting up the banking system, but that was they set up that banking system in the 1800s.
The Louisiana Purchase was in the 1800s. That was the largest land purchased by the United States. They
But
bought that
it
from France.
but what I think
That wasn't. When it didn't even really go down that
yeah,
way.
but Miss
I
Diva,
took
what
that
I
money.
think that you're referring to, what I think you might be remembering and referring to is the national mortgage crisis of the 1930s when they had to because of the depression they had to stop mortgages or something. Maybe you was reading that and you remember that.
What she talking about is homesteading. That's what she talking about.
Nah, the home. No, I don't even think I'm talking about the Homestead Act because that's when they were giving them land and all that. Correct.
Yep.
Right.
That was in 1860.
18. Okay, so no, going back. Well, so we can go, but no, let's go back further than that. We're going back further than that. Like I said, there was a period where there was not
She talking
mortgages.
about the Monroe. She talking about manifest destiny. Where you ride out and you pick what's yours.
I mean, like, I'm not understanding like why we act like this shit has always been here. Okay,
But
if
think
the
about
date
it.
is wrong, then hey, crucify me. I'm with it. But what I'm trying to say, like, it was a point where this system, these bankers were not controlling these lands and the people's lives like this.
Yeah, but
It's
guess
the,
who was controlling it? The first person that stepped on the land controlled it. They would gain ownership of thousands of acres of land for their country or for whoever they sent them, and then sell it to someone for, like you said, chocolate or corn or money or whatever. And if they didn't have all the money or the chocolate or the corn or whatever, then they went into debt. So it still was like a banking system, and it's still like a mortgage system, just not how
Yeah, they would
we
work,
have
they would
today.
do servitude, they would work, they
it,
would work
it's
it
the
all.
Mhm.
manifest destiny. That's out west. That's what Mike was saying.
But in the 1930s, like around 1933, there was something that happened in response to the Depression, which is why I thought maybe you were referring to that, because I'm trying to see what it was.
The national mortgage crisis.
Hmm. Well, they changed their lending. It was the same thing that happened after 2008. They changed how they was lending the money and stuff like that in response to that. But and the same thing they did in 2008 when it crashed, and that was around 1933. Hmm. Let's see. But I do understand, Ms. Diva, what you're saying. There was a time when you just made your purchase. But think about it, a lot of people ain't just got $250,000 laying around. They ain't got it. Ain't nobody got it.
Nah, but like even though it's not going to be the same thing, because once them people, like you said, came upon the land and start conquering land and owning land, yeah, they start giving people land or letting people purchase land, but they were not actually purchasing the land. As of right now, if you don't have an allotment of your title, you don't own your house. I don't care if you pay $250,000 cash.
Mhm.
That's why they
That's
can
true.
come and move motherfuckers over and take over their land. They try to negotiate with you. They really don't have it because you do not have an allotment of your title.
Hmm. It says that before the 1930s, I mean before the Great Depression, homeowners typically had to renegotiate their loans every year. That's fucked up.
They've been changing the game just how the fuck they want to.
And so during that time frame that you were referring to, that's when the government stepped in and changed it, because they was in the Depression era and people were losing their lands and stuff like that from the way they had this set up.
So it was further back than that. So about about 1100s, about 1100s. So about
1100.
1100s. So let's get the time right so we can be happy. About 1100s, uh, England brought they shit on over here, but before then we were not operating like that.
No, because you came over as a group of people and you just start taking land from the natives and then building your cottages and shit
And say
from the
1934,
natives.
Marty mortgages became into being, I guess, officially. But I mean, that's okay. So we'll go back
You
a
Yeah.
had
couple
the
hundred years.
people. You had the
It
people
just
that was like loyal to the king, that the king was giving land to, and they was giving land to them people, and everybody had to pay taxes, and everything went back to the throne. Basically, it was the
same,
mob with the black hand,
Mhm.
right? Same thing that goes on now.
Mhm.
and then they said, "Fuck the mob. We ain't paying their ass. Let's dump all their tea out into this motherfucking river. Fuck 'em. Then let's fight."
Right.
That's
Yeah.
then
Cause
that's
this is
when
our
America
land.
realized. That's when America realized we can become a major player in this shit if we got the gun.
Yep.
They realize how
So
the
there we
stock
go with the
market
gun.
works.
You
So
ain't
now they
lying
running
about
this shit
that.
because they gangsters, man. Y'all got it twisted. Vote for your favorite gangster, not president.
Man, I'm just saying, man. I think they
But
more
who? I
connected,
mean, the
man.
only gangster
Think
that we got is
gang-
Biden.
Biden ain't no gangster.
Well, who
Ain't
else we
none of
got? We
ain't
ain't
none
got
of them
nobody.
gangsters.
Ain't
That's the
none of them
problem.
ain't for us.
Trump pretending to be a gangster, but he ain't.
Man, he tricking his people so bad. It's sad. I almost feel bad for the white people for real. Like I ain't
Did
no,
y'all,
no for real. Look here, I know we've been tricked. They say 400 years, but I think it's something like 200 some years. But anyway, like no, this motherfucker got these white people so tricked, y'all. They
I don't think
really
they sure. I think they woke now. I think they
no.
woke.
They some hold on now. You right. Some of them are waking up, but it's still slow. Like no, man.
Yeah.
Like how we believed in Obama, like how that feel was. It is 10 times that with Trump.
mm-hmm.
For real. And that nigga is not doing what they think he doing. I hate to tell them that.
Yeah, they
I'm
ignorant as
surprised
hell.
that Trump ain't used the word cracker yet,
Man, it is when they
cause he
find
seemed like he would say that.
he don't fuck with them, they goyim. What they call us, goy. They don't give a fuck about none of us. Goy. They don't care. That's why they fight and breed like that. They don't have it within there. They call us goy. That's what the German call us Jews. What they call us goy. They don't give a fuck. Let the goy fight die.
Trump just out there stunting, man. Did y'all see when that
Man,
white dude ran up on stage on his ass when he was campaigning for president? He damn near shitted on himself.
man, them people love dude. They love
Did
that
y'all see?
dude. Ugh.
Y'all see what happened today? Like they trying to get something passed on Trump right now because he told them women to go back to whatever country they came from.
Man, they need to quit all that pandering. Ain't shit gonna work, man.
My
They
thing,
them Democrats get on my nerves.
No,
my
they
thing of it
passing.
is,
They did. Hold on, let me look it up. They
That
passing
shit
something
don't make
right
sense.
now on him.
It,
They
but my
finna
that
try to
don't
get
thing
him
of
off
mean
of
nothing.
Twitter.
it,
They trying to get him off of Twitter, I think.
Man, they filing something to get him off of Twitter.
oh, they
Ooh,
talking shit. They
they
full of shit. He
ass
ain't even
Oh,
down.
on
it's a.
Twitter. He don't even run his own account.
Oh no, this is what. Yes, he does. He tweets his own. He does. He tweets on his own. He does.
I highly
He'll
doubt
tell
that man
you.
is making all them damn tweets, man.
No, that's him. He a damn fool
I highly
for
doubt that man
real.
is making them
Um,
tweets, man. He got they hell no.
Them
he might
Democrats get
now.
on
He
my
might tell
nerves.
his assistant to. Wait a minute. No, they did a. This is what they did today. They did an impeachment resolution on Trump today.
What's the charge?
Hold on. Let me see. Pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intention to raise the question of the privileges of the House to form the resolution as follows: impeaching Donald John Trump. Blah blah blah. Let me see. Unfit to defend the ideas that have made America. Wait a minute. They saying he unfit.
Where's the
Cause
crime at?
this is because he had tweet.
That's
Wait
an
a minute.
opinion.
They saying that he just unfit. Wait a minute.
High
Hold on.
crimes
Let
are
me get to it.
misdemeanors. That's basically what it is.
They distracting us with some
Yeah,
dumb
that's some bullshit. I said, watch, man. They did that fucking
Wait a
little
minute.
little
Did I miss
testimony about
Pearson?
the illegal immigrants and shit. I watched 4 hours of that shit and was pissed the fuck off. I hate the Democrats even more now when I
they
watch shit.
games, man. My thing is if you can get out there and do all that goddamn yelling for the immigrants and you see
Well,
us black folks over here get done like it's your open your mouth, you don't shut the fuck up.
Right, shut that shit up. They all
The
up there
fuck
crying
up.
and shit,
And knowing these
screaming at
wait a
black
this
minute.
folk
This
can
is
man.
what
pay
Trump.
them.
This is what Trump just said 3 hours ago. This is what Trump just said 3 hours ago. So great to see how unified the Republican Party was on today's vote concerning statements I made about 4 Democrat congresswomen. If you really want to see statements, look at the horrible things they said about our country, Israel, and much more. They are now the topmost. Hold on, I'm trying to get to it now. I don't know why he keep on. They are now the topmost, and then he didn't finish. Visible members of the House Democrats who are now wedded to this bitterness and hate. The Republican vote was 187 to 4. Wow. Also, this was the first time since 1984 that the Speaker of the House was ruled out of order and broke the rules of the House. Quite a day.
Yeah,
Wait a
they
minute.
trying to make us.
Trump and the Republican Party are unified in white supremacy. Wait a minute. He also tweeted he doesn't have a racist bone in his body. And so basically, he told those women to go back to the country that they came from. So that's why they did the impeachment. They tried to get him impeached.
Oh, that's some
What's
bull.
wrong with that?
They
What's
should have
so wrong
told
about
him the
that?
same thing though. They should have just said the
Right.
same
Right.
shit back.
They need to
Like
take their ass back.
they all immigrants, all of them.
Okay, he said those tweets were not racist. I don't have a racist bone in my body. The so-called vote to be taken is a Democrat con game. Republicans should not show weakness and fall into their trap. This should be a vote on the filthy language, statements, and lies told by the Democrat.
They full of shit, man.
He's not a racist. He's a white nationalist. There's a difference.
Look how that's how they speak, and we supposed to be dumb enough not to catch that shit. And a lot of people don't catch. Like
Right.
man, fuck that nigga, man. I be glad. I'm just saying though, he fooling them. Like Obama had, and I know it's some Obama fans, but I'm just say how I feel. Like Obama had us fooled, man. Oh, day. Trump got they ass. They think that nigga like Jesus, y'all.
Now
They
Wait,
don't
Obama
no,
know.
still
look, this
got
is
a
what
lot of
Trump
us
said.
fooled.
This is
They
what Trump said. He said they came in illegally. We are taking them out illegally.
like he ain't
Man,
no immigrant. He a full immigrant. Him and his wife, his whole family, they are immigrants. All of them, all the presidents are immigrants. None of
Trump
them
said
come from this
Trump
land.
said he when long as he was born over here, he got claim to this motherfucker.
Fuck that shit, man. When the see they man, they not. This is crazy. I'm so sick of it. How immigrants gonna be telling immigrants they wrong, and at the same time somebody is funding this.
Wait a
Bankers
minute.
are funding this. They funding these people to come here.
Wait a
This is
minute.
how it happens.
Trump said at one point in time, Trump said I could shoot a person on Fifth Avenue and not lose one vote. He is laughing at everybody.
He telling you what they do. They shoot people on on Avenue on every citizen. They shoot people. Shit, we shoot niggas out here. What fuck you mean? And ain't nothing gonna happen. We don't blink. We don't lose no sleep. What you mean? He's just okay. They telling us.
Trump is hard, man.
Like
Trump
we
is
don't
hard.
believe that's real. Like these people is playing with us. This is crazy.
See, Trump, you gotta understand there's a lot of type of different hustlers on the block. Trump is the hustler that got a lot of money that talk shit. But soon as somebody come around his ass ready to beat him up, that's when he start hiring goons on the block to protect him. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's going on with Trump. He just got money and he talking shit.
And all his homeboys are going to jail and telling on
Yeah,
him.
yeah, they all going to jail because he gonna take care of them. He gonna pardon everybody. He told that
Oh
nigga,
yeah, they
look,
trying to.
lay down and do whatever you gotta do. If I'm out in 4 years, I'm gonna get you out. You know what I'm saying? If I'm out in 8, I'm gonna get you out. You gonna do 8, but you ain't gonna do them whole 30. That's what he's telling me. He gonna pardon so many
If they
motherfucking people.
any of that. Shit, we don't know. We don't know nothing. We don't see nobody. We don't know if they're arresting in no damn body, man.
Trump has reportedly asked aides to find a way to weaken the U.S. dollar.
He
Oh
tried to
hell
weaken it
no!
with his tweet. He sit there and made a tweet that was intentional. I'm telling you, the economy is crashing. They had already like last week did a press conference on it. Then he made a tweet about it, knowing that it was going to affect the stock market. The dollar just plunged like a motherfucker. He made some kind of dumbass tweet and directly said something about the dollar. Like they know what they doing. This shit is come on. All these stores are closing. The economy is fucked up. It's gone. They just
See,
robbing
Trump
people.
is working with other countries against the United States.
That's what they don't know.
What other countries he working with, and what is he
Shit,
doing?
that's what they don't know. That's why I keep saying they gonna be mad, man.
Huh?
What is he doing, and what countries he working with?
He's trying to match China and Europe. He- I don't know. He's trying to match. It says he's trying to match China and Europe's currency manipulation games.
The dollar's weak because nobody's using cash anymore. Everything's electronic. That's why the dollar's weak.
And because
Which
of
is
the
being run
fiat,
by the World Bank.
right? And the fiat, though they know it. Every fiat has a certain amount of time that it's going to run its course. Like they know that shit down to a science. However, this fiat has ran its course way longer than expected or than it was supposed to. The shit like they switching over for many of reasons. But
Yeah,
yeah,
physical currency is been outdated. You got countries in Europe that don't even allow cash. It's
Oh
all
my goodness,
it's all cards.
crazy.
yeah.
But that still ain't changing my mind about the U.S. I don't give a fuck who got that money. If y'all ain't got no guns, what they gonna do? They can't turn our lights out. That's the TVA.
Nah.
They do that shit. You know what I'm saying? These
They
banks
can't
ain't
do
doing
what?
nothing. They can't turn our electricity off.
Shit.
The TVA run that. They can't turn
Man,
our water
guess
off.
what? They might be the one to turn that motherfucker off. You see what just happened in New York? They can tell you a transformer all day. They trying to. Before that, they gave you a couple of months ago. They told you prepare 6 months in case of lights out situation. That was issued by DHS, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, don't quote me, but it was issued by one of the official people. So then you didn't have these little, outages here and there. Now the shit is coming. They telling you an EMP attack is coming.
Man, I'm already a prepper. I'm good. I'm waiting on it.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't worried. I ain't prepping the shit. I don't
Even
give a fuck. They
CNN is
start
calling Trump a even even CNN is calling Trump a white nationalist.
and see, you got to think all of them, Fox, all these people is owned by the same people. Even down to your 245 in your neighborhood. They got parent companies who owns the airwaves. So they put this Fox against this person, the CNN, and like they do the same shit that they doing in politics, like because they run this shit. So it's the propaganda. They got to feed the people.
Well, they calling him a white nationalist too.
Yeah, I guess they playing that side of the boat.
And the Republicans say stand with Trump or risk his wrath.
Mm. Yeah, I tell you, man, that shit. People think Trump finna flip, man. He finna do some shit that they are not expecting. That's what. Okay.
Trump is just letting everybody know what America really is, a bunch of white nationalists.
All right,
And
you
they
ain't lying. You doing a damn good job. But them white people finna be tricked, man. They not saying that he is not on their side like you
yeah, the
think.
joke is on them at the end
Man,
of
the
the day.
joke is on them for real. I hate it because they go ballistic, like you say. They do go crazy, like they animal side come out. They gonna lose it when this shit really come out and they really see they some goddamn slaves too, motherfucker. They was using your ass too while you run around being racist, nigga. And the dollar didn't crash and shit. They ain't man, that shit. Hey, yeah, you right. They finna go ballistic.
They white motherfuckers wild, man. I'm telling you. They
They,
training. They got a lot of shit going on.
yeah,
And
they got big. They buying big boy shit. They buying big boy machinery.
and this the thing that I done figured out about white people though. If you act like you loyal to the flag, they love you.
Yeah.
They'll die for you.
That's how crazy they is, and don't even realize that it's a piece of paper. They little land ain't nothing but what 70. How many miles is Washington?
Nuts.
Ah, man, they got you fighting for this flag. Been thinking you fighting for freedom, boy. You been fighting for power for some shit that ain't yours. People been sending their family generations thinking they protecting that shit. Of being all about money and power and product.
I mean, So I mean, what does it mean to condemn him? Is he not gonna be able to tweet no more? Well, he's still tweeting. But what happens if he say something else racist? What they gonna do about it?
What they condemned him in the house?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good. That's a nice honor to be condemned in the house. They condemned
No.
Farrakhan and Khalid Muhammad.
Yeah, but they ain't no president. So what happens if he say something else racist? What they gonna do?
Man, that ain't nothing.
They ain't gonna do shit.
They just politically pandering, man. They just trying to do stuff to be like this happened in history. She got on the house floor and said this. They stunned, man. They just
So what?
they just young, inexperienced politicians. That's all it is.
So what did he
Just
say? What did he say? Go back the way y'all came from.
Yeah.
Man, I'd tell that nigga he is a foreigner. That's what I don't get. All these foreigners making all these rules. They foreigners.
I mean, y'all, come on down there, but he
Mhm.
could he be
And
saying go
these
back to
are
Bordeaux?
Americans,
Could he
and
be
he
saying
knows
go
it
back,
too.
take your ass back to Bordeaux?
Nah,
They're American though.
he could be taking his ass back over to the goddamn Caucasus
But
Mountains
these
some
are
goddamn.
these are
They need to
women of
go
color
somewhere.
who are American.
Yeah.
He is an immigrant. Like that ain't don't care he was born here. We don't even know. He might be a clone, but his mammy and them is immigrants.
I mean, I don't know why it's so hard to get him up out of there.
Cause it's a game. This shit, this is a game. It's smoke and mirrors around here. This shit, if it
I think
if
they
it
just
was
don't
supposed,
want what's his name, his second in command.
man, they said
They
that nigga
said
more
that
roof.
it's better the devil you know. Hmm?
Yeah, they say he more ruthless than Trump. God dang, that's why he sit
Yeah,
back
that
all quiet.
that's what I heard some Republicans talking about it. They said that if they get rid of Trump, then dudes step in, and now they're like, it's better the devil you know than the devil you don't.
Man, they say he ain't no joke. I done heard that.
But they the ones voted him on the ticket with Trump.
Intentionally. And then there's an Illuminati card with Trump being assassinated for
Oh
whatever
Lord.
that's worth.
He talks just like any other person that's 70 some years old. Any other black person, Hispanic person has difference of opinions of other ethnic cultures.
That's all it is.
Right, but he's supposed to have enough sense as the
That's
president
all. Is
not
that
No,
all
you
to
it
show
is?
you show me
alienate and
anybody
divide
that's
people.
70 some years old, they're gonna have a difference of opinions of any other culture.
But I'm saying that's all it is.
Yeah, it ain't just like he
I mean,
just
I get
racist. He
that.
just old. He just old.
nah, he's racist for a fact.
He
But it's
is
cool to
That
be
racist.
nigga feel like
racist though. I don't
he's
have a
too
problem with a person
spoiled.
being having pride in their race and you know it.
No,
Like
no, that's having pride. That's not being racist. Racist is holding other people down because they're not like you. Now,
No,
I
the
got black
Jews have
pride, but
always believed if you are not a Jew, you are not even human. You period.
right.
That's where
So
we at with it.
yeah.
you talking on a bloodline though.
No, that's where they at with it. That's how they run their society. That's why we feel the way we feel is we ain't shit to them.
We ain't
But
shit
I
to
mean, the thing about it
ourselves. Can
is,
I say that real quick? We ain't
That's
shit to
cool. That's
ourselves.
cool too. But I mean, that's cool too.
Cause
But and for
like
real, they call us.
we ruin our numbers by killing each other like damn near every day.
That's
Like
cool.
any voter number or any type of number of power, we ruin all that by killing each other every day. And we destroying ourselves quicker than they could ever destroy us.
Yeah, but it was kind. You got to be. It was a lot of teaching going on too. It was a lot of construct. When you build a construct and you build a construct and you set up the eating and the food and the it work and the levels of this and that and this and that. So you kind of build these things and areas and places and people to design
We
them
were we
on.
were fighting way before white folk came out them caves.
Correct. Well, and we never, nobody saying we were peaceful harmony. I ain't never said that. I'm still saying we wasn't none of this shit right here.
Nah,
And
you say
even
you talking your shit. That's a
and
fact, Kiba.
and and even I believe even some of the shit that we try to say, well, that's ours. We wasn't even supposed to be doing it because it wasn't nature. It wasn't natural. So I don't uphold our bullshit.
See, the thing is, if we don't fight the black on black crime first, like that should be the number one objective to us. Cause if we don't fight that first, we're just keep killing our numbers. We're like we're dying every day
Well, we might have to
from.
fight the black and them at the same time. Some of us do gotta go. We too fucked up. Yeah, though some people just gonna have to understand. Your mama gonna have to go, your daddy gonna have to go, your brother gonna have to go. You gonna have to lines gonna be drawn. They too sucked up in the system. I hate to tell y'all, hate people that's so comfortable and think America gonna be like this forever. It ain't.
There've been purges all throughout history.
Hey, well, get ready.
All throughout history. Before white folk came out them
And
caves,
then y'all
we was
trying to
purging.
purge.
I ain't getting purged. You got
Hey,
me fucked
well,
up.
get ready. It's just that time. It don't
I'm
matter.
ready.
Right,
Either
Mike.
way, we can say all we want to. Black people used to do it. Black people used to do it. I don't give a fuck. White people doing it now and being doing it. That's what we know. It's
One
like
And
thing
we
we
y'all
would.
like this. Y'all better find me when it hit the fan. Y'all better look for me.
Mike, if
we
they
know
start talking about a purge, I'm coming to your house and we gonna lock ourselves in your house because I feel safe at your house because
We
we got
all
guns.
linking the fuck up. Fucking with.
Hey, y'all better get to me. I'm telling you. I'm on here
we
each
can
one of y'all something. Tell y'all what to do with it. I got more soldiers.
man, Mike, they gonna drop a goddamn miss on your house so goddamn fast, nigga. Your little shit.
Hey, that's
Gotta
what
drop a
they
miss.
better
They
do
gonna
that.
just send a signal.
Hey, they better do that. They
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 better
ain't
do
gonna
even
that.
drop
dropping
that
Somebody.
bad
misses
boy.
on us no more, y'all. They just sending signals now.
They already know. Man, we can't lose nobody. We're gonna have to drop a bomb on him.
Hell yeah.
I'm with you because I ain't going. Shit, you ain't taking none of mine and I ain't going. We might as well go on and die right here. We not loading up on shit. I need to go and give me some fucking cyanide pills. I'm not going. Ain't no FEMA, ain't nothing, bitch. Get away from here. We got a river in the back. We straight. A little lake.
Just think about it, man. Them folks came in there and they killed Bin Laden 14-year-old son. They shot him up.
Yeah, they been doing that shit. They used to come in and get our men at night, get our men come in at night, get the men. So you know what I'm saying? You just had the women and the children left. So then they submissive to the the white folks because that's all that's there. And then they beating the women, beating the children, and making the women beating the children. Like that's how they've always operated.
How about demasculating the man right in front of all their faces by fucking him in
Oh
front of all of them?
Don't
yeah.
start that.
With
I,
objects or put a tear them apart. Take two things and tear their body apart.
fuck that. Y'all wonder why so many sissies in the world now. You gotta think if you can legally rape a man, these sick motherfuckers was doing that shit all throughout that slavery days, man. I think that's
Man,
the shit that they don't
we had
they
this
can't
argument
show us.
before.
Like they can't even show us that shit, so they ain't gonna show us that shit. But that shit happened in masses. That's why it's like
It did not
mass gay
happen in
population
masses.
now.
We had this argument before. That did not happen in masses. It did happen, but it did not happen in masses.
Yeah, it wasn't as
I
prevalent as
think
people talk
I
about
think
Okay,
it.
it
let me ask
did
y'all
happen
this.
in masses. I
Hold on,
believe
hold
that
on, hold on.
video.
Let me ask y'all this real quick. Do that shit happen in masses now? Like do like rape culture and all that shit? Do that happen in masses now?
No.
It don't.
What it's turned into is over sexuality, just like y'all was talking about sucking on the cucumbers, people fucking each other cousins. That's what it's been turned into.
Let
Like
Fucking
me let,
women,
Rome.
all
let
of
me
that.
introduce
All of
y'all to the penitentiary, which is what slavery used to be.
yeah.
The penitentiary is full of rape.
You know, because it's a man dominating another man, showing him you're smaller than me. Men do that. So
in territory.
we talking about white men back in them days with a bunch of prisoners who couldn't have no say so of what happened to them. You think
Okay,
that
but that didn't
you
It's
that did
still
not happen
frowned
in
upon.
masses.
Even in jail, it's still frowned upon.
Right, and that did not happen in masses. That is a myth that was spread around on social media. That is not true. Now, there was some male on male rape by the master on the slave, so we can't deny that, but that did
we're
not
not
happen
talking
in
about the
masses.
master. Listen, we're not talking about the master.
Master
We
or
talking
the damn what or the overseers, that still didn't
right.
happen like that.
It was
Okay,
pedophilia that was going on.
hold
That's
on.
what they
To
was
what
saying.
fact? To what fact do you have that as? To what fact can you say that they didn't rape little boys
I'm gonna
back
tell
then?
you why I think that was because I
Yeah,
watched a documentary. Why I watched a documentary where they were interviewing at. They used to call them projects, and this is when they had like wherever the corn or the cotton was, you would have to travel to that area to work, and a lot of them would take their families and stay in these projects. While they would be out working in the fields, they would have to leave the kids there. You don't think they was fucking them kids and shit?
Exactly.
I'm not saying that kids weren't being molested or whatever, but when you're talking about when you're specifically talking about taking a man, a male slave, and bending him over and raping him
Book
in front
breaking.
of a group of people, whatever you want to call it, in front of groups of people, that did not happen in masses. That's not true.
Okay,
Stop.
hold on,
You
hold on,
That
ain't
hold on, hold on.
that's just not
you
true.
ain't
Hold on.
never
She had to
been to
specifically
stop.
say in front of a group of people. Let's just say rape period. What are you talking about in front of a group of people?
Because
Let's just
that's
say
what you
rape
said.
period.
That's what you said.
Yeah,
The
it
I
Okay,
said
masses
it
happened.
didn't
okay.
happened. I
happen.
said that situation happened. I didn't say that
Yeah,
happened. That situation happened in masses. I'm saying people got raped in masses.
it
No,
wasn't
you
prevalent though.
Yeah,
no,
it
it was
was. If
not.
you're, if it's the
No, it
way he's
wasn't.
saying is that the act was taking place all over.
Let me put you in a criminal mind. Let me put you in a criminal mind real quick. Not on no sick shit, but who screams louder, a woman or a man?
It
A woman.
doesn't matter. The
So
fact of the
you're
matter is
gonna
it
rape the
happened in
man because
masses.
the man gonna be like and the woman gonna scream at the top of her lungs and be loud. No, this is be for real. If you trying to do something on the slick, you gonna
Some
rape a
stuff
man because the
some
man
stuff is
gonna.
logical, and you have to think with logic. You got to
Okay.
understand these the early people that owned slaves, a lot of them were so-called Christians, so-called this and so-called that. Being gay was a no-no. Having sex, a man having sex with a man, a
Stop.
no-no.
They
No, they
own
been
So
people,
wait,
stop. They
they been
murdered
doing
people,
it.
stop.
wait a minute, let me
That
finish
was
what
a
I'm
All
no
them
no
saying.
from
murderous
the
people
jump.
should have been
That's a
killed.
no no from the jump.
Hold on.
You
Let
fed
me
dogs. You put dogs on people. That's a no no.
okay, see, last week I hung up because I couldn't speak without people over talking me. So I'm just gonna say, if I'm speaking, let me speak, please. So about what I'm trying to say is, I'm not saying that men were not raped, and I'm not saying that boys were not molested and raped. I'm not saying that. But this so-called buck breaking in front of the other slaves and doing all that stuff did not happen in masses like that. It barely happened, as a matter of fact, because of you got to think about the early people and who they were. That is like gay society, being gay or even having sex with the same sex. That's common in the way that we see things in modern times. We accept those things. Back then, that was not acceptable. Do you know what would happen if society found out that a man, whether he's rich or not, whether he's a slave owner or not, or overseer or whatever, had sex with another man or even did that to a slave? They could lose their land, they could lose their money, they could be jailed, they could be hung,
Yeah,
they could
cause
be
they looked at
shot.
us like dogs. It
I
was like having sex
What
disagree.
with
They
your
about what
dog.
about them
been
making the slaves do it to each other? What about that?
they been doing that. They were doing that even in Egypt. Men dressing up like women, like they
Yeah.
been doing
I'm not
incest.
saying it
Like
didn't happen, but
they have
it did not
been
happen in
doing that.
masses,
They
and
have
it didn't
been doing.
happen in front of groups of people to teach them
I don't
nothing.
know about the group of people. I'm just saying they been doing that. They been doing incest. They been fucking their kids and daughters. Like that's what they been
Behind
doing.
closed doors, they were secretly doing it. This is not something that would have been done to demonstrate to other slaves that this is what happened to you. That was not something that was done in masses like that. That wasn't.
Well,
They
I
Can
didn't.
know
I
about
can I
what
ask you a
was
question real quick,
going
Star? Can I ask you a
Hmm.
question?
Yes.
So today, in today's day, do you think it's a do you, even not just today's day, like for your lifetime? Do you
Hmm.
think it's been mass like perversion or rape and all that stuff, like touching kids? Do you think it's been mass, or do you think it's just been a few incidents?
I mean, you
Like, do
know,
you
it's
think
been
majority
massive.
of people got touched
That's
as
an easy
kids?
question.
Uh, and that's what I'm trying to tell you is that all throughout history, if it happens today, while you got all this security and phone technology and all this technology, what the hell you think happened back in the days when it wasn't no technology
But
and
can I
no
be
way
talking
you
to
could
my?
get caught?
Can y'all not? Can y'all hear me clear when I be talking? Damn,
I
I feel
can.
like I
I
have to
just
repeat
we just
myself
don't
over
agree
top.
with. I just don't agree
I
with it.
mean, you don't have to. You don't have to agree with me, but it
Okay,
seems
but
like
it wasn't. It's not a
people.
question of me
But
not hearing you though. It's just I
no,
didn't.
but can y'all hear me? So if y'all can hear me, I don't know, understand why y'all would take. I would take the time and say something, and then I'm not saying you in particular in this situation, but you just asked me. I just said that I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I said that over and over again. I'm saying that boys were molested. I'm saying that men may have been raped and stuff like that. But so don't sit up there and act like I didn't say that already. I hate when I have to repeat myself because
Hearing
I
No,
and
know you
he
listening
heard
is
was
me.
two
saying.
totally
No,
different
he was
things.
saying
That's
that it
true.
was on a mass. What he was trying to say was. It looking at today, do you think the over sexuality or the molestation is on a small scale or is on a mass scale? Because what he was trying to say, with all the technology and all the eyes that we have today, it is on a mass scale. So we didn't have those eyes then, you think it was not on a mass scale then. That's how he
But
was
that's the
trying to
same.
propose
That
it.
but that was the same thing that he said when I answered his question the first time. He was saying the same exact thing in a different way. So, like I said, you initially said because we've had the same argument. You and I have had the same argument months ago about buck breaking and them raping men and doing it in front of the other slaves and stuff like that. And you said that same thing. You repeated something that you saw on social media that was going around on social media. Y'all
No,
gotta stop this
I
stuff. Y'all
promise I
gotta stop
didn't.
this.
Look, listen,
Y'all
Star.
But
gotta
I
like
stop
don't
I
get
it.
read that
Star. No,
too.
no, Star. You making assumptions. You making
No, we've been
assumptions
talking
as to
about this
say
before.
that I looked at social media and seen something. I don't have to
No,
look at social media and see nothing. When I look at today's date and I see what's going on today, I can imagine what happened back then because of what's happened. Like black people getting murdered by the police today. I can only imagine what used to happen back then. That's what I'm
there
telling
are
you, Star.
historical
Star.
accounts.
If it's
There are
mass
historical accounts.
people getting mass, I mean, Star, you ain't letting me talk. You trying to talk over me, baby. You talking about somebody talking
There
over
are
you, but you're not.
there are
You got to talk your whole sentences out. Everybody let you talk, but then when I
there
start
are
talking, you trying to
historical accounts. There are
you're and
historical
you're
accounts
still cutting me off like you don't care. So
because there are historical accounts to say exactly what you already said. There were
okay,
boys that were
hold on,
molested
Star.
because
Let
we're
me
gonna.
tell you about historical counts, because obviously you getting your information from reading something. Obviously, because you're the only one talking about the facts show and the some show.
There
No,
are
we're,
historical.
nobody's going off the census because the census is off. White people will never tell you that they was raping niggas back in the days. Why would they tell you that? That's a stupid thing
Excuse
to put
me.
off on it.
If I could say what I was
You
trying to
and
say,
I'm
there
like I
are
said,
historical
you're not
counts
even
of.
letting me talk,
Okay.
Star. Like I'm just trying to get my comment out. Then I'm gonna stop talking. I'm put
There
myself
are
on mute. Just let me
there are
talk real quick.
historical counts, like
And
I
I
said,
understand
there
your
are historical
historical
counts
counts.
of
I
boys
don't know
being
who you get your
molested.
who do you get
Hold
your
on, let me
historical
finish.
counts from? What we need to look up to get your historical counts?
There are historical accounts of boys being molested and men being raped during slavery times. I have said that several times already. There were not mass buck breaking, raping men or buck breaking. That was not true. That was something that
What's
was
your
going
account?
around
What's
on.
your
No,
what do I need to look up to
no.
find your fact on that? Because
Hey,
you got
but
The fact
camera
where y'all
angles,
get that
no.
term
you
from?
got the
But
Let
cameras,
me
you got the
finish.
people getting interviewed and everything, Star. You
hey,
got all
but
The
that.
who? What slave was being interviewed? Come on
That's
now.
what you acting like. You got interviews of slaves. You got all the interviews. So I'm trying to ask
No, there are
what slave do I need to go listen to?
You just sit up and told us that mass people were being raped and molested, and now you trying to argue with me because I'm
That's
saying the
all.
same
That's all I said.
thing.
You saying that
You
I
you
said
full of it.
that they do
You
it in
full of
front
it.
of people, and I'm like, what are you
You
talking
did say that. You said that initially. You
about?
said
Okay,
it
they
before.
did, and
No,
they
no,
did.
no.
Mm.
That's a lie.
Star, people get
That's a
raped in
lie.
front of people now. People get raped in front of people now in these days. That's what I'm trying to
Okay,
tell you, Star.
Hey,
okay.
Boopy.
Get
Hey,
some
what
facts.
evidence does it show that only white people did the buck breaking when black people were slaveholders too?
Why does it matter? Like, how we get to that?
Right. What is this butt breaking shit? What the hell?
What
That
the
was
fuck?
something that was going around on the internet. I hate when people take stuff off the
Well,
internet
no, because
and
I
just
feel like it didn't
because
come
it
off the
was
internet
going
because I
around on the
didn't read it
internet.
off the internet. I did read about it. So if it's true, it don't, like you did say it was true, but you said it wasn't as vast. So what part
It
was read
wasn't.
off the internet?
I'm
Like
talking about the buck breaking thing, the part. That's what I'm talking about because we've actually had the same discussion
they
before.
did that
The buck
process
breaking
though.
part. Listen,
Okay,
that was
this
not
okay,
done on a mass
okay. So
scale.
Star is
That wasn't done
basically
on a mass
saying
scale.
that they did do that, but they didn't do it a lot. Okay, okay, I agree
They
with
did
you,
not
Star.
do it. Wait a minute.
Cause
I'm
they,
gonna take
cause
you
they
out there.
did, they did feed the dogs on black people. They did put the dogs on them to eat
But
them,
not
but
a
they didn't
lot.
do it a lot. They
You know,
didn't do
I
that a
hate.
lot.
I don't like talking to ignorant people. That's my problem. I think that's what it is. I don't like talking to ignorant people. The bottom line is like I said, is that buck breaking is when you do something in front of people to send them a message to keep people in line. And
The
he
action
has
gonna
said
keep
he
look,
said it when.
sister though, if you do it
So what I'm talking
in
about, I'm not talking
private,
about rape
rape
or
gonna do it to you.
molestation.
Rape gonna do it to you in
I'm sorry, what?
private or in public. The act gonna do it to your mind and your body.
I know, but uh, I'm not disputing that. That's not what we talking about. What I'm talking about is using it as a system to break men in front of other slaves, and that was going around on the internet. He has repeated that when he brought it up today, and he
But I'm
repeated it
saying
a
I've
month
read
ago.
that history and it was not on no internet.
No, I'm sorry. No, where did
To
you read it
say
at?
that did not
Y'all
happen,
pull it
they
out.
had all kind of
Please tell
contraptions and
me.
everything. Have you ever looked up the medieval
No,
contraptions
I.
that they had to put in? They put in on slaves and shit. The shit they would put in their
Wait a
mouth,
minute.
like
You talking about the castration. You're talking about that type of stuff.
all
We
kind,
talked about
all of
that
that shit.
before
They
too.
did all that
But
shit. Just different time eras.
but
It's
I'm
just
talking
different.
about raping men.
All of that. I
I'm
mean, all
sorry,
of that
but
shit. I don't
men
understand
could
like
not.
whether they did it a little bit or a lot. Them motherfuckers was not supposed to be doing it.
That's not what I'm not disputing it. We're not disputing whether they should be doing it or not. It's just that common saying that's been going around on the internet about this was
I
done
ain't even
so
seen it
much
on the
in front
internet
to
though.
break men.
I ain't never seen it. I
Yeah,
didn't
but a
see
lot
that
of
when
people seen it
when
and they
I
talk
What?
seen
about it.
What's
it
she
on
talking?
That's a fact. I've never seen that on the internet neither,
yeah
Kiba.
You
I
yeah.
lying.
promise.
You lying because you are
Hold on.
lying
What?
because me
What?
and you
See
talked
what on
about
the
that
internet?
before.
So now Star know me.
Oh
Now Star know me.
Me and you
Okay,
have talked
Star.
about this before. We talked
Hold
about
on.
this before, and you did
What
see that
thing
on
on
the
the internet?
internet.
What thing on the
Okay,
internet you talking about?
let me tell you what it was a meme going around on the internet and on YouTube saying that men were routinely raped in front of other slaves to break them,
Oh, buck
and
breaking.
that is a myth. Yeah, that's a myth. They were not routinely raped in front of other slaves to break them. If
mm,
it What you got to understand, early people they not like how our modern society is, where we accept men sleeping with men and all this other stuff. If them men was out there openly doing stuff like that, they could have lost their land. They could have got in prison,
Yeah,
shot, hanged,
they're very
all this
hardcore
stuff. But they
but
Christians.
couldn't
guess
just
what?
rape
It
a
was
man
Yes,
like
they were
that in
era
front of
hardcore
people.
Christians.
eras when that shit was
Catholics too.
wide open. Like it was eras when it was wide open. Then it was era when it was forbidden. It was eras when it was wide open. Then it was eras when
Now
it was
here's
forbidden.
the. Now here's
Not
here.
during those times.
Hold
No,
on.
you
Wait.
could not do that.
Now wait a minute. There is a little gray area here because yes, they were hardcore Christians, but there didn't seem to be a real problem with them committing adultery on their wife with
the black female slaves, right?
We talk about
So
homosexuality, not adultery.
I know, but it's still like the argument is like they're
That was
Christians.
totally different during them times.
Yeah, but
Man,
I'm
what
just
he's
saying.
saying, what Alvin is saying is that you can't say that they was following this Christian law, but not following this Christian law.
Yeah,
Like law,
yeah.
they
We
they
know what he's
they
saying.
been
We
breaking
know
the
what he's
Christian
saying.
laws, so don't bring Christianity into it, because you know that they've been
Yeah.
breaking those laws. They've been killing people when you shouldn't kill them.
The
Period.
greatest
Like they've been
time,
breaking the Christian
Okay,
laws.
They was Christian sicking dogs on people. Like,
This is what I was saying.
the greatest number of rapes happened when Islam spread it into
Okay,
India. When they started turning all those boys into eunuchs and stuff like that. That's when rape was at its highest.
yeah, they terrible too. All of them. All of them.
so
Right.
Alvin, what I was
I
saying
mean,
was is that it was rape of men and rape of boys during those times. It was. That's on the historical record. But as far as buck breaking them, raping them in front of other slaves to
okay, I kind of
send
see
them
what you're
messages
saying
and
now.
all of that
Okay.
stuff, that
Stop
was
saying
not
that it
done in a
was.
mass
Stop.
level.
So you
Yeah.
saying it was like a lot of it going on, but it was behind closed doors.
Man,
Yeah, in secret because they no,
Yeah, I could kind of see
it
that.
wasn't buck
I can't
breaking. It
take it.
wasn't
I
buck
So
can't take
breaking.
it.
that the start you just made everybody a point though. Like you just did all that
I
arguing just to
didn't.
tell us
No,
that
I
we.
didn't. That's what I was saying the whole
Hey,
time. But
Leo,
you
man, you
didn't
gonna
let
make
me.
me
So you
go
wasn't
deaf with your
arguing.
microphone. Yo,
Yeah, I
Leo
mean,
gonna make my eardrums burst. These
Nigga,
bottom
take
line
your
is
headphones.
take your goddamn headphones off.
if you
Man.
listen the first time, you don't have to keep repeating yourself.
She got a point though. I don't. Did that ever happen? A butt break? I think it happened before, but was it a
Yeah,
common thing? I don't think it
it
was common.
happened. No, it was not common because those white men would have
He's
been
saying it
Mhm.
didn't
hung.
happen. It had. Oh Lord.
I'm
Yes,
saying it happened, but I don't think it was a
but it
common
did not
practice
happen
though.
in mass.
It only happened one or two
It
times.
was going
It
around.
was just like, no, that shit should have never happened.
Hold
Period.
on, they trying to compare,
It
but
just
they trying to
never.
y'all trying to compare them fucking men in front of everybody compared to hanging. No, they hung way more niggas than they fucked. Okay,
Ain't
I
nobody
get it.
compared
What?
nothing. Did you hear us compare us comparison hanging?
What
No,
we
we
trying to say is,
we
Star, they
literally.
did it. Like, Star, the point is they did
That's not.
that.
No,
Period.
That's
you
the
said they did it
point.
in
Period.
masses. He said that they did it in
It's
masses.
mass.
No, they
It
did
is
not.
masses. If it's a lot of, it happened a lot. If they fucked a lot, if they fucked 1,000 black men throughout their time, it was happening masses. That's my point. Just 1,000 out of the million that they took. If they did 1,000 like that, that's mass to me.
Just
She's
like
I don't
saying
know if
she's
it's a
saying
thousand.
non-prevalent. She's saying non-prevalent, and you're saying masses. It's a difference between what you're saying and what she's saying.
I
She's just
understand.
saying, yeah, it did happen, but it just wasn't a prevalent occurrence. Like this wasn't
And
something that was.
so that's what I say
Hold on.
like this because
And hold on.
sometimes people
My
want
point
to ask
about
for evidence for certain stuff and they don't want to ask for evidence for certain stuff. Where's the evidence for that?
that's what I'm saying. This is the
I
thing,
mean, if
y'all.
you actually
Y'all,
do,
okay, it's prevalent. It's prevalent because of all the cases that we've heard of. But when you hear about everybody case, then you'll see that it's masses. Because everybody didn't get to talk their piece. Everybody didn't get to speak their piece. So if you actually ask everybody, they'll be like, hell yeah, they did that shit all the time. But if you only ask the certain ones, yeah, it's prevalent. So if you ask everybody, do girls get raped? Yeah, girls get raped. Do you ask them if
some stuff
boys
is
get?
common
If
sense.
you ask them, did boys get touched and raped? Everybody gonna be like, nah, boys don't get touched. But everybody
Some
know,
stuff is common
hell yeah,
sense.
boys get touched and raped all the
So,
time.
so here's my only issue with the bug breaking. Whenever you go to look for the historical documentation of it, you never get firsthand journals of it happening from anybody. It's mostly like people of today saying it's happened, but you can't find like a record of somebody back then
All
saying,
hypothetical. It's all
yeah.
hypothetical.
So I guess all the rape and all that was too.
No, we have
There's
documentation of slaves,
documentation of
of
rape
of
and
women.
molestation.
We have
So they were
slaves on
raping
record.
women
We
then.
have no, we have women slaves on record saying how they got raped.
They were just raping women, not men.
No, no, it's
Yeah.
on. It's there is historical documentation of men also being raped
So
and being
what is the
molested,
debate?
How
Like,
many men?
and
How
so
many
what
men
does it
really
have
gonna
to
go on record about
what
getting
and
kind
touched?
of but to be
And
satisfactory. Like, why does it? What does it?
I'm
Why is
just saying it's just about evidence, right? So look, if
it's
we're
about
saying buck,
evidence.
if we're talking about buck breaking being a common occurrence, the only evidence I see for buck breaking are people in the 20th and 21st century saying it happened. I
In the
can't
South,
find first.
Southern plantations only.
Yeah, I
And
can't find it.
no?
and y'all are blaming homosexuality in the black community on buck breaking
No,
because
I ain't
that's what started
blaming
the
it
art.
on nothing.
I'm
I'm
not
just
saying,
saying that
Miss Eva, I'm not talking
they're
about you.
no, I'm just saying that they have this goes back further than buck breaking. These people have been in the royal families. They practice incest and fucking their kids. They been doing this shit. So they bought their little bitty ass traits over here. Yes, we picked up that shit. That's why a lot of motherfuckers in now have a lot of issues with molestation and everything else. This shit has been going on. So maybe niggas wasn't just getting been fucked over enough to make us get mad enough. But the little motherfuckers that got fucked is enough to
I
have
mean, I'm
had
saying
effect on our
that's
people.
enough.
Like,
I'm just saying, but when you make a statement like he made, which is actual a common statement that's going around the internet, like I said, it's
I
a
had
meme and
seen
all of that. The statement is that homosexuality is being in our community was caused by buck breaking.
By white
it
people. You
probably
can't
has. It
contribute all
probably
of that
has.
to white people either.
It
Here's the
probably has.
thing. Now, here's the sad truth and reality. Homosexuality existed everywhere, regardless of a white man doing anything. It's a human psychological thing that happens. It's neurological. It's not a cultural thing. Some cultures promote it more than others. You could say European culture promotes the idea more, but there has always been gay people on every part of the planet. It's just a matter of what culture is promoting it more or not.
So our culture, we have to deal with white people. So these white people been doing this shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So African
Because
culture,
we're a representation of Rome, and Rome was highly exploited. It was an
yeah,
open, freely gay society. That's why it's
it's
more prevalent in the United States because we're like a copy of Rome.
So
it's
that's
not that it's
basically
not
what
that
we
it, hold
saying.
on. It's not necessarily that it's more prevalent. It's just it's more acceptable. Because remember, there's always been gay people in Africa. The only difference is Africans did not promote the behavior. They did. It wasn't a part of the culture to promote such a thing.
Egypt was
In
androgynous though.
Yeah, but in
Egypt was
Europe,
very androgynous. Makeup,
yeah,
wigs,
but they
skirts,
but they didn't necessarily promote uh same sex
but
relationships,
it
even
was
though it was
androgynous.
happening.
It's like
It,
Prince.
yeah, like it was happening, but it wasn't promoted. As opposed to the European culture, it's happening and they were promoting it. Like I think Aristotle said, the greatest love is between a man and a man. That's the best love. That's what he like. That's going beyond just it
So
happening.
that's why I'm saying they have been doing this shit. This is shit we have picked up. Like, I don't
No,
understand.
no, no. The only thing that has been picked up is the cultural acceptance of it. There's always been gay people on the
And
planet.
over sexuality and wanting to stick your thing and a woman want to suck every like sexuality is just open hyper. What do you mean? Like it's
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
control. What?
yeah.
Yeah, that's true too.
Well,
Man,
let me
it's
ask
sex.
y'all this question: are y'all gonna be honest if I ask y'all this question? Is it
Mhm.
or is it not true that all men have homosexual tendencies, but they're taught not
No,
to be homosexual as
No,
no,
children?
no.
no, no.
Hell,
Hell
I
no.
ain't
Absolutely
no
not.
man. I've been around too
I'll
many
say
motherfuckers.
this though. I'll
Okay.
say this,
Hold on. Now,
though.
can I ask a star question for real quick?
Hmm.
Okay. This is the thing, Star. Men are very thirsty. Okay. So if you put a man in a position where he's not getting nothing or doing nothing, he probably will go to the extreme to get what he want, that satisfaction. So like I said, like if you put a man in prison to where he ain't getting none, yeah, he might go to the extreme to get that satisfaction. If you put a man in a position where he ugly and no girl wants him, yeah, he go to the extreme to get that satisfaction. So that's what I say. If you want to say men have homosexual thoughts or
No,
whatever, when you put them in a strange environment where they can't get their nut off, they tend to do bullshit sometimes.
Did y'all
That's a
see that
fact.
So
video where
no,
them white
I'll
guys
say this.
having sex with them pigs?
I disagree with that because of this reason. I'll say this, Star. I think the number of men with tendencies is higher than we think. I'll say that, but I don't think men inherently have that because if you go to
I mean,
jail,
aren't we
not
all born
everybody.
feminine?
No, but what I'm saying is, even if
You
you talk about it, listen, I used to work in a jail. Not everybody's in there. Like there's lifers in there. Not everybody's trying to have sex with dudes. You know,
Yeah, I know
there's a
that, but
particular.
I'm saying
So what
as
I'm saying,
children,
no,
as children,
no,
aren't you taught to really be
but
a
see,
man because we're all born feminine?
no. What I'm saying is this: you're born feminine inside of the womb. By the time you're out, you're different now. You're not what you were in the beginning. So
But you're
I
taught to
don't.
be a boy. You're
You're
taught
not taught.
to
No,
play with
no,
trucks.
no.
You're
Look,
taught to like
no.
girls.
Here's the thing. They already did a test on this. Okay, they put it's the preschool test, and it's every single time, 100% of the time. They put toys out there, right? And they even did this with baby monkeys. The male monkeys and the male children go to the more rigid and rough kind of toys. They go to the trucks, they go to the angular stuff, while the female little kids always go to the softer stuff. It's not
uh,
even cultural. They already did a test
but
on it. I put
that
it in the
might
back chat.
be true. But what Star saying is true. You are taught every damn thing.
No,
If
not at the
if
baby
you are
level.
from day
At the
one, we're taught
baby,
what to like, what
no.
you don't like, what's the religion. Our family already have our religion
I,
picked
I,
out.
I understand that, but there's some things that are instinctual.
We
Men,
don't get
ins-
that much freedom of to be an instinct. That's the
we
problem.
we have listen. Human have instincts.
Can
Men
I
I
throw
are
this
understand
out there
that, but
real
naturally
that's
quick?
more
not what I'm
aggressive.
saying. What I'm saying is we are, because of these constructs, we don't get to really live out our natural instincts.
No,
Exactly.
but not
Hold on,
every
hold on, hold on,
individual.
Alvin. Alvin, can I
This
respond to
one,
her real quick?
Go ahead,
And
VR.
what Kiba is saying is that because of what humans have said, we don't get to relive out our natural instinct. What I want to say to that is, like, if you think about it, they have made it to where every man is circumcised, bro. They are cutting our skin off the head of our dicks to expose the head. I have a
Good.
little son, bro. I can't even talk to him because he can't talk back. So he's potty trained, but so now he got that diaper off. So his dick is exposed to his drawers and his pants or whatever, and
mm-hmm,
his head is showing. So he's grabbing at himself all the time. And I'm
mm-hmm,
like, bro, you gotta pee, you gotta pee. He like, no, I ain't gotta pee. And I'm like, what the hell? He keep grabbing himself up, but that's because he like, God damn, my head, my sensitive spot,
the
the
sensation.
girl's clitoris is keep rubbing up against his pants to make him horny. And
Yeah.
if you don't understand that, that's what we all end up going through every morning. Our dick is rubbing up against something, our head. Our
And
sensitive spot of our penis is rubbing up against something, and now we're horny for no fucking reason at all.
yes,
You
and
feel me?
that
So,
is a ritual for them even doing that, and we still practicing that ritual to this day.
Okay,
and
look,
that's a problem. That's a big
look.
Say that
problem with
Okay,
us.
for
so
you.
I agree there are certain social constructs, but there are some things instinctually that men do and some things women do. That's
We
just
know that. That's
natural.
not what
So
we
what I'm
saying.
saying, so when
We're
it
saying
comes, but I get the kind, but hold on, let me just say this. So when we're talking about men being more aggressive and little boys want to fight each other, that's not something that's taught. That's just something that is inherent in males. We're
That's just
physical
exactly,
that's
and
but
because
that's
we
not
aggressive.
what
have
she was
a
saying.
more testosterone. That's
Yeah,
more
Right.
where
yeah,
that's coming from.
yeah. So even in the objects, inherently, like male boys tend to go to more sharper objects, more
But
angular objects, while little girls go to more softer things. I mean,
let's
that's not a construct. That's just natural.
let's accept that study as a factual study, but let's also look at the variables that may be influencing that. Could it be that the male babies and the female babies have already identified who is a female, who is a male? Because they
But
can identify that
mhm.
with their mothers and their fathers
Yeah,
and
that's true.
other.
But it's also cross special. They did the same thing with bonobo monkeys,
They can
and
also identify males and
but
females.
I'm just
Just
saying, there's no social construct with the animals. They're not living in a paradigm
actually,
where they're
monkeys
forcing.
and yeah, monkeys are socially constructed.
No, but there's not a they're more off instinct than us. Like we have, like for instance, I'll give you
Oh, they have
a
a
social. Hold
construct.
on, just a second.
Oh.
Like the color pink, right? Pink being a female color is a social construct, right? Because it used to be a boy color, but now it's a pink color. That has nothing to do with instincts, certain fashions and stuff. High heels used to be male, like men used to wear high heels. Now it's a feminine thing. So there are some things that are social constructs. But when you're talking about simple stuff like whether what kind of object gravitates towards boys and women, the certain attributes that women have, men have, some of those things are purely instinctual.
Yeah, but
You know,
we know that nobody's disagreeing with that. We're just saying that is so minute because you don't get the opportunity to really be instinctual out here because there's so many constructs.
like for instance, okay, so like even with men having homosexual tendencies, the only thing I will say is that I think the number is higher than what people report, but I think like the majority of men don't have homosexual tendencies. I would
Um,
say, I would say at most maybe 20 to 25% have these
Yeah,
kind of
you
tendencies.
tripping.
Can I ask what homosexual tendencies mean? What does the
Looking
homosexual?
look Looking at a man and getting somewhat aroused.
Wait a
Oh,
minute. Wait a
or
minute.
being
Okay,
or
no,
being
Wait a
attracted
no,
to them, or being
I
attracted
no,
don't
to them.
think no.
Just being attracted to them is a homosexual tendency. But you
nah,
talk
No,
no, I
now.
yeah,
don't.
I don't see men. I don't see
I
a.
don't.
I see a minority, maybe at most 25% of
shit.
men
I
where
think
that
it's higher
happens.
than that because it's
No,
more.
I
Shit.
It's
You
No,
it's
say
more
being
than that.
around.
It's higher
no.
than that because of drug uses. Marijuana alone lowers testosterone.
no.
Yeah,
I
I
think it's
mean,
the drought. I think it's a man going on drought from bit. Like, do you know how much work it take to get some pussy for a man? I think it's the work ethic that
but
what.
here's a
Let me
but
tell you about
also
something. I'ma send. I'ma see. I don't never message in this thing, but I'ma send this. I'ma take time tomorrow and find it. It was a documentary that were done on melanated mice. They put them in a construct, and this group of mice ended up dividing from the weak strong males, the alpha males, to the beta
mhm,
males, to the females, to the kids, and the society started breaking down on its own. And
mhm,
they use that same effect out here today on us. It is that documentary is so fucking heavy. It just shows
mhm.
you though how they put them in a project. It was a box and it was in four squares and it had food on different levels, and it showed you how they started getting dominated. Guess what? They started turning homosexual. This was without medication. This was without training. This was without manipulation. But they was in close quarters, and this shit turned into
Because
homosexuality. It
it's
also
in
turned
them.
it turned into pansexuality where they was fucking anything, men, kids, boys, girls. Like it is. I gotta find y'all this documentary. It is a trip, but it helped me see how they fuck with us out here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll put it like this: the number of people identifying as gay is like between 8 and 10%, right? Now, that's people identifying as it. Now, if we do the real number, I can't see it above 25%. I
Shit.
can't see it above 20. I can't. I just can't
Okay,
fathom it
Alvin.
being
I'm gonna
higher.
say it. I'm gonna throw this out there real quick. Okay, the thing is that the reason I see it as above even 50% is
That's
because if you
oh
put
man.
people in certain situations, if you put boys in a situation where they never see nothing but boys, they're gonna adapt to that situation. You
Yep.
feel me? That's the problem. Like everybody adapt. Like even women do it. Like everybody adapts to their situation.
I'm gonna tell you,
So
it did it in that red thing. I can't. I
Okay,
think
so
y'all see
if
that.
you want to talk about a situation of a young boy and all, like if you're talking about a situation of a young boy and all he's seeing is male couples and that's what he's used to, maybe I could see that. But if you just talk about somebody that's born normally, like for instance, like somebody asked me, would you have sex with a man? The real question is, do I have the ability to have sex with a man? It no longer, no long. I can't look at a man and get aroused. It
what
just can't.
this
Y'all
is
know
the
that.
thing.
Like
This is the thing,
you
Alvin.
won't have it.
You,
Some
I,
men don't have the ability to have sex with a guy because they
but
just
Alvin,
can't simply get
it's
aroused.
men out here who gets no attention from women. Like they can try, but women turn them down.
But even with
Like
them,
every
But if they're
Yeah, but
attracted
it's a
to
lot
women,
of them. It's a lot of them
here's the
though.
thing. But here's the thing. Even if they can't get none from women, they're still heterosexual. If they stare
Right.
at a man, no matter how long they stare at him, they're not going to be able to get aroused because their brain is looking at that and it's just not doing it. It's kind of
It's a
like with
lot of
gay
men in
dudes.
prison that don't have sex
Matter of
with
fact, there's
men.
even some gay dudes that have tried to be with women. You know what the women say happened? They limp the whole time. They can't. They're looking at the woman and it's not doing it, and they just can't get aroused looking at her because she's gay, and that's vice versa with
So
heterosexual.
this is the question: is getting your dick sucked by a man gay?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so if a man you can't in prison in certain prisons they say that's not gay. So
It
that's what
is
I'm
gay.
telling you. Like
It
you're
is
looking
gay.
at prison like, man, nah, they don't do it like that in prison. But man, niggas is doing other shit
Yeah, I
in
mean, no,
prison.
they're doing
Nobody
it.
said that.
Look,
Nobody
they are
said that
doing
that's
it in
not good.
prison, and the people that do that in prison had tendencies before they got in. Because I'm telling you,
Exactly. That's
I
what I'm
worked
talking
in a,
about.
yeah, I worked in a prison, and
They
I'm telling
already
you,
had the
there's a lot of
tendency.
lifers in there that's
But
done
I'm
nothing but
telling you,
no dude.
until y'all watch this documentary, you cannot, you can't roll with that. I'm telling you, no, your construct can influence that.
Well, I mean, I
How?
believe what you're saying, but they also have to have that tendency too, because there's a lot of
Mhm.
men in confined situations. They don't go Brokeback Mountain.
Mhm.
No, right. Look, see, when you got when this is deeper than just the thought of a person wanting it. This is
Yeah,
a you talking
They
about some
also
of
perverts.
the
yeah,
star,
some
the
perverts,
only
but this is a chemical change. You know what I'm saying?
I'll
Hmm.
say this, star. At most, I'll say the number is higher and alarming, but I don't think it's inherent that every man has tendencies. I don't agree with that.
No, no.
Well, I mean, I just think that children
Yeah,
are born feminine, and boys are taught to be boys and become men and be attracted to girls.
I would say they're not. I think. Oh, what up, Spice? Spice
Grand
in the building.
risings, everybody.
No,
Hi,
no.
Spice.
I'm saying that. I think children are not sexual at all at that age. I think it's just straight, just instinctual. You know what I'm saying?
But
And I
then,
think what they say. I think when they get around 3, that's when they start noticing the differences, right?
right, and I think
With that.
boys like boys naturally, and then they're
No,
told not to.
I don't think nobody likes
Like what,
anybody.
God?
No, I don't
Huh?
think nobody
Like
likes
like
any.
what?
Hold on. No, what I'm saying, I don't think nobody likes anybody when you're like a toddler. Your brain is not even wired to even look at anybody in a sexual way
But
at
when
that
the
age.
child does start becoming attracted to
Well,
kids, other people,
when they start becoming
they
attractive, the gay
then
boys will start looking at dudes, and the heterosexual boys will start looking at girls. That's
I
what'll happen.
no, I just think that all boys look
No,
at other
the word
boys.
all,
Are
all
you
is a
saying
very
all
strong
boys be
number.
Mm.
looking at boys,
That
Star?
is a very strong word,
Yes,
all.
and I think that
No,
they're taught.
No,
no.
Wait a minute.
What?
Let me say this. And I think listen, it's just a theory. I'm just saying. I I think that they're taught no, that's not what boys are supposed to
No,
do
at a
because
biological
it's too
level.
many of them. It's just
No,
too
no.
many
Look,
of the
look. Let me
men
tell you why I
with the
can't.
tendencies.
Hold
I'm
on. Wait,
sorry.
wait, 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 wait,
Okay,
wait.
so start
Let me get
basically
done.
saying that every man wants a dick in his mouth.
Hold on.
yeah,
Stop.
no.
No,
Hold
no,
on.
let's say that first.
Wait a
So
minute. Hold
you
on.
think
Okay,
every man wants a dick in his mouth?
No, only when they're three
that's
years
not.
old until somebody says no.
Only
Then
Yes.
they will.
3 years old.
Only till they're 3 years old. Which is look, start. Look,
This
this is
nigga
what.
out.
Yeah, y'all wildin'. Y'all are
Look.
wildin' on this
You
dog.
gotta
I'm just saying
stop.
every little boy wants a dick in his mouth until he's
No,
three
I'm trying
years
to
old.
figure out what Star saying now. Shit.
Look,
No,
so
I
How
start.
about a
Look,
titty, Alvin? Can you say a titty? Every
nah,
man want a titty in his mouth until he's taught no. You're tripping,
nah,
Alvin.
no, I
Well,
don't
no,
believe
because
that.
Star
No,
said that
no.
they like boys
Hold
automatically.
on, Leo.
Yeah,
That's not what I'm
ain't no
saying.
little
That's
boys
what.
crying. Ain't no little
Hold
boys
on.
crying for no
Wait a
dick.
minute.
Let them cry for some
Wait a
pussy, man.
minute, Leo.
They want
That's
some
not.
titty milk. bro.
Leo, that's not what I'm saying.
Give
That's what
me a
Star
nipple,
is
Alf,
saying.
and I want a nipple at 3. I don't want a
Leo.
goddamn dick in my mouth. You're
Wait a minute.
tripping.
Leo, that's not what I'm saying. That's what
That's
Star is
horrible,
saying.
man.
But Star
I
said
didn't. That's what
he didn't
That's
Star
say
is saying.
horrible.
specifically
I
I'm
got a
not
sex.
saying that.
2-year-old, man.
I'm not talking about sex, y'all.
Yeah,
I'm
not
talking
sex,
about
but she was saying interested,
yeah,
liking.
like they have to be told that you're supposed to like girls and this is the way you're supposed to
No,
be.
no. Listen, let me tell you why. Because all species of animals look at the opposite sex and start mating naturally without anybody telling them to do that.
Naturally.
Yeah,
There's
but
Naturally.
no,
human
you don't have
beings.
a human doesn't have to be told to look at a girl and be like, I want to do some
Wait
of
a
that.
minute.
Now,
These men are out here having sex with men and women. I
I know,
said
but no, but
they
what,
like boys.
but what I'm
Men are.
saying,
The
but hold
little
on,
boys, we hunch females. When we was
you,
kids, we hunched females, Star. I'm sorry. We
so wait a minute.
hunched a lot, and we
This is
hunched females. We probably hunched our female cousins, but
this.
we hunched
But
females.
So what I'm
y'all
saying
also
is,
trained those
Star.
girls in the
We
same
listen.
room.
Humans are not that special. Listen, every single animal on the planet that is sexually dimorphic, where you have one sex looking different from the other, they naturally gravitate to the opposite sex on the
Okay,
majority.
well,
Because if they hold on just a second, because if they didn't, we would probably go extinct. You're saying
okay.
the default is for a boy to like a boy. I can't. No.
Listen to what I'm saying. I want to be clear about what I'm saying is that the only thing that stops majority of boys
The
from liking
majority. Where is this
listen
word
to
majority coming
Let,
from?
let's
let
hear
me
this.
finish.
Let's hear this. Let's
The
hear this.
only thing that stops the majority of boys from acting on their homosexual tendencies is they are taught male gender
That's not
roles.
true.
Wait a
Star, how
minute.
many sons you got, Star?
Let me
Right.
finish.
What
Exactly.
boys you got?
Right.
Exactly.
Like, what the fuck is she talking about?
So you saying
Niggas
All
grew up
right.
without.
okay?
Wait,
Listen.
Uh,
Niggas grew up without daddy, Star. We like girls. Period. We grew up without
okay,
daddies.
excuse me. Let me finish. I didn't say that that the
Star, I'm
boys did
usually
not.
on your side, but I can't roll
Wait a
with you on
minute.
this.
Hold on, let
I
her finish. Let her finish.
listen. I want to be clear about what I'm trying to say. Male gender roles and female gender roles are taught to children. We come into
Some
the
of them.
world. Wait a minute. We're taught. We come into the
I'm
world
with you right
feminine.
there.
We
Okay.
come in. Males and females are coming to the world as feminine. Male and female gender roles are taught to children by their parents or their caretakers, and by just the images that they take in society. Boys are taught very early that their tendencies are not to be acted on.
Can I
They're
say this real
they're
quick? Star?
oppressed. Wait a minute,
I
let me
understand
finish.
what you're saying, Star. But honestly, from my point of view, I honestly don't think males are brought into this world feminine. Like somewhere along that course inside our 9 months, we get a masculine vibe. Cause I've had sons, and my sons come out masculine, like for real.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
they're
So
boys.
also,
They
you
act like
also,
boys.
and
It's
also
like
this whole
when
thing of a woman start of a man starting out that happens in the womb. That whole thing of a male starting out female that happens inside of the womb,
I'm
and
not
then
talking
by the
about the
time
anatomy. I'm
when the
talking
bi
about
when the baby comes out, that's a male baby. Now, Star, I'll tell you what, the gay little boys will look at other little boys, right? But the
no, all of them.
heterosexual men, why are you saying where's this all coming from? Like, okay,
Because y'all don't
from a
know the difference.
watch this,
Y'all don't know the
watch this.
difference.
From a biological standpoint, in what way would it make sense for humans to be attracted to the same sex first? From a biological standpoint.
Listen,
It doesn't make biological
wait a minute. You
sense.
gotta let me answer questions. I never
Okay.
said first. I never said that we
You said at
listen to
first
what I'm
boys like other
saying.
boys.
No,
You
listen to
said
what
we
I said.
taught. You say we were taught
Can I
to
please?
like girls.
I'm gonna tell y'all what I said. I never said first. I'm saying that you can still be attracted to girls and you can still be attracted to boys. Boys
So
are
we're born
taught.
bisexual.
Yeah, it's not about sex.
Come on, man.
It's not sex when you're a child. It's
the
about
Well,
only thing is learned
gender
is
roles.
homosexual behavior. That's what's learned.
It's
yeah, I'm
about
trying to. I'm like, listen.
listen to what I'm saying.
Okay,
So just like when you use animals, you do know that those same animals that you named, they participate in homosexual and bisexual behavior.
okay.
You know that, right?
Some of them do, yes, but
And
that's when they're much older. Like I know lions
I'm
do
not
it as
talking
kind
about
of as a
children. I'm
bonding.
not talking about children having sex. That's not what we're talking about.
But
I'm talking about male and gender roles. And those little homosexual tendencies are deep inside y'all. Even though
what?
y'all might like girls.
This is,
Mm.
this is,
God,
oh
God.
my God.
Hold on,
Hey,
hold on, hold on, hold on,
you
My
hold on,
poor
hold
trolling.
on,
Now
real
you
quick.
baby.
Hold
you
on, real quick,
trolling.
Alpha.
You trolling,
Please.
Star. Now
Hold
you
on.
trolling.
Nah, but hold on real quick. So Star, if it's just in men, what do women? Women don't have no I
We're
wanna
already
do no.
feminine. We're already feminine.
So y'all not
So,
attracted to feminine sources because y'all
No,
just feminine
exactly.
already.
excuse me, we're not talking about sex when I'm talking about this. I'm not talking about sex. It's y'all learn, I mean, not y'all,
Well,
but
if you're saying
men.
homosexual, that's sex.
Well, that's the word
Exactly.
that we were using.
Exactly.
But we're talking about children. We're not talking about sex. I'm
Okay,
talking
so
about
what do you mean by boys having homosexual
So
tendencies
girls
when they're
can't
little?
have
because
ten.
when you
Hold on, girls can't
Because
have tendencies from inside the womb or wherever to now be have the same kind of attraction for females.
what I'm saying is we're already feminine. So we're told to identify with being feminine automatically. But males who identify with the feminine role, they're really just acting
why are
on
you
something
making
that's
the
inside of
default feminine?
because we're feminine. We're all feminine.
But you're making that the default for
Because
everybody.
it
When
is because
everybody, that's not the default for
do you
everybody.
not you
If that
don't
was true,
understand
if that was true, it wouldn't be no men running around here acting like men. Where
y'all
did they
not
get
get
to acting like men
gender
from?
roles. Gender roles is taught to y'all. That's what I'm saying. Y'all
Where
are
did,
taught to be
who was the
masculine.
first person to say, okay, this is a man gender role?
Your
Who
daddy.
started that?
Your
Okay,
No,
so
daddy.
it's
Star.
instinct, Star. Your instincts tell you to be a man. It's not taught.
Some look,
We,
some
we
okay, some
instinctively
gender.
stronger than y'all.
Okay, so
We didn't get stronger than y'all just
I'm
by
not talking
making
about
ourselves
anatomy.
stronger.
I'm not talking about anatomy. I'm talking
so
about
okay,
We're talking about masculine and femininity. Like
some roles.
masculine is stronger than feminine. Than feminine. What are you
Okay,
talking
no,
so
it's
about?
watch this.
not.
Watch this.
The feminine
We
energy is the
so
feminine
Star.
energy is actually more dominant than the male energy.
Okay, so wait a minute, Star. We have to talk about anatomy because the way our bodies are constructed demonstrates our roles. Women have longer endurance. They have a higher pain tolerance. Why? Because they have to give birth and they have to deal with a lot of pain through their life. Men were physically stronger. Why? Because we have to be the protector. You know,
Yeah, but
y'all are
not
I
built
all
get
to
that,
women.
give.
Albert.
Listen, you
Yeah,
women
but
are
not
built
all
to
women
receive.
have
Men are built to give.
yeah,
So
but not
there's
I
all
certain
women have a strong
things.
pain threshold,
Yeah, but I'm
Alfie.
just saying, there's certain things in men biologically that demonstrate the natural roles we have as protector.
listen. I'm not saying that
In
men
other
don't.
words, he's saying is, this is what he's trying to say is, he
Mhm.
not getting fucked. He laying the pipe. He doing the fucking. He got the dick. You don't. Bow down. That's what he's saying.
Listen,
Yeah,
Alvin, I'm not. Listen, I'm not attacking men when I say this stuff. I'm saying
I
that
know.
the
yeah,
homosexual
but you're kind of
tendency.
scaring me because that means my boys are like automatically,
No, don't be
attracted
scared.
to
But you know, a lot of parents.
males. So I'm trying to see
Don't
where
listen to that.
you're.
Don't listen to that.
Yeah.
Don't listen to
Spice,
that.
Spice,
don't
Spice,
Leave it
you
alone.
know,
listen.
So
Stop
I'm
reading.
like, my poor baby's
Star
like,
telling
oh, what have I got to do? I'm
Hey,
gonna beat
Spice, you
that
ain't
shit
got to
out
worry
of
about
them.
nothing.
I swear
Well,
for
Spice,
Lord,
let
I'm
me
gonna
ask
beat
you
that
some
shit out of
questions.
them.
Though you got boys and you're a mother,
Yeah.
so do you teach them about what it's like, what they should do, and what they should act like as boys? Like, do you say don't play with that doll, or don't do this, or don't do that?
Yeah, my sons have never really wanted to play with dolls. They've never really been thing. Even
That's what
though
I'm
like
saying.
there's
Wait
always
a minute.
been even though it's always been like from they had their dad around, but that was like earlier on. You understand?
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
because men and boys do spend a lot of time around feminine, but they were never like, oh, they want to play with boys. They were really, really boisterous. They were like normal boys. Like, so yeah, they were like normal boys. There was no tendencies where I saw them like,
No, I'm
boy.
not saying they have tendencies. I want to be clear.
But you
I am
did say
not.
they had tendencies. You said
No, I
all
said
boys got tendencies
yeah, I do
until they're
have.
told no.
Yes, I because told no by gender roles. Told no
All
by
right,
gender
so
roles.
every man grow up wanting to get dug out by a man.
Yeah,
Every
I
man,
don't care.
you
Like,
Listen,
want to get dug out.
so
Star.
would that
Listen,
so would that be so would that justify the theory that you can be born you can be born gay, or you could, yeah. Because when you're saying that, it's like it's confirming these people's ideology and theories that you can be born gay.
I've been trying to look into that. I don't really have a
Look,
definite
Because I think it comes
yes
from
or
your
no
environment,
to
even
that.
your environment in, you know, when
Star.
That's the gender roles.
when the child is inside your bed. I think everything is to
So
do with
Star.
their
Star.
hold on, is to
Hold
deal
on,
with
let's talk.
their like the environment. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Right, that's the gender roles.
So Star. All you have to do is this, and I will agree 100%. If you just swap this word all with the number being higher than you think, then I won't even say nothing. But this all word, all is a
But
very
give
strong
an
word.
example of why you feel like
That's a
Say
trafficking.
all thing.
70%. Say
Yeah,
Some
I'm,
70%.
Yeah, but even
some
I have
some people
people
talking
it's
right,
absolute.
so I'm trying to understand
yeah, you can't
really
talk
what.
The
absolute
reason
to me.
why I got this theory, of course it's just a theory, is because of how many males are really gay. You know what I'm saying?
Again, but
Somebody got cheated on with a man. Somebody, man, fuck the
Oh my
man.
But
god.
remember,
hold on.
you have to remember, there's sexist deviance. The environment is changed. Like, remember, these things have been.
Okay,
Hold on,
let me
these
tell
things
you.
have been. Hold on, Alvin. These things are being normalized to the point where people, you understand, where you're having men and women saying that they're gay, and then later on switching back. You understand, because there's a confusion. You understand what I'm saying? And there's like and there's a lot of. Remember, we've been through a lot of trauma, and these are kind of like triggers for you, whether you're aware of it or not. That makes you feel some type of way in yourself. You understand? Where you might
Mhm.
lean to sway or lean towards certain things, not really understanding where it's come from. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
But okay, so
So
I
where
think
do the
it's
hold on. So where do the dice get their masculine energy from?
No, I don't really think they do. I think they just. I think what it is that, like many things, even down to our culture, they have an ideal of what it means to be a man, and they kind of try to emulate that according to
Mhm.
their overstanding of what it means to be a male, or sometimes in a negative um overstanding of what they think a male is, because most of these women are females that I feel like they've been done wrong by men. You understand?
Okay,
So they decide to, because obviously as a woman you relate to women a lot in it, so they take that and they think, oh, because I have that kind of relation with a woman, they take that and then they think, oh yeah, I'm gonna be a star. I don't think they actually are masculine, because
okay,
there's many stars that turn around and when they're ready, they start behaving like what it is, feminine and all that stuff. I think they just have negative understanding of what it means. You understand? To
okay.
be a
So look,
male, and they try to emulate that, but it's not really um real like masculine. Everyone has
okay,
masculine energy, or if they was a tomboy, they might take that and be like, "Oh, I'm a tomboy," so they get me, and they play on that kind of energy. You understand what I'm saying? Because
okay.
I
So
was a
look, I
tomboy.
gotta Okay, so look, I don't I disagree with the methodology. If your argument is, hey, because there's so many gay men, that means men are inherently like have
No,
tendencies when they're
with the
young.
other variables. With
No,
the
you
other
but
variables I
uh,
said.
you said there's so many gay men that there has to be a default of having tendencies when young. I disagree with the methodology because there's a lot of things humans do. Like, is everybody inherently supposed to like science fiction movies? Is that an inherent thing that we all do? Because there's a lot of people that like those
No,
things.
that I mean we're
Now,
not talking about
but I'm just saying,
preference of what
in
movies we're
order.
watching.
No, but we are talking about preference though. So
No,
when
no,
we
no, no.
talk about
Who
preference,
you're
you
attracted
have
to.
yeah. But here's the thing: attractiveness is just not sexual. Some people are attracted to certain objects more than others. And I think these things are learned, like you said, some of these things are roles that are taught along the line by society, right? But at the child level, right? I don't think looking at what adults do on the norm should have that much impact on what you say a child is
But
thinking.
I didn't
Yeah, but
say
it will, Alvin.
environmental. I didn't say it was completely environmental. I said it's in you, not on you.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm disagreeing with the in you part. If
I
your
mean,
reasoning is because there's so many gay men,
okay.
therefore
Let
by
me say this one
default
more
each should
time.
have that.
Now I
If
understand what Star's saying. Star's saying this, bro. Star is basically saying You know how like you eating pussy, a man eating pussy, or they say a woman can do it better. You be like, you know what, they probably can. She said, man is thinking a man can do it better. You know what, they probably can. But you know what, Star, that's not something I'm even really to even see. I don't care. I don't
What the
want to
hell are you
know.
talking about?
Yeah, but who says? Who says?
Let
No, I'm
me
saying
I'm just
who
trying to
says
help your
that.
point,
Hey,
Star.
that's
Hold
why
on,
we
you're
got
not
to
but
gonna
get
who
some
says a
challenge
woman
out
is
now,
more
so that
likely
so
to
you won't even be thinking
understand?
about me.
But who
Liz,
says a woman's more likely to do it better? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to you. So a lot of these things are based on society's social constructs and ideals. You understand what I'm saying to you?
yeah, that's gender
To the
roles.
point that to the point where people don't realize is obviously affects you internally, because take away all this um DNA and stuff like that, yeah. But spiritually, these things affect you in a different way, and that's what I think is the confusion of people thinking that, even down to preference, thinking that it's a natural thing, and you have a preference, and or you prefer something more, or you like something more. Like, it's so much confusion in us that there. Where's the line? You understand what I'm saying? Because people don't realize that so much things are happening is affecting you spiritually, which is internal. You understand? So you might feel like it's natural, but it's not actually natural. You understand? Because your environment affects a lot of things that's going around you.
But
That's what I'm
that's
saying to
that.
you.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's gender roles. That's something that's taught and
Okay,
influenced and
so
whatnot. But wait a minute, Alvin. I want to say this. If your theory is true that more males are more manly, then if it was all based off of that anatomy in itself, then you wouldn't have gay men.
okay, so look, I have this study right here. They did a
Okay.
test with straight men, and this is an anonymous test, so there's no incentive to lie because it's anonymous. 7.5% of men that say they are straight had a homosexual experience. So you're now only boosting this up from like 10% to maybe 17%. That is not enough for me to say, hey, well, then this means most boys are inherently having tendencies. If only 17% of men at most are having homosexual
Well, you
relations.
know what? I cannot trust any studies that are done by men answering questions about if they have homosexual
No, but this
tendencies
is this is
or acts.
anonymous. This
It don't
this
matter.
is
Them men are gonna.
anonymous. There is no incentive to lie. I would
Now most
understand
men
where
lie
you're.
to themselves. They
No,
tell
but
themselves that they not gay and they're not doing
I'm
Okay.
stuff.
tell. Listen,
Well,
we
my
have to.
my
I can only go by the data. If you go by the
okay.
data, the incentive is not to lie about it because it is
You can't
anonymous.
trust it
It's
because
only I
downloading it
can
don't
trust.
even
From my point of view,
I can trust that.
from my point of view, it seems like tendencies. The word tendencies mean something up your ass or something in your
no,
mouth.
no.
Hold
Tendencies
on. No,
means
no.
an
I'm just saying
intent
from
to
my
do it.
point of view. I'm coming from something. You want something in your ass or want something in your mouth? A dick.
Because Star, what you're
Because that's the only
creating.
thing you can do to be gay to me right now. Like,
Right
what else
now,
is
I
gay?
think I think it's more environmental. I do agree with her where the fact that there's a lot of men now
That's
displaying a
not
lot
gay.
of hold on displaying a lot of feminine tendencies to the point I think they're confusing themselves. But I think it's because of the times and like the environment. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. This is the point where because they try and because they kind of conflicted in their spirit, they kind of adopt this like negative kind of over masculinized kind of idea of what it means to be a man. You understand? Because when we are saying what it
Men
means to be
always
a
want to be around each other too all the time.
Yeah, but hold on,
yeah,
Star.
yeah,
The
you
part
understand?
my
So
biggest problem with your
on
argument.
like females, like get me
Okay,
running around in packs, like and having their friend, like, and that's not normal. Yeah, that's not normal. I do agree with you in that Star. I think a lot of guys, because when I see them the way they behave, like in social media and when they behave, I'm like, yo, you act like overly
okay.
overly
So
feminine to
the
the
pro.
point like it's like for me I can see that they're conflicted in themselves, but I think
So
it stems from social construct and the environment that's going around it. You understand what I'm saying?
okay.
But
So
then
Hmm.
my
but then
biggest
the
problem with
question
this.
what things saying what if it's something that is actually in them that they're tapping that like that's triggering it, because where is it actually coming from? Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Okay, so
Yeah.
my only problem with your argument, Star. Well, the main problem I have with your argument, Star,
Hey,
is
yo,
not.
Born, what's good,
Hold on.
family?
Oh my
Oh man.
God.
So
Mm-mm.
look,
Hey, yo, boy,
so Star,
What
yo,
up,
boy,
Jew?
you
What?
still pull
the
up?
disruptor. So Star, here, my only problem with the
Yo, Allen,
argument
what's
is
good,
this.
bitch? Yo, Allen, what's
Oh
good,
my
bitch?
god.
No, no, not on this
This
time.
nigga
Man.
What's
Not
good,
this
bitch?
time.
troll, man.
Yeah, I get bullet.
Yo, Allen, your bitch ass can pull up to my
Bullet.
channel,
Hey,
bitch.
bullet. I bullet. I'm trying not to kick you, bro.
Hmm.
Bullet.
This
Relax,
guy.
man.
So look, Star, look, the only
Hey,
problem I
Star,
have with
what's
the
up, boo?
argument
How
is,
you doing?
oh, this guy.
Bullets, you gotta let the conversation roll, bro. Let the conversation flow, man. Conversation flowing, bro.
So look, Star, my only issue is this. Your argument isn't falsifiable, right? Because now if I bring up numbers
Listen,
of actual data, then you'll
I'm
just
not.
say, "Oh,
It's
well, I
just a
don't." I,
theory. It's just a
well,
theory.
it's not even a theory. Is when something that can be kind of falsified. What you're saying can't even be
Albert, I
falsified
can't trust
because
it because
every
of
time I bring up
download me.
actual, no. But what I'm saying, once you do that, then
Alvin,
it can't be
think about
falsified.
it.
And you're saying that the reason.
Alvin,
Hold on, wait, hold on, just a second. The reason why they call, hold on, just a second, Star. The reason why they call unfalsifiable arguments invincible is because all you have to say is, yeah, but they could be lying, or yeah, but it could be this. It's ad hoc. So
but
all I can
even
do
just
is go
using
by
your
the
own
data.
logic,
Now, if
you're
you're
very
saying is, hold
intelligent,
on, if you're
Alvin.
saying data, hold on. But what I'm saying is, this is using my own logic is this: if there is a test where it is anonymous, the whole thing of them lying dissipates. I can understand if they're known and they'll have their name on it, but this is an anonymous survey. The incentive to lie is not there. So, based off this, 7.5% of men that are claimed to be straight had a gay experience. That's very small. So based off the
Alvin,
data,
listen to
I
me.
it doesn't seem that. Now, if you just reject the data, then I can't do it.
Hey, let
Listen.
me say something.
Using
Let me
your
say
own
something.
logic. Wait a minute, we're having a conversation. Using your own logic, you're very logical. Now, you know about download men. You know that psychologically they don't even tell themselves that they do gay stuff or they had a gay experience.
No,
So if they were taking an anonymous test, they still would
no,
not be
I don't agree
honest.
with that. No, I don't agree with that
Download men do
because
not tell the truth about themselves.
no, what I'm saying is that's taking it on a deeper level. Now you're getting inside of their brain. I believe down low men lie to other people, but they know
They lie to
exactly what they
themselves
are.
too.
But they know exactly what they are. If they're having sex with men, they're getting gay porn and they're doing these things, sneaking, doing it.
And
If
they
they're
say I'm not
sneaking,
gay.
but
They think
here's
it's
no, but here's the
a
thing.
label. I'm
Okay,
not
so
gay.
watch this. So watch this. If a down low dude didn't hide what he's doing and say, "Yeah, I get my dick sucked, but I don't care, it's not gay," then you have an argument. But if they're sneaking around and making sure nobody is looking, then they know exactly what they're doing. Okay?
I didn't wait a minute. We're not saying that they
Then
don't know what they're doing. We're saying that if they were to take a test where it's asking them if they're doing homosexual acts or doing gay acts, they are not going to tell the truth because they cannot even identify with that as being
So,
gay
no,
or
no,
so
homosexual.
Star,
no,
you think? Hold on, Alvin. My bad. But so Star, you telling me that you think that most men. I'm saying most men. I ain't saying all men, but most men are even doing something to their self that's homophobic. That's home. I mean, not
I
homophobic,
didn't
but
even say
that's
nothing like
gay.
that. No, I did not say that.
I'm saying that, but if you say most men have gay tendencies, you're saying that they have to, in private, they should be doing
Yeah.
something gay to themselves.
Listen, what you mean gay to themselves?
You're saying that if most men have gay tendencies, most men in private, when they're by themselves
most
and they
of
know they
them,
by themselves, they are doing something gay, far
Haven't
as
a
putting
gay?
something up their butt or something in
Excuse
their
me.
mouth in a gay innuendo.
Excuse me. Tennessee does not mean you act on it. Tennessee
mhm.
does not mean you act on it.
Tendencies do mean you act. What the
No,
fuck?
it don't. It just means it's in you. Now, whether that come up out of
Yeah,
you,
she's
whether
right
you in
about that. It's just
prison,
tendency. Yeah.
yeah,
Some
it's
some
whether
some
you
boys
if
have
you're in
feminine
prison.
mannerisms.
Yeah, whether
Yeah,
you act on it is something different. Yeah, she's right about that. But
Mhm.
I'm just saying,
that's what we're
if
Please
talking
we
tell.
about.
Hold
We're
on.
not
Please
talking
tell
about
me the
acting on it.
definition of tendencies now.
that's just
Tendencies.
that just means some
That's
people
something that you do. That's something that, like, if you have a
no,
tendency
no,
or something, that's something that you do.
you
Yeah.
have a the way you're like if somebody has a really bad temper and is like punching the wall, you might say He has
They have a,
he might have tendencies to be
that's
violent,
something
even
that
though
they
he may.
do. That's something
But
that you do.
what I'm saying,
Let me give you
he
the diction.
didn't.
Let me give you the dictionary. Since you wouldn't look it up yourself. An inclination
inclination
Mhm.
towards a particular
towards a particular
characteristic or type
or a type
of
of behavior.
behavior.
That doesn't mean you act on it.
Now,
Right,
hold on.
right.
Behavior is an act. A behavior.
Yeah,
If you behave in a
It
certain.
says towards
hold on. An
towards.
Hold on.
inclination
One
towards
person
a
read it, y'all,
particular
because two people just tried
characteristic.
to read it. Just so hold on.
Characteristic.
No,
Oh,
no
hold
disrespect.
on, hold on. I got it. I got it. I start. You go, and then we'll let Spice come in
No,
next.
I already said what I had to say.
Okay,
I
well,
mean,
go ahead,
he
Spice.
just need to receive it.
What's
Go
I'm
ahead,
just
Spice.
saying,
definition?
tendency means an inclination towards a particular characteristic or type of behavior.
A what?
That's
A
what it
what
means.
to us? Say it one more time.
Towards an inclination towards a particular characteristic or type of behavior.
Okay,
You
now we gotta
understand?
look up inclination. What is inclination, y'all?
Mm.
Hold on. Hold on now.
No, we're doing our research now. Like, cause I'm saying that this is
Yeah, that's
something
not
that you do. Tendency is something
And
that
it
you do.
says
I got a tendency.
characteristic. A characteristic is something that's
It's something that you're doing.
A person's
Characteristic ain't something that you
natural,
can hide.
excuse me, a
Natural,
person's,
that's something that you're doing.
no, tendency. A
well,
person's natural
inclination.
tendency or urge to act or feel
Hold
in a
on.
particular.
Inclination is a
To
person.
act. That's if you hold on, you say act. So
I'm
if
not
you're
done.
Hey,
acting, you're
hey,
doing it.
hold on. Let her rock, and then come on.
It says urge. Do you know what an urge is? That doesn't mean that you do it.
Hold on, don't say urge. Say urge to what act?
Urge
Urge.
to
What's the
act. That
urge?
doesn't mean that you're
That's
doing
act.
it.
You're acting it. Yes, it's an urge
It
to
says
act.
to act. Do you know what that
Listen,
is?
y'all. Listen. This
Oh my
whole
Hey,
God.
conversation is
Star, he
irrelevant.
got you. He got you,
Star,
Star. He
Star is
got you.
not a man.
Oh my
Star has
God.
never had little boys. So this conversation is irrelevant. Why would we talking about
That's
this?
why. That's why I expose Star every time she talk about my Moorish brothers. She don't know what the hell she be
Um,
talking about.
Let's not get into that, bro. But
boy,
yeah.
if
The
you
Moors were the biggest homosexuals.
Oh
Hold
my
on.
God, here y'all go.
Hey, yo, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Anytime you want to argue
They
about the
did
Moors, man,
that
we
thing.
fully. You could come on my panel, and we fully
Y'all
could
created the
expose you.
eunuchs. Y'all
You did
created
that on
eunuchs.
purpose, Tony.
Eunuchs wouldn't have existed without Moors.
And ain't nobody ready for that Moorish science. That's all I'm gonna say.
Did
Nobody
y'all
ready
not
for that.
create eunuchs? Did y'all not go throughout India creating eunuchs?
Nah, we didn't do that. We ain't do that. That's a
yeah.
lie. That's what the
Y'all
white
never
man
created
said.
eunuchs.
That's what the white man said.
Oh
That's what
my
the
What
white
God.
man said.
Any
where did the eunuchs come from? What religion is most prevalent do you see eunuchs in? It's
Like I
not in
said, man.
Islam?
Yes, it is in Islam. But what that
All
got to
right,
do with
aren't y'all aren't y'all the
it's
founders of
not a
Islam?
religion. See, we gotta understand. We not a religion and we not a nationality, man. We a nationality. We not a religion. We not a race. Nationality only, man. And it's a science. It's just like science that you read in history books. That's what we is. It's a science, man. So if you read Noble Drew Ali, you know what it is, man.
Y'all
Real
foundation
talk.
was built off of Islam. You can't
Straight up.
deny that. You can't
That's straight
disassociate
up.
yourself when it's
Y'all whole
uncomfortable.
book. Y'all book come from them.
You're
Listen,
trying to
we
we
got
don't even
disassociate.
know who
more,
he
You're
is.
trying to
brother. We got
disassociate
more
yourself.
that's Hebrews. Hold on. We got more that's Hebrews. We got more that's Islamic. You know
They
what I'm
all the
saying?
they all the same. I don't even know where they get that Hebrew Israelite. I don't even know where they come from. They need to stop that stuff.
But like I told y'all come on my panel. I bring my Moorish brothers over here. We could get it on with y'all anytime.
They look. This
Anytime
what
y'all.
they, hey, look.
Man,
This what
once
they
you once
saying
you
Bullshit.
bring
now. They saying Hebrew is really the disguised Greek.
And hey, whenever you want to come down with the Moorish and get your Moorish science on, K, we willing to bring sisters like you over to the fold.
What
Yeah.
year was Timothy Drew, the snake oil salesman, born? And what year did he die? Since you standing on this, what year was he born and what year did he die? Since you standing on this, what was it?
Listen, man, we ain't gonna get into all that, man, because you trying to put some
No.
white
You
man.
was
He don't
standing
know.
on it pretty strong about 2 minutes ago. What year was he born? Since you the fact checker, what year was he born and died? This is your founder that you standing firm on. You should know this.
My brother, it sounds like you got a personal problem with the Moorish science, man.
I'm
Like
asking questions and you
And
backpedaling.
what's they Bible? What's they the Quran?
it's not. Listen. It's a science. The Circle Seven Holy Quran is
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 what
is is, is all about our science. It's nothing. Don't got nothing
Hebrew?
to do with what y'all talking.
Is it Hebrew? It's the
Man,
Hebrew.
that come from a snake oil salesman, man. Even Garvey said don't even follow Timothy
No,
Drew.
no, no, Noble Drew Ali is not no steak oil salesman. And if
He
you
didn't
want to be
sell oil. He
technical,
didn't sell snake oil.
no, he didn't. That's a lie.
Oh man, you don't
Huh?
know. You don't know your origins or your
Hey, hey,
founder,
hey,
man.
real quick, man. YouTube family, YouTube.
Marcus Garvey ratted on Noble Drew Ali for your information. You know
While
what I
he was
mean?
in jail.
Marcus Garvey's a snitch.
While he
Okay,
was in jail.
he's a motherfucking snitch. If you
How
want to
did
be
he
All right,
tell
let's
on
technical,
him
get
in
back.
jail?
Hey, let's get back to the conversation, man. We don't really want to talk about that, man. No religion, none of that right now, man. Let's get back to the conversation we was having, please.
No, let's not go back to the dicks and look kids.
Yeah, okay. We need to go.
Don't nobody want to bang on religions though, man. A bunch of book reading shit.
Well, let's roll somewhere else.
All right, let's go.
So wait a
Damn, I
minute,
was
Calvin.
finna leave. I was finna bust a move, but man, look, let's get into this then. Fuck it. We ain't got into this then, man.
Wait a minute, Calvin. I
Go
gotta
ahead.
call you out on something.
Oh shit. Go ahead, Star.
You're trying to censor them from talking about religion. They should be able to talk about that. Are you trying not to offend people? Because that's not what we're
No,
supposed to be about.
it's just I ain't gonna lie, Star. Like we come on here once a week, so we don't really talk religion, but I watch
Right, but
YouTube a lot.
it's
That's all I be.
you're censoring them.
Man, religion is a never ending argument, Star. That's the problem about religion.
I no,
That's
I'm
not even
okay
up
with
for
moving
debate.
on, but I'm just asking questions because if they're in the middle of a discussion, let them have it.
I hear you. I hear you, Star. I hear you.
As long as they're not arguing. If they're not arguing, let them. If they talking, you might learn something.
I hear you.
If,
I hear you.
just
Bullets jumped out, man. Bullets jumped back in. He want to talk religion. We'll get it. We'll.
I mean, he ain't talking about nothing no way. I was just wondering why you was
He
censoring him.
backpedaling
Yeah,
at this
yeah.
point.
Started it back up. Man, we was
He
Because
backpedaling at this point.
Look at the family. The family was ready to get him.
so see,
man, you here, calm
right.
it
That's
down.
why I said why
Somebody
you
turn
stopped it
a
because
different
because
avenue,
you
please.
Where'd he
you
go?
stopped it right when it. No,
My
I'm just
bad.
saying, like Calvin. That's why I said something because he was about to get him. He was finna get him.
Huh?
You should have let him.
My
He's an
bad.
agent of the fisherman. Just confused.
Yeah.
Man, the
Religion
Moors
is
went all through
confusing. That's
Africa
it.
and India saying either you convert to Islam or we cutting your balls off and castrating you and turning into eunuchs.
That's all
Right.
it
So
was.
homosexuality is right up their alley.
Islam and Christianity. That was the first government. Shit. The religion.
Then we jumped off quick. Where'd he go, man? Let him come back.
Stop,
Tell him come back,
man.
booby.
What he be talking about
I,
religion,
I ain't
man?
gonna
That
lie.
shit.
Want
We
to ask?
know that shit bogus.
I be wanting to ask some of them for real morals who be think the for real ones, not the ones who run around here just want to drink with them real ones. I be really like y'all kin to them white folks, ain't y'all? I ain't lying. They did too much shit with them motherfuckers, man. Y'all family, ain't y'all?
They identify themselves as white, not black. They say black is uh a bad thing.
I
White
mean,
means
well,
pure.
yeah, on this white people paperwork, it's a bad thing. Shit, but other than that, it give them life. The fuck they mean?
Let's talk. All right. Now we don't want it off into something. So let's talk about this paperwork, Kiva, that you speak about a lot. This paperwork. What would this paperwork do to stop the police from killing us?
Man, it ain't like the paperwork gonna stop the police from killing you, but it is real shit. Like, and I've been debating whether I'm gonna go on and finish it because I really don't want to ask a motherfucker for shit. Like, I could have been and finished it, but I think it's an insult to have to ask. But I'm still debating because I do have a son that's incarcerated, and it's some things that's why you see some people they do not go to jail. Like there's a difference there is a dual system, period. And I hate that our people don't know it or don't understand it or don't want to accept it. But it is a real dual system. And I started on that process and I stopped it. And like I said, I'm still debating. I had a girl call me call me last week, and I talked to her for a while, but I didn't get back to her because it had gotten so stressful when we were doing the paperwork. I mean, we were literally running to all these places downtown and trying to figure out these steps. And I finally did find somebody who has all the steps processed, and like it works. The police department, they're not pulling them over. If you have one that want to do it, it pulls up that they are what a national or whatever you want to call it, the sovereign citizen, whatever. It comes up in the computer. You do have to make all these agencies aware. No, you don't have a driver's license. No, you don't have a birth certificate. You operate off a DBA or EIN number, which you can do that without having all of that done. But it does have some benefits to it. Now it's not no cure all, thing, but they're operating different. Even as far as doing business, getting houses, getting loans and shit, ain't none of that shit in their name. Ain't none of that shit in their name. They're doing business as whatever. And yeah, you can do that without being a so-called private citizen or whatever, but it has its perks when it comes to the law because you're a private citizen. Then there's just a fee you have to pay. The only time they really going to jail, say you get into some shit with some real money laundering where you fucking with them damn banks money, or you get into some killing and you wasn't lawfully, not legally but lawfully right to do it. But other than that, yes, it is land. It is private land. We went and looked at some land called Pocahontas. We went to Pocahontas, Tennessee, to look at um what is it called? My mind it drew a blank. Well, the government don't own the land. But looking for property to try to buy um unincorporated land. Unincorporated land. I mean, the government does not own it. The government doesn't own it. So therefore, somebody could come and show claim ownership, and you could get that land, and could get the allodial title of that land. But like we went on that journey, like that shit is real. When I hear people say it's not real, it kind of just trips me the fuck out because like now I really went on that journey. And I just stopped it because I thought it was fucking asinine to have to ask these motherfuckers for this shit. And these foreigners who created this entire system from the school to the bank, and they've been operating off an entire different system, not even sending their children into these public schools unless some shit go happening with the funds and they have to, or they operating totally off of a their trust that everyone has when they are born. They've been operating off of that shit. We thinking it's wealth, family wealth passed down. No, it's a trust that you are born with. If you look up World Manor Trust, there's a trust that the whole world is in under called the World Manor Trust. Like, so, man, this shit is very deep, and shit has not been going the way that we think on all levels. Court systems, none of that shit. When that judge coming in, they call your name and call and roll. Guess what? And then they adjourn. They do that in every courtroom. Why? Because once they hear you say, "Hey, this is me. I'm here, Calvin," you done just boarded the United States ship, and you are in a jurisdiction. They finna take you for a fucking ride. And they go to session, and now they have switched over from sea and have your ass on land. They have switched you off, take you off the land and put you on sea.
Well, Miss Diva, one thing that I always say, and I know I be saying this a lot, you're not gonna know how something really works until you actually do it. So I know you say you don't want to ask their permission or whatever, but if you feel like that's something that you should do, just gonna do it so you can at least see for firsthand, so you'll know firsthand
And
that
that's
what.
what I go on and do, but it just got frustrating when you realize, first of all, when you come to the realization, to the real, your mind, you wrap your mind around there is actually a dual system. These people are operating on a system that our people don't know about. They walking in there and they saying, "Here, I'm here," or when they in cuffs, they giving up their name. They are automatically putting themselves in their jurisdiction. They already in their jurisdiction by their birth certificate. And then so when you go in there and you trying to figure this shit out, you trying to make sure it is complicated when you have no idea. You're learning this shit firsthand out. It got so overwhelming. I can't even explain to you how overwhelming it got that it just blew my mind. And them people down there in these um um state of secretary offices and where you gotta file these paperwork at the clerk's office and all this shit. Look here, they know these people be coming in there. Look, they got shit lined up like with winter solstice, summer solstice. They got shit like that lined up, quarters lined up where they turn in certain paperwork, and they may have to turn in all their paperwork from all their death certificates and all their living birth certificates, because they gotta count have the money from all of that year going to that account. Like these motherfuckers be running downtown doing this shit, flying in New York, doing this shit all around us. We ain't even knowing this shit is going on. These motherfuckers is letting you like, how they living like this? They ain't got all this money. They got everybody has an account. Everybody has an account. It's not no myth. But you can't just go tapping into this shit. You can't even just go get private and get to tapping in that shit. That's a whole nother level. You gotta then go through the IRS, and then you gotta go through um Washington DC. It's some more shit. Then you end up getting a black card. Like it's so much shit to it. But just the first process itself helps free a lot of people even out of these little situations with gun charges, little weed charges. Ain't the only for real charge is if you kill somebody. For real, the only law of the land is really if you kill somebody or if you fucking go, damage somebody's property. But they got us under these policies under the United States corporation, this fake corporation on this land. And when that just opening my eyes up to that shit was a lot. At the same time that my son had got caught up in this system that I had, yeah, you know about it, hearing it from family or something like that, but you don't really know about that shit till you get up in there and you realize, God damn, and then you really feel the whiteness of that motherfucker. Man, that motherfucker made to do what he do for real.
Yeah, I mean, is it worth it? That's the question I
The
have.
thing of it is, at the point where we are now with all the laws that they have, that you can easily get a charge of recording somebody, or the police can say you were interfering for recording, or can just say, hey, we smell weed, let me walk in. They come in your house, they ain't got to wear no search warrant. Yeah, when it come to now, that the reason why I'm getting back to that, because I see that they snatching our people up real quick, and I see that they are making where they can come in your house. They are now making some states now you got to get vaccinations. Ain't no exemptions. So yeah, you finna start having to solidify your nationality, that you are not a part of this corporation where they can enforce your policies on you. Like it is getting that is making me want to go on.
Hmm. But let me ask you this: if you gotta have permission to be a sovereign citizen, that means that they can take their permission away.
So thank you. That was the battle within me. Because first of all, I feel like whether say an EMP attack come, like what, who the fuck got the paperwork? Ain't shit in no. I mean, what's in the computer? So I mean, all them things went through my mind as far as me even having to ask permission, and even just like what you said. So all of those were things that were blocking me as well. But it is people who have gone through, you know what I'm saying? I got a guy who literally done showed me all his paperwork, waiting to go on and help me walk me all the way through the rest of it. I gotta get some birth certificates from Texas, and then I may go on. But like I had them reservations, them things, them are the questions that came up or that I just did not like about, like, so what's gonna happen if this happen, whatever. So yeah, I mean, but them are the things. But this shit is working, like, but it's for them foreigners, man. They been operating like that, man. And the little niggas or the Moors who been at Moors been operating like that. They been having. You think they rocking their flag? They are literally their own little nation. Them people had their own seal. They had their own flag. Man, I'm talking about. I had went. The lady had got our seal with our names on it and everything. We had the shit made at Office Depot. You don't have to go get no notary. You put your own seal. Like this shit, people real doing this shit, been doing this shit. The Moors been operating like this. Walking around us, we ain't been knowing this shit forever. Walking around us, then you'll get some of these niggas who done got up, up in there. They know, what I'm saying? You got some of our leaders, they know, they got their shit taken care of, but it is a dual system. It's a fucked up thing. It's a dual system out here.
My thing is, I believe, I did some reading, especially after getting on this panel. I did a lot of reading about being a sovereign citizen, and to me, it's not worth the time or energy to try to do it. But I see you're looking to the future of if you're not already ready, you know what I'm saying, and something
Right.
happens. But that's when they can take your permission away. If even if something happens like that, they could go and take your permission away. So what's the point?
Right.
But
And you're right, because let me tell you, in the what is it when you call martial law, in the
yeah,
martial law, if you go and look that up, it tells you, it's, and that's that's one thing I got to looking into all of this shit as I was awakening up. It tells you they don't give a fuck about your private property or none of that motherfucking
yeah,
shit. When they want your draws, if they want your draws, if they want your motherfucking chips, if they want your eye pencil or your card, all property can be seized.
right. You ain't got no army, no navy, no nothing as a
No,
sovereign citizen.
nothing.
So I mean, at the end of the day, I think they just entertain people with that. But on the same note, I've seen the real examples of where you can get out of tickets and stuff like that. I've seen those real examples. I see it. But is it really worth the time and energy that you have to use to get it?
I
That's
mean,
just the
that's
whole
my
point.
that was my fight. And when I looked into martial law, and I'm telling you, I read that shit. They literally take over all highways. They take over all motherfucking airways. They take it all over radio waves. They take over all car, anything
And
they
they can
want of
stop
you.
your travel too.
Hell yeah, they stop your travel. They can come take your property. Don't give a fuck. It says private or public. They don't give a fuck. So then I was like, God damn, with all this martial law talking there, what the hell good does that shit gonna do? And but then you like, okay, well, how long is that gonna take? So all that shit was a fight. It's still a fight in my mind, but just know, like, it's some real shit.
And I also seen more examples of people using sovereign citizenship and it backfiring on them and them thinking that they had certain protections that they really didn't have.
Yeah, cause see, you gotta know, like I was not playing when I was saying we was running down there. You trying to read, you gotta think I'm listening to videos 7, 8 hours out of day, or reading, and then trying to type up the documents, legal documents, then go file them downtown. That shit ain't right. You trying to find this information is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. This is how much this system has been hitting from the people, you know what I'm saying? And they
Hmm.
don't just go privilege tell you this shit when you go in there. You better know what you're talking about, or they're gonna just be looking at you. It's like they've been told in these offices to just do your job and not for you to help. I was in one and a lady was asking questions. Somebody had died and she was trying to get something with a will, and she said, I can't tell you nothing. You gotta either know how to do it or blah. And like that shit, it got difficult. So like them people had made mistakes, and yeah, you can do the wrong shit and that shit can backfire on you. That shit, a girl was doing it. We thought we was supposed to do a name change and end up having to pay like $100 and some dollars. Like, yeah, you can make some wrong fucking steps. They was rounding them goddamn moors up. You got to do that shit in the right manner, and they don't have it laid out here because it's secret.
And then on top of that, you really cannot just be around here breaking laws, period. Cause
Yeah,
just
yeah.
yeah, but
No.
but see, a lot of them I heard them say that you can do this and you can do that and get
Was
away with it. No, you
they
can't.
always been dirty anyway. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? That's just their history. They always been that, they've always act like them people anyway. So they always then fought. They've always fought. Like they fought each other like them. The white people didn't fought each other. Them Moors and always fought everywhere they didn't been to. So they gonna do dirt every which anything they get anyway. I hate to say it, but that's just what it is. But there's a dual system that we have not been privileged to be aware of and to know how it operate, even financially. Um, and that shit is living and thriving. We think people paying mortgage, them motherfuckers ain't paying shit. And you ain't talking about no little bit ass house. You talking about some of them motherfucking big ass $1 million homes that's passed down by generation. Man, that shit every year, all that money from everything that needs to be paid come up out of that damn account, and then they got a certain amount of money that they allowed it to they divvy out to all the dependents. And goddamn, dang it, a same amount of money they put into their. A lot of them had their own damn communities. Look like might even look like it's a newly built community or some shit, and all of that is private land. That shit is all around. I went to one in Murfreesboro. You would have thought it was just a neighborhood shit. That was shit was all private land, and them motherfuckers all living not like we living. It's crazy.
I think that you like more the lifestyle and them coming together as a group and a unit. But honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you, just off of what I'm reading and just from all the steps that you had to go through, I don't think that the sovereign citizenship equals up to a whole lot of nothing. I wouldn't even put my energy into that.
I mean, like I said, I got a real feel for it, and had that a pity, had that
Mm.
stumbled upon that feeling real quick, because I'm not too quick. I'm not even with this shit at all. I ain't with this system in no way, fashion, nor form. So that shit I got through, and that actually I was waking up to it, and then I found somebody who was on that road and they were close by, and that's how we linked up. And I just, as I was waking up to it, kind of got on the journey. I was like, oh shit, but the way they got that shit so hidden, when I tell you we was running around like that damn show where they be running around racing each other to the next clue. That shit was the craziest shit ever.
Mhm. I
But
mean,
it's
I,
real shit. Like they operating like that. It's no different than these big ass companies who make these millions and billions of dollars don't have to pay taxes. Like it's all a whole different system going
but
on.
see, the thing about it is that if you own a company or whatever, you don't necessarily have to pay taxes anyway. Not
Well,
to them.
yeah, well, like I said, it's a lot of stuff that don't have to do with even being sovereign or being private, but at the same time, still, that even with that, there those economic things were not taught to us. You know what I'm saying? Even that small stuff, people still run around trying to figure out how to get a loan in their name. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It's just a lot of information that was withheld intentionally from our people.
Hmm. So, and like when I look over stuff, it's basically saying, hold on, it says you can discharge your debt. Hold on, debts by bonds. It looks like basically from what I'm looking at, it looks like okay, if you got a lot of time on your hands and the energy to put forth, be a sovereign citizen, and then you're gonna have to constantly fight all the time, and you may even make your situation worse before it gets better. So it's like, for example, if you go in the courtroom and you say I'm a sovereign citizen, and then you go back and forth with the judge ends up making your life more complicated, and then you end up winning a year or two later after filing so many papers and doing all of that. Was it worth it? You know what I'm saying?
But
Those
yeah,
type
but
of
see, well,
things.
you gotta like before you even get into all that shit, you gotta be like I said, most of them go either half of the way or don't even do it right. Cause literally, you can establish yourself as a nation. They will respect you as a nation, just like they will respect any other real nation. Like if you establish yourself straight up, you yourself as a nation, it is people literally set up as a nation. They got a tribe, they are a nation, they are respected as that. The councilman know it, the mayor know it, the motherfucking the city the police chief know it, and ain't nobody finna fuck with them. Period. Now they people ain't out there causing no trouble and all that shit. Yes, shit happens, but that shit can be taken because all crimes is commercial. They pay they bid and they go on. But it is like you can set yourself up like a nation. Literally, you do business. Your head, you have your own damn your flag. You have your own damn seal. It's a way you literally got to set this shit up, and you can operate like that, and they will respect you like that. Stay in your lane.
Hmm. Well, I don't know. I'm interested to see more examples of people actually doing it that are not more.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah. Like I talked to a dude, he used to through this other lady. He used to be with the Moors and they fell out, but he got his own fucking nation. Straight up. Flag, motherfucking seal. He is known in his city, in his state. When he travel, he make it the airlines know the motherfuckers traveling from it just amazed the fuck out of me though when it came to light. They damn, this shit is a whole different system going on.
uh
And them judges and them motherfucking attorneys, all them motherfuckers know they need you every time. That's why it's gonna go like that every time. They gonna call road, then they gonna take a break. At that point, they didn't put you up on that boat. They didn't put you on a United States boat. They get ready to judge your ass. You done lost at that point. Your goal is to never get on that motherfucking boat.
and so another thing, one thing that people may not realize is that when they get an attorney, they automatically become under the jurisdiction of the court.
Yep. They
And
all
most people don't represent themselves.
the bar is in London. They all under the same umbrella. All of them, from the judge to the prosecutor to the attorney to the lawyer, they all get their fucking certification from the same person. People.
So, but see, jurisdiction is one of the things that sovereign citizens fight. But let's say a sovereign citizen goes and get an attorney. So when you go get an attorney, you automatically get court jurisdiction. Automatically.
Well, see, you have sovereign citizen attorneys too. You have sovereign
How
citizen.
can they be? I mean, I'm
I
not
don't
saying
know
they
exactly
can't, but
how it
how can
works.
they be a sovereign citizen and be an attorney?
I don't know exactly how they work. I don't know. Think they
Hold
have
on,
like
I'm gonna look
a
it up.
license through the bar because you can represent yourself. You can represent. You have to know
Right.
that code, but they tell you can't. But yes, you can. So I don't know if they're using that lingo, but they know the law as well for them to get them to represent them in that manner. If they're to be actually for it to be held in common court law, not in regular law. And that's another thing. Like you have, and I don't know if it's like in every state, but they have common court and not going into the regular court